morning, good afternoon, or good evening, and welcome into the year 2021. And what better way to start it out than walking straight into the Lion's Den for a phenomenal Warzone charity event. My name is Trevor McNeil. Alongside me today is the legend and the brains of the operation, Matty Marshall. How are you doing today, sir?
Trevor, I'm doing absolutely outstanding. 2021 is getting off to a roaring start here with this event, and I'm really looking forward to this, man. Ever since, Chris and Cowboy Roy and all the guys kind of behind the scenes set this up, I want to see how this is all going to translate. Obviously, we have some paintball legends that are taking a part of this battle that's going down, which we're going to be discussing as they make their way through it. But yeah, Trevor, I'm excited for this. I'm feeling good, and yeah, let's get after it, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day of competition ahead of us. As you mentioned, a lot of names, a lot of moving parts to put all of this together, all for a great cause. Of course, Jesse Lyon and his, that recovery process to help him get through his treatments. Of course, all of this with the charity, the fundraising, etc. There is the link down below. And this whole thing supporting this wonderful guy. I know you had the pleasure of knowing him growing up in and around the paintball world. Just what kind of background can you give about Jesse and the type of person that he is?
Jesse Lyon is a guy whose energy is infectious. Ever since I met him years and years ago, I had the pleasure of playing with him. We were on the same squad. Not only was he a hell of a player, but he's a hell of a guy too. Just a really, really good individual. So, when we found out that he had cancer, it was a shock to everybody. And we were really happy that he beat it the first time. And then it came back, unfortunately, thus kind of prompting, this Lion's Den tournament that we're seeing right now. So, yeah, it's just one of those things, man. It's really frustrating to see somebody as good of a person as Jesse Lyon have to deal with a disease as brutal as cancer. My mother just went through cancer this year as well too. So, he's just an amazing individual. He was an amazing paintball player, and we're trying to help him get in the best mindset he could possibly be in to help with this physical recovery now in the second battle he had with cancer. Surgery looked like it went pretty well. So yeah, man, we're going to talk more about Jesse. He played on some legendary squads. But yeah, so please, guys, you'll be seeing it pop up. We'll be talking about it as it goes down. But the whole reason for this battle going down here is to participate and to give towards Jesse's recovery here from cancer.
Yeah, can't give enough credit to everybody that helped put all of this together for a great cause and for such a great person like Jesse. And, bring someone like yourself in as well, the expert behind this. I mean, I give you the credit for the brains of the operation for a reason, because you're the one that's going to be being able to break this down. We have all of the Warzone action going on, but, you've got the knowledge and the understanding of all these players that we're going to translate over onto Verdansk and see how that's going to play out. But as you mentioned, for the great cause, raising the money for it, you can see, I believe there's going to be a tracker at some point. There's some technical issue. It's 2021, right? So, of course, something's going to just not quite work as advertised starting this whole thing out, but it's all going to come through eventually, and I think there's a link down below as well for those of you that would like to help out on this cause, because, as you mentioned, this is just a phenomenal event, a lot of moving parts, a lot of really great people that were able to get together for this, and for someone like Jesse to help, because any battle with cancer, regardless of what type or how severe it is just never one you would ever wish upon your worst enemies.
Yeah, and it's been a really tough battle for him, man. And anyone that's had to deal, either having cancer yourself or having to have somebody that you know and love live through it, it's a harsh, horrible disease. And couldn't be a better cause. And anyone that's met Jesse knows how good of a guy he is. Look, everyone's like, when something bad happens to somebody, everyone's always like, oh, he was the greatest guy. He was the greatest guy. Jesse actually really is the greatest guy. This is no BS, man. And that's why we're all here to do this for him. And I'm not saying he was a great player and making any of that up. He was an outstanding player on top team. So again, really good dude, hell of a paintball player. We got some amazing paintball players involved in this tournament here today. So I got to throw back the brains in the operation to you, as you're going to be doing all the brains behind breaking down Warzone. I'm going to do my very best to keep up. I definitely played more Call of Duty than I'd like to admit up until about a couple of years ago. But yeah, man, I'm interested to see if this is going to correlate and translate with how good some of these guys are at the game of paintball into another force-on-force simulation. Instead, this time, going from the physical world into, the virtual world. And I know a lot of these guys get their grind on too. I'm constantly seeing guys like Ronnie Dizon, Phil Schroeder. I think they might be an early favorite in this tournament. But, I could kind of go down this list, which we should in a little bit, and talk about some of these teams that are participating and some of the potential favorites here and some of the legends in the game that are going to be battling here. Jason. Not only was Jason a great pro paintball player, but he was also a good collegiate paintball. He's playing with Cody Falk for Team Blast. I don't know how good of a gamer Jason is, though. Again, a great paintball player. That's kind of where I'm going to have to let your skills and your knowledge here of watching watching all the Warzone and calling all the Warzone you do. You got to be telling me who you think is looking like an early favorite once we start watching some of these battles. But yeah, Trevor, I'm really excited about this, and yeah, it looks like a couple technical difficulties here, but we're not running Twitch. That's up to Twitch, dude. Like Twitch going down is like having the internet go down. That doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, but let's look at Team Folk Clan here. This is an interesting story here, Trev. Rocky Newt and Deshaun Newt. Now, this is a father-son duo. We were kind of joking a little off camera and offline before we started. I was saying, hey, look, man, if we were all in one big auditorium and this was actually happening in a physical space, this would be the one team that I would try not to get too chirpy with, because they are huge, jacked individuals. These are definitely the murderer's row of physicality here. And I know that Rocky and DJ, they get their grind on 2 gaming a ton. So I'm interested to see who's going to be better, father son, who's going to be the best gamer. We're going to find out. And
you think in context, maybe you don't want to be, chirping at the big guys, but maybe that's the big brain play, right? You target the most threatening people first, and that's going to be the first person you go after. So I don't know, maybe it's not the smartest strategy, but it's also something that someone not very smart like myself would probably do. Like, I'm going after the biggest guy first, and I don't know why, but I feel like if you get the hardest challenge out of the way, then it's smooth sailing from there.
I'm interested to see how much these guys can kind of talk back and forth to each other, because I promise you, Rocky Newt and his son DJ, those are not Sean. Those are 2 guys that probably don't have a lot of real life conflict and people coming up to them wanting to throw down. Because again, these are giant and individuals that like to bench press and deadlift cars in their spare time when they're not gaming and having fun. So and they were some great paintball players. Rocky, I battled against Rocky for years back in the day with the Naughty Dogs. Looking at Team Ironman here, so this is kind of an interesting story with this specific squad. Is that so? Corey Hall and Silas Cortez playing for the Los Angeles Ironman. We only had 2 big events this year, and the Ironman won the first one, and it was a crazy story because they were ranked 10th coming into 2020 overall. So to catapult from 10th all the way into first with a team and then they picked up a couple core components. Silas Cortez was one of those guys. Came up in Florida, went Team Damage, played with Mutiny, he's played with a decent amount of top level teams. But Todd Martinez, the coach at Ironman, had faith in him, brought him over. Corey Hall, he was also a guy that really made a name for himself by being clutch in pressure situations. He was great in low body situations. What does that mean? 1-on-3, 2-on-5. He excelled in situations like that. So, and I know that he plays a ton of Warzone. Not sure how much Silas plays. I know he plays a lot too. But they are now teamed up on Team Ironman. They also could be a favorite here, Trevor. But until we start jumping into this and see who starts leading, we don't really know. That's why I know who the best paintball players are, and I know what they've done the past, however long they've been playing, because I've been calling this pro game for a long time. But speaking of best players, Keith Brown's one of the best front players, first attackers in the world, highly aggressive, incredibly intelligent, and I know he loves to get his Warzone grind on. So Team Swaggies. As Swaggy, that's his handle. And then he's played with Mike Waring. Mike Waring is one of the fastest guys in pro paintball, so is Keith Brown. He plays for Infamous. They play in different squads. Keith Brown plays for Tampa Bay Damage. Mikey Waring with Infamous, but Mikey's been around. He's played on he played on Damage. He played on in the AC program as well, too. So, but a hyper-aggressive guy. Also wondering, is that aggressiveness, is that going to, correlate transition over to the way that Warzone's played?
Right.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, can we talk real quick about the structure of, as we see Team Planet, Cindy Poole and Tim Furpo, some great individuals. Hey, if you need your gun worked on, if you need your paintball gun to sing, send it to Tim Furpo, especially if it's like when he can work on all the new stuff. But the old classic cars, the autocockers, the automax from back in the day, if you got a classic car, aka of like a badass old paintball gun sitting around in your garage, send it to Tim. He'll rock it out for you and get that thing working nice and crispy. But yeah, so as far as the structure of the format of this is concerned, Trevor, so we get you get a point, 1 point for kills, and a point and 15 points for wins. Let's talk. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
So a lot of it is what's going to come down to is you're going to see people typically taking one of two approaches. You're going to see people that are the hyper-aggressive types that are just going to get in a vehicle and they're going to pop a UAV, and they're just going to wreak as much havoc as they possibly can across the entire map. Or you're going to see the type of people that really want to go for those victories. They want to secure that bag of 15 points because there's no other placement points. You don't get placement points for top 5, top 10, where you'll see some other competitions do something like that. This time around, it's all or nothing. So you might see people that will just hide out, wait patiently until they get to the end game, and then fingers crossed they win, because it's not going to do well if you sit around and wait, only get like 2-3 kills, and then a victory. Then you just end up don't win. I mean, you get 2 points out of that, and that's a lot of time wasted. So I feel like we're going to see a lot more players that probably will lean into that more aggressive type of play style. It is going to be in duos, and it's all public matchmaking as well. But over a 3-hour period, you have time to play as many games as you possibly can, and the top 5 scores that you post are going to be the ones that will count to your total. And then at the end of the day, after that 3-hour time period is up, the top 2 teams will then go into a head-to-head matchup, 1-on-1, technically 2-on-2, into quads. Regardless, words are hard. It's early, okay? Into quads, a 2v2 matchup, and then they get 2 games to basically just post the best score that they can in the finals. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how these players do adapt into the strategy, especially with, as you mentioned, some of these guys that have been putting the time and the effort into playing Warzone. And then you'll see, what skills they have on the field, like you said, translate into the virtual field.
Well, it's interesting too, and I'm looking at that competition format and these rules, and I am interested to see after the 3 hours, and we do head into the top 2 teams. 1, who those teams are going to be. 2, what strategy they're going to employ when we get that deep, because that is a little bit different of a situation confronting you than what you're dealing with to get to that position. But yeah, I just look, the game of paintball, it requires a lot of skill, but playing when you're gaming and you're playing something like like Warzone, when you're in that type of world, that is also a big skill too. And I know a lot of these guys, because it's kind of a similar thing. We're all they're like in paintball, pretending to kill each other, pretending to play war. It's the same exact thing that's happening in Call of Duty,
right?
Which is why so many paintball players gravitate towards that. I mean, I remember back in the day when these games first came out, guys would be lugging their gaming systems with them to tournaments. So they would go play paintball during the day and participate in the tournament, and then there would be straight up like LAN parties in the hotel rooms, and then they just evolve from there. And so that now you don't even have to do that as long as the internet's working at whatever house Verbo you rented, you can jump on and get your grind on. But yeah, I know how these guys play when they're battling and gunfighting in person, and also it's interesting because in this format where you're parachuting in, it's it's you guys versus everybody else, but it kind of reminds me like of a paintball big game where it's. You can go out and play these big games, Trevor, where it's like 1,000 on 1,000. Some of them get even a little bit bigger than that. You can do ones that are, kind of simulate this, but it'll be 2 sides. And it's not really necessary. There are some alternative ways to do it, but and I played with some of these guys, and some of these guys grew up kind of playing in the woods and having to be more sneaky. And then you get guys that kind of grew up playing airball, which is very aggressive. If you don't have aggression, it's going to be hard for you to prevail and be a badass tournament champion. In the modern era of the game. So, but this is a little bit different. Like you said, there's different ways to play Warzone, and I'm kind of interested to see how this is all going to go down.
Yeah, looking into it, I mean, just the way that the meta's developed, you pretty much guarantee you're going to see like the same 2-3 weapons across the board as soon as people do get their loadouts, but all of that will come in due time. Of course, before we get this whole thing started, there's been so many moving parts, as we mentioned, to put this whole thing together, all for a great cause of Jesse Lyon. We do have some shout-outs, so we're going to take a quick look at one of these shout-outs before we get this tournament underway.
Hey, Jesse, it's Alex. Just calling to send you some good vibes and some love. Keep fighting as hard as you can, and we're rooting for you, and I hope to see you soon out on that bike and maybe even on the paintball field. Just remember, keep on fighting.
Yo, Jesse, what up, brother? It is Tyler Harmon. Just wanted to say that first and foremost, Happy New Year, and the paintball community has your back 1,000,000%. Thank you so much to the people who have put on this charity event. It's really an outstanding thing that you guys are doing. So on behalf of myself, all of Dynasty, all of paintball, we're sending you tons of love and going to support you all the way, brother. Stay safe and have a Happy New Year. Peace.
Hey, Jesse, this video I'm just sending to you to wish you well thoughts and pray for you and that you'll be out there with us again. We're missing you, buddy, and hope you're recovering well. Hope to see you soon, bud.
Orale, Casper. Hey, fucker, get better soon, all right? We need you to get healthy, get well, and we love you, dog. All right? Get well. Take care.
Hey, buddy. It's New Year's morning. Just wanted to reach out, tell you how much I love you. I miss you, and I'm hoping to see you really soon. Have a wonderful day, and let me know if you need anything. All right, but I keep looking over at the wrong side of the damn camera.
Hey Jesse, it's Pat. How you doing, buddy? Happy New Year to you. I hope you're gonna get all you want this year and you feel better. We're here to with whatever you need. All right, get well, buddy.
Hey Jesse, just wanted to tell you, Jess and I are thinking about you. We hope that your recovery is going well so that you're 100% and get back to paintballing. That way we can get back up to Oregon and Super Game and have a blast, all those shenanigans. Take care of yourself. Much love for you, brother, and hope to see you soon.
And of course, you mentioned it. Jesse's, he's not just like the guy that everyone says he's the guy. He is the guy because he's the guy. Everybody likes him. All kinds of positivity coming around from everybody. And that's just the beginning of this, because this whole thing going on for him to raise money for that. Coming back very soon. We'll get underway here with the gameplay. Trevor McNeil alongside Matty Marshall here for the Lions Den charity event. And my friend, we are getting so close to this whole thing starting out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this battle underway. It's going to be a little bit of a marathon, and but yeah, you can just see there, and everyone, a lot of those people, giving some messages of some well wishing to Jesse. But Jesse Lyon really is one of those guys that I've just never heard anyone say a bad thing about him. Again, I'm not just pulling this out of my ass here. Like I'm really, this is the truth, man. Like I feel that again, when bad things happen to people, a lot of times people just, it's like a knee-jerk reaction. Oh man, such a good guy. I just can't believe this happened to him. But everyone, that was their authentic feeling. And it kind of floored us all because Jesse was also really like a guy that would go and ride 50 miles on his mountain bike and like it was nothing. So when somebody that's really strong like that and go play a marathon day of paintball at a big game and play every single set and be totally stoked on it the whole time, and just, so because he was so strong and so outgoing, to see this happen to him kind of just, it was a gut punch for all of us. And we do really wish him the best. So please, everyone, again, this is going to be, a fundraiser for him. So you're going to have a chance to donate. But yeah, and we saw, some of the world champions. We saw some of the guys from Dynasty there, some good friends. Paintball is one of those things, though, that because it's so intense and you have so much adrenaline that is coursing through your veins when you're doing it, the people you do it with, if you do it long enough, they become like family to you. The name, it gets thrown around a lot. Oh, it's family this, family that. But Jesse Lyon and a lot of the people you saw there, and that's just a tiny fraction of the people that Jesse has influenced their lives by being just such a rock solid, awesome human being. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what some of these paintball people are made of here in this Warzone battle here, Trevor, as we're gonna start getting into it,
Yeah, we don't have to wait too much longer because word on the street is all those technical difficulties, the internet has been fixed. So we have people that are now making their way into Verdansk to start this one out. This is the first team that we started talking about at the beginning of this. Jason and Cody dropping in. And we're going to find out real quick the pecking order of all these teams that are going to be competing today. This is the point of my scouting report now, to kind of get an idea, get a feel for the competition at this. And going here to Airport, it's probably going to be a really popular location where you're going to see a lot of teams dropping here today.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Trevor. If you want to be good at anything in life, you need some brains attached to whatever physical capabilities you have. And Jason was a very good technical paintball player, but I think he's like a dentist or a doctor now. I mean, he's an incredibly smart lawyer. He's doing something really that requires you to have a high level of intelligence. So the fact that he was an aggressive paintball player, combined with the fact that he's got a real high IQ, I'm interested to see how he's going to be playing this game.
Yeah, starting this out, I mean, you can pretty much tell to a point of, how experienced someone is, in the game based off of how fast they loot. And that's with any BR game. That's with Apex, PUBG, Warzone, I mean, you name it. How fast they loot and how quick they can make the decisions on what they're trying to pick up. And the fact that he's able to go through that building that quickly and get his weapons immediately, knowing that, you know, with that SMG he picked up, it's got 2 sights on it. You can go with the thermal or you can go with that red dot on the side, and immediately switching to that. So, I mean, been around the block a time or two. I feel like I can have good faith that he's been here. I mean, and you look at the graphic, I mean, 1 daily win already for Cody, 210 total. It's not that easy, but I mean, when you have something like that where you can see a loadout already called in by someone else right next to you, this is probably the safe play, the smart play, just to wait it out. RPG's always reliable, though. Doesn't matter what season it is.
Yeah, so I'm wondering though. So I apologize if anyone, if your name pops up and you're a paintball person, and you know it's not ringing a bell. You know, maybe we got hammered at a bar 10 years ago. I apologize. You know, if I don't remember you. But looking at Cody, you know, maybe Cody is Jason's ringer. Maybe Jason was okay, I'm gonna go participate in this paintball tournament for Jesse. I know he knows Jesse. So maybe he's thinking like, okay, well, I'm gonna try to win this thing. I'm gonna bring my ringer, and maybe Cody is his ringer.
Yeah, looking like a good start. Plus, I mean, already getting the kills on that team right there, you're going to get their custom weapons. Granted, pretty much a high priority thing is to get your own loadout as quickly as you possibly can. And the fact that they're able to just pick up someone else's, granted they are really close financially to be able to buy their own, which I feel like scouting out through the police station is going to be the play, just to try to find the extra few $100s so they can get their loadouts, because it should be like $500-600 short now. But it is now a game that is run by DMRs, DMIs. That's going to be the easiest kill you're going to get all day long. Didn't even pay attention. Wasn't even there.
I mean, also, look, luck plays in a fact into everything. So, I mean, I'm guessing if you're playing a tournament like this, it's like in paintball, when you're looking at okay, what teams did we draw in the prelims? How easy of a road is it going to be to get to Sunday? And then once we get to Sunday, you know, did we draw the 10th ranked team or did we draw the number 1 ranked team?
Yeah.
Also, as you get thrown into this, you know, huge battle with the 150 people, you got to be hoping that no one's going to be cheating, and then you don't have you know, anybody hacking, and then 2, you're hoping you get thrown together with a bunch of people that are terrible, so you can start stacking up those easy kills like we just saw.
And this is, I like what's going on here. Obviously, they now have enough money for their loadout, so they're going to throw this one inside a police station because you can still, the way the physics of it work, you can go up to the 2nd level, and the hitbox of the loadout itself actually clips through the roof. So you're going to be able to pick your loadout up inside the safety of the building. And going with the Ram and a Car 98. Okay, so not quite yet adapting into the Cold War weapons, but they've already done very well here to start this one out. I mean, getting a few kills early, getting reliable. And I like, you know, going airport, like I said, it's going to be high population, so there's going to be a decent amount of opportunity here to be able to pick up some kills. And I like the fact that they have stuck around here long enough because they were able to get the kill on that other team, and that loadout that's still on top of that storage crate right there of the first 2 players that they killed, that loadout's still there, which means that the players they killed are still in this game, whether they be in the gulag or they're still waiting to drop down or something to that effect. So it's a play of kind of baiting it out. Like, you got the kill once, and of course the players are going to be greedy enough to go back down and get their loadout once more, but not going to do it this time around. This is what I would expect, the dual-wielding Diamatis. This is the Phenom that has taken over, and the DMR. Yeah, yep, that's the 1-2 punch of Warzone right now. The Cold War weapons got integrated, and if you're not using a DMR and Diamatis, you're just weird.
Well, you're at from what I've been hearing from the hardcore guys is that you're at a severe disadvantage. Now,
true.
Do you want to, again, I'm going to ask you some questions throughout the show. You know, I mean, obviously everybody has got their Call of Duty on at some point in time. Again, I haven't been able to play this, got a new kid, but haven't been able to get my grind on. But you have a teammate. It's you and one other guy. Do you want different loadouts so that you both have, do you want the same loadout? Do you guys want to have slightly different weapons in order to maximize your potential if it's close or long? So he's got to shoot him far, you got a sniper rifle or, you know, DMR pimped out with some sort of nice optics or what, you know, talk to me about it, Trevor.
So when it goes down into actual kill races like this, very few and far between you'll see players opt into the sniper rifles because of the fact that it's just not as reliable. People will typically go with the assault rifle and the SMG secondary, or nowadays with that DMR and the Diamati's, because the Diamati's essentially is just a burst SMG that beats almost every other SMG at close range. So you're able to kind of now tag in with the DMR in place of the assault rifle here, but really not a lot of people will go with a sniper rifle just because it is a little bit slower, a little more reliable on actually hitting your shots. The fact that Jason here is taking the sniper rifle.
Yeah, he has sniper rifle. That's why I was asking. I'm like,
to me, that just tells me he's incredibly confident in his skills and what he's going to be able to do here in this game, because this is a power move. This isn't definitely something of the egos, that he's just as good and can pick up as many kills with the sniper versus somebody running an AR SMG loadout.
what do you like about? I mean, do you like what they're doing currently in the position that they're? Well, he just got smoked, so that's not good. Now he's going to see if he can get revived. He doesn't. Doesn't have self revive, right?
Correct. Just gonna have to wait for his teammate, see if Medic's gonna be able to get there.
So here comes Cody trying
Save
to get
the
to
day.
Jason. So, but before I was asking you, from a strategic standpoint here with what Team Blast, I believe, is doing here with Cody and Jason, do you like what they were doing? Do you like their loadout? I mean, obviously you said a little unconventional with the sniper rifle, but maybe super confident.
Yeah, I like what Jason, because the RAM itself, it was starting to pick up in popularity towards the end of Season 5 of Warzone, and it stuck around to a point. One of the best things about Warzone is that you can make virtually any weapon work with your attachments. And as long as you're comfortable with what you got, then that's going to be fine. But that right there is just the power of the DMR. I mean, 3 shots to the body, and your armor shredded, and you're going down, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that, especially when you set up a crossfire with your teammate, that team didn't stand a chance.
Yeah. I just like the fact that that Call of Duty, who as like maybe even an homage to history, but all that really is just a modern version of the gun that helped win World War II. I mean, it's just like it's an M1 Grand on steroids, and even Patton himself said that that's one of the most vicious killing machines that man has ever invented. So now you're looking at it with some gold tiger stripes on it, with some optics and detachable magazines.
Yeah, it's certainly getting the job done here in Warzone. I mean, the way that it's just gone. But we can switch over here. We've seen a little bit out of Team Blast. Now we can see what else is going on around the world. Of course, you see that bar at the top right as well, where we are all raising this money for Jesse Lyon, and that will be updating, presumably, as things all work out. Over to Team Savages here with Justin Lewis and Joe Martinez. And this is another duo from what I've gathered, my little bit of research last night. They've been playing through Warzone here, and not surprisingly, the DMR in hand.
Which is what we're going to see constantly. I mean, that's the go-to gun. And his is. And I've also been told that that the players that have the most ridiculous DMRs are all gold-plated. That's kind of when you got a badass DMR in your hand.
Gold is good. Diamond is better.
Okay.
The diamond encrusted. That's the ultimate flex.
So where are they at right now? Talk to me about what's going on from what you can tell.
So around the scrapyard, and I mean, at this point, they're just looking for players. So they got the bounty here. This is, depending on where the plane flew in, I mean, it might be a little bit less populated depending on how far they had to fly to get to this. But the fact they already have their loadouts here, can't quite see how many players are left in this lobby, but the DMR, again, is just, I mean, that's easy kill secure, bounty going to be taken down, and that's just a quick pop. But even with a little bit of range, that SMG is still going to be doing some work, and I mean, it's the MAC-10 coming in. The Cold War guns were awful to start. I mean, they were horrible. And then a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of adjusting, and the content creators, the people that play this game 8-10 hours a day, figured out the attachments. They figured out the right loadouts to use and make these weapons as lethal as they are. And now that's virtually all you're going to see. The DMR, DMATIs, the MAC-10 probably going to come in. You're still going to find the diehards that are going to use the Kilo, the MP5s, that are they refuse to move on into the Cold War meta. But I mean, he's lost his teammate, able to buy him back virtually immediately. So that's nice.
To be honest, again, as somebody that I played Call of Duty 1, played it a ton up till most recently, but to see the new loadouts, and I was like, let me get this straight. DMIs and DMRs, that's the new hotness. Like there's no MP5s, no ARs. Like it's kind of interesting what they did with the weapon sets.
Yeah, it is. It is very interesting in the sense of like where you look at Warzone through and through has always been reliant on the assault rifles and SMGs. I mean, that's really basically it, especially in kill races. I mean, you go into, solo player, playing with your friends or whatever, sure, there's always going to be a person that does have a sniper rifle. But the fact that it's just weird in the sense that tactical rifles have just never been a thing. I mean, nobody was using the FAL. Granted, there was a very brief stint, like season 1, I think people were using like the FAL because it was incredibly powerful. You put the right muzzle attachment and the right barrel on it. That gun was kind of what the DMR is now, just with a little more kick. But other than that, it's just really been non-existent and non-factor, and it did not take long at all for it to just completely take over Warzone.
So right now, Justin Lewis, Team Savages. I'm really looking forward to getting our first update. Trevor, I think once we get, how much of an indication with our favorites do you think we're going to see immediately? Like when we see our first update on kills, on point standing, where everyone's at right now. I'm wondering, are we going to see, the team, the top 3, top 5 teams? Is that going to be a trend? Is that going to continue for the next couple hours? Or are we going to see one team really pick it up, start stacking up some bodies and make a big run, maybe get a win here or there? But it's tough to get these wins. A lot of things have to go right. What do you think?
The thing I'd love to see is like there's gonna be the team that has the confidence that they're just gonna get in a vehicle and they're just going to ride, and they're gonna go around the entire map. They're gonna drop 15, 20 kills, and they're gonna pick up a victory. And if you're able to string together like 2 or 3 good games, because it is your top 5 scores that will be counted for your final score at the end of the 3-hour period. If you're able to string together 2 or 3 solid games where you can get 20, 25 kills and a victory, then I think you are going to be sitting pretty. So I'm just excited to see how many teams are going to be able to do that.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. We had talked a little offline about this, a little bit off camera, but what is it going to take? What's per game kill sesh? Like, what's it going to take? I mean, is it going to take 15, 20? Is it going to take a couple wins? I mean, what is the level of greatness right here? We have over a dozen teams, and the top 2 are going to be going on to battle against each other. What is that metric? We don't know yet. I mean, that's something we got to wait. But seeing as how you're the Warzone guy, I mean, that's a question I got to ask you. What do you think?
Close, bro.
I think that's probably a good bet. Is that in that 20 to 30 range, and just based off of what I've seen, from the first couple of teams we've spectated, I think it is absolutely feasible that these teams could do that. Granted, like you said, a lot of things got to go right, even in the in-game situations where you're just not quite ready for something to go. You just weren't quite covering an angle, and you get picked off from the side, and that's going to be putting a huge damper on the game. But, I mean, the way that some of these guys have already started out, they got a lot of confidence in their movement. They're very efficient in what they're doing. I mean, picking up these bounty contracts one after another is just an easy way to find a person and be able to track them down here, especially when you got a heartbeat sensor and you got a MAC-10. I mean, going through building to building like this, you're just going to be able to shred through anyone you come across. And this poor bounty is just going to be running for his life. The problem with this duo here is this is like the 3rd or 4th time that someone's going to die, and they're going to have to buy him back.
Yeah. I'm going to have questions for you constantly, but obviously I want to get your expert opinion on, who you think looks the best as we cycle through these teams. But obviously we haven't really got through even close to everybody yet. So I got to have to withhold, that inquiry until we get a couple more visuals on some of these other teams. But also, just again, what's your personal favorite loadout? I mean, we've seen a couple different loadouts. We've got some guys before they get to their loadouts, favoring obviously whatever they can pick up first, but favoring certain weapon sets. If you were in this tournament, what would your loadout be? And then my next question would be, what would your strategy be?
So if it's very generous to assume that I have the talent to be able to keep up with any of these players. Those who can't play, coach. Those who can't coach, cast. So that's why I've relegated myself to the chair. I would probably have to go with an assault rifle and the MAC-10. I mean, that's just I wouldn't even go with the MAC-10. I think I like the 74U. That's my own personal preference. And like I said, you can make any weapon work with your right attachments, and as long as it suits your style, and you just kind of know how the gun feels and how it handles. So I'd rather go with the 74U as opposed to the MAC-10. But on the other side, probably would end up playing with an assault rifle. I mean, to pick your poison, M4, the Kilo, whatever you want, either iteration of the M4. I mean, it's just going to be whatever works for yourself. But another MAC-10, I mean, you go face-to-face like that, better MAC-10 is going to win out. And I think the strategy of it is kind of exactly what we've seen these guys do here, is you stay in highly populated locations, and those bounty contracts are going to be your best friend. Because as long as, especially if your teammate keeps dying, you have to keep buying it back. That's just economy that you're wasting. And you can't buy any UAVs. The bounty contract's your best friend because it's going to guarantee at least you can find one person on the map. And fingers crossed, their teammate's going to be with them, so that's another 2 free kills. But you just got to be aggressive. You got to play pretty much pedal to the floor. You can't slow down.
Yeah, when I was talking to Cowboy Roy, and I watched him play some sets last night, he was kind of talking me through what he thought he was going to see out of some of these teams. You know, I'm not being super familiar with every single team that's in there, but, you know, he's a big fan of the game. So, you know, got to send a big shout out to Cowboy Roy, Chris Alaquinta, like the guys that kind of helped put this together. Again, this is all for Jesse Lyon here. This is the Lion's Den tournament. You can see there in the top right-hand portion of your screen. Head to that website and please donate when you get a chance. You know, we talked about it at the open of this tournament. I mean, Jesse Lyon is an outstanding individual, you know, and he's had 2 bouts of cancer right now, just made it through a pretty crazy, gnarly surgery. And that kind of prompted this tournament. So, you know, what a shit year 2020 was. We're hoping 2021 is going to be much better. Please help us make Jesse's beginning of this year by helping to donate, because, you know, it's crucially important. That's what we're doing this for. Yeah, and then also looking forward to seeing, you know, kind of, again, like we've been talking about, man, who's gonna emerge here? You know, I'm really interested to see once we get. I want to see Philly Shreds and Ronnie Dizon. I want to see Corey Hall and Silos. Obviously, you know, I'm gonna be a little bit biased just because I know how some of these guys play paintball. Ronnie is a hell of a paintball player, former MVP award winner. Philly Shreds, highly aggressive. Silos Cortez and Corey Hall. I mean, I just played golf with Corey Hall a couple days ago. So, you know, I'm interested to see how their paintball skills in that force-on-force situation and that quick reflexes and your ability to read situations and deal with variables, how are all those high-level things going to translate here into this world, you know? And we just haven't quite got to those teams yet, and also haven't seen a leaderboard yet. We are starting to get some donations coming in. Again, really appreciate you guys. Again, the charity link is listed below, but we're doing it for a rock-solid person and a really good cause. You know, and to be honest, you know, it's not like, you know, Jesse's not a dude. Jesse's a hardworking guy, blue collar dude. You know, doesn't come from money. This is something he needs. You know, this is a very important thing. So that needs to be said as well too. You're not throwing your money away, and it's going to a really good cause. It's always good.
Starting out here, father-son tag team. This is not the start that they probably want, though.
Yeah, well, talk to me about that start before I talk about Rocky News Beard.
Well, unfortunately, have found themselves coming across a team. The boy's already down, and that's going to be both of them taken down. So fingers crossed they have the gulag still, maybe be able to come back from this. But going against a team that already has their loadouts, you know, a team that has the confidence, and they don't even have the gulag anymore. So that is beginning and end of that game for them, and definitely going to have to rebound here into the next one. But that's just tough break to come across a team that already has their loadout.
Did you see how many kills they had? I'm sorry, I was just transfixed on how thick that Rocky's beard had gotten, so I wasn't able to see. But it looks like somebody just won through the gulag and able to earn themselves back into the set here. And this is Team Violence with Jesse Villegas. But yeah, that's not a good start for the Noose. And I know they're gamers, so they're probably really frustrated with that.
As you mentioned, the victory coming out of the gulag. See what the play is going to be. I mean, Jesse right now, from what I can tell, is a psychopath for dropping into downtown, because that is just one of the worst places to go ever. People, even with the zip lines that they introduced to like get up on the rooftops faster, it's not great, and neither one of them have any weapons. It seems like both of them just came back from the gulag. Both of them just have the starting pistol, and they don't have any armor. And, yeah, that's just you're not going to win that firefight. 0 out of 0 times.
It's like pure suicide.
Yeah, so now see if Jesse's going to follow it up and at least learning from the sense of, okay, I know where my teammate died. Don't go there. Run the other way. Smart. But
Yeah,
that's
he's still
ominous.
he's in a really bad spot though, man.
Yeah.
I mean, just the pistol. Now he's just pistol again. I mean, just hoping to Jesus, little 6-pound, 8-ounce baby Jesus. There's a nice weapon on the ground in here.
A little bit of ground loot. It's something to work with. It's better than the pistol. A lot of people call the X16 now. It's really just a melee weapon because it doesn't shoot fast enough. You can't get enough damage off. But if you melee with the pistol, for some reason, it's a 2-hit down. And it's probably one of the most annoying things that any player will tell you. There's nothing more frustrating than turning a corner where you think you have at least the advantage in a firefight, and then they just hit you with the butt of a pistol twice, and you're dead. It's infuriating.
Is that when? Yeah, that sounds incredibly frustrating. If somebody walked up and somehow was able to kill me, even if they had a chance with just 2 baby swipes of a pistol across my brow, I'd be pissed off too.
It's not a great experience, but as you mentioned, yeah, he's got a couple guns now, so. But you still hear the gunshots around him, and he has no armor to work with. $900, can't even buy any armor. So
I was gonna say, and he's got to bring his boy back. It's just him right now, and he's out there with a toothpick. His boy's gone. He's still really is Jesse. He's in a bad spot right now. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, he knew that people were around there, and that's going to be an easy one. Just a 2-tap with the Car 98. That's 20th place. That won't net you any points, because the only placement points you get are for that first place overall. You got to take the helicopter ride out of Verdansk to get that, but 3 kills. I have to move on to the next one, and we're still really early on in this. To start out, we go over to Team Trauma, old Tyler Humphrey and Ryan Sapp, people that been around the block a time or two.
Indeed, yeah. So this is look, I'm an old friend of Tyler Humphrey's. We've spent a decent amount of wasted nights back in the day, and some awesome days. Shooting paintballs at each other, and then we had some glorious times. He's all grows up, but this is a guy who's just natural aggressive tendencies made him one of the best paintball players on planet Earth. So I'm kind of wondering, how is that going to translate?
Yeah, we'll see what it's going to do here. This is Ryan coming back now out of the Gulag. Loadout drops on the way, so going to be able to pick that up relatively soon. Humphrey, though, he doesn't have what he has in his hand is not awful by any means, but of course would much rather have your loadout. And that's not a good sign when someone has eyes on you. A-10's coming in, and you just got to get the hell out of Dodge. Weave strategically. And the worst part about their loadout is literally in the middle of the runway, so it's not even in a great place. There's no cover at all. Not ideal. But they're still able to get it.
Come on, man. I just got froze.
Spoke too soon.
Couldn't do anything.
Jinxed it.
Couldn't do anything.
Oh, they were just sitting there waiting. That's a heartbreaker. Well, Tyler still has his loadout, or still has his Gulag at least. So there's still a chance.
Freezing thing. I've got to go.
Just play the waiting game. Now going to go in. Right tech. This is horrible. This is awful. An awful way to go into the Gulag with a sniper. Fingers crossed you just get the first shot off. Playing it safe, though. Playing behind cover. Cook the nade. Eyes on. Got a hit marker. Actually, direct impact at him with the grenade. Of course, that's not going to be enough to kill him. Just spray and pray. Hope that's going to be enough. Go for the overtime flag cap, and he just had no idea. There's the shot going to come through. So that's going to be the end of that. 4 kills, and we're going to have to move on to the next one. But going to have to keep an eye on them because, as you mentioned, their skill is going to be trying to translate over. Check in again with the Newthborough, the father-son here. See what they can do. Last time we were here, there was a very brief end. Oh, and that sniper shot just going to glance off his nose. And, yep, don't want to peek that one. Let's brave even to stand behind that wall because he could shoot through that. Good flank. Good teamwork. And stopping power rounds. That's going to be easy. Ooh. Got him down to the one tap. Teamwork coming in, though. Able to get him, get the kill. A lot of comms coming through here, so while we wait, we continue to see how they are going to do in this game. Starting off a little bit better. We can go ahead and listen in to the comms between these two.
I thought it said count like your top 5 games.
Oh shit! Ah, fuck, DJ, right outside. I'm taking fire.
I got him.
No. Oh my god.
Your teammate has entered the gulag. Surviving earns them redeployment.
I think I'd stop him.
We're just chilling.
Fuck, I keep running into people.
Stay alive. You just stay alive.
Tried. The green bison saved my life 3 times. I'm telling you, it's the shit.
Sure.
You return to the front line. You lose, your fight is over.
Screenshot of the rolls. I'll send it.
You're up, soldier. Now go sort this fucker out.
What? Every time I gotta shoot this guy. Jesus Christ, man! 4 fucking shots?
I killed that dude that
You did okay. Can I land on you? You did okay. Can I land on you?
I don't know. I'm gonna work towards where you died and grab that guy's DMR. There's a chopper.
Helicopter. Hey, there's guys right here. Shooting at the chopper.
Here's a bison. Here's that AUG right here you can have.
Alright, I'm just gonna land on you real quick. Hey, there's guys over to the left.
Your thing's still here too.
Assault rifle here.
You have that AUG in your M4. I got the DMR and a bison.
It has fucking, what's his name's hippie guns. Nice. We have a minute before loadout drop. You want to push through that team that was shooting at the helicopters earlier? DJ? I don't know how the fuck this gun shoots. Oh, it's a 3 shot. I'm glad I fucking...
Well, lots of emotions, lots of opinions, and a lot of commentary about the weapon loadout that they have currently. I made it fresh out of the gulag, but obviously not very happy with how many shots that Car 98 it took him to get out.
Yeah, I was just saying, I've seen that that Rocky New frustrated voice before. It was on the paintball field before, but now, just a bad beat for him, and got to be a little frustrated. Again, I'm looking forward to seeing when we get to the leaderboards how everyone's going to be looking here. I think that's going to kind of change the conversation here, and also potentially change where we're going to be taking this story. Who are we going to be following? Who are our favorites? We got a decent amount of teams in here. Everyone battling, try to raise as much money as we possibly can for, one of our great friends, Jesse Lyon, and an amazing legendary paintball player. Played for, again, a lot of top teams over the years. Cat Factory, Avalanche. I played with him on Excessive. Amazing guy.
Yeah, I think we've been playing for probably coming up on 45 minutes now. So we'll start to see how it all will shake out with the leaderboards and see, how these teams are faring. I think about at the halfway point, teams will start to have to consider, okay, maybe the games aren't going as well as we want them to, because granted, your top 5 scores are going to be the ones that count for your final score. So at that point, you'll have to start to take into consideration maybe the early game is not going as well as you want, so you just back out and try again in a better lobby. If you die early on drop, you lose a 50-50. You just don't get the guns that you want. You don't get any money, or there's just no players around you at all, and you just waste too much time. Now, you'll see players that will realize it's not going to be conducive to a good score for their game, so they're going to back out and try again. But that's going to be a little bit further down the road, and, of course, without seeing the scoreboards to see where everyone is standing, it's going to be a little bit of time before they have to make that decision. But
yeah, and I'm wondering also, too, and, let me know what you think, because I don't know. I mean, and this is kind of, do these people know? Do all the teams know where they stand? I mean, is the score something that they're going to be able to check to potentially change their strategy, say an hour and a half from now, as things are starting to draw, not to a close, but
Right.
kind of in that home stretch? What is that situation then?
And I feel like at the point of, from a lot of the events that I've done, there's a small handful. I mean, granted, anybody that's, watching their streams or, being able to commentate on, what's going on from their perspectives, they'll have people that are in the streams like, hey, this is where you're standing currently. But a lot of the players themselves don't actually, actively look into the scoreboard. They're just here to play the game. And especially in a casual, little fundraising thing like that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all just they're here to play the game and just have a good time, while they're playing for a good cause. But I'd be surprised to see any of them even paying any attention at all to the scoreboards until
Okay.
2 hours in at least.
We're gonna have our first disagreement.
Okay.
Because I know some of these people, and I mean, I don't care where they are doing what. It doesn't matter. They could be literally playing the game out in the forest, walking in a nice nature walk. Let's see who can pee the farthest. Like these are competitive people, man. Like I'm telling you, like they will bet on anything. Like literally, like which cockroach is gonna crawl fastest to the garbage can. I'm telling you, just because we're playing a charity game for Jesse Lyon. And everyone's trying to do, their boy a solid and get, and stack up some good karma for, emerging out of 2020. I promise you that if there's a scoreboard, these dudes are for sure going to be checking it and they're going to want to win. Just really nothing other than bragging rights to the next time that they see each other. I guarantee it. I'm just saying, maybe not everybody, but there's a decent amount of people on here. At least I know them well enough to know that they are competitive enough that even though we are just doing like a fun, casual, let's just go get a couple reps in, I promise you they're still going to be viciously and ruthlessly competitive.
And I can see that. I could expect. I mean, I know that if I'm playing in something like this, like I have on my 2-monitor setup. On my first one, I have the gameplay. On the second one, I have that scoreboard would be constantly refreshing because I always want to know what I got to do to be able to take that top spot. But yeah, just the way that some of it goes, just from what I've seen a lot of tournaments in the past, there's just some guys will win tournaments and they don't even know it. Like they don't even pay attention to the scoreboards to the point where they won and they have no idea. And it's like $100,000 prize pool or something like. So they walked away with $50,000 and they're just like, oh, I won, cool. I didn't even know.
I hope one day to be independently wealthy enough that I could just not even care about winning. Like that would be great. That would be amazing.
That's the goal.
Let's try to work for that 2021. So we're still with the noose here. So we still haven't seen some of these other teams, but that's okay. We're kind of feeling these guys out, kind of. And again, this is what I got away on you, Trevor. From what you've seen so far, I think we've seen maybe 4 teams so far.
Yeah.
Has anyone stood out as a team you think might be a contention here? I know that's still a little preliminary of some information because we haven't got to the other squads yet, but has anything stood out to you as far as like, oh, this looks like, okay, what I'm used to seeing when guys are playing well enough to, put up a W?
I mean, from these two right here, they're playing it smart. They've got pretty much a UAV running at all times. They know where somebody's at. They're picking up their bounties. They have their loadouts. It's systematic, pretty standard Warzone play, and they're just aware of what's going on around them pretty much at all times. So, I like the odds of that. Just having that situational awareness. On the other side, where we started with Team Blast with Jason and Cody, I like the confidence of bringing out the Kar 98, bringing out the sniper rifle, because you're probably just not going to see a whole lot of people in a competitive kill race doing something like that. It's all going to be, with the assault rifles, with these DMRs, with the SMGs, and yeah, I like that confidence. That's what I love to see, because that's just rolling in. You're that guy in the locker room, and you're like, yeah, I can win this on my terms. I don't have to deal with the meta. I don't have to have a DMR to do something like that.
What do you think about the loadouts that you're seeing from Team Folkland right here, from the news? As far as their guns, what have you been able to look at? What? Oh, looks like.
Well, that was okay. What a shot that was. being able to get that headshot off. But at least you still got the gulag there. So it's something to start with. I'm surprised you saw the Fennec on the other side. The Fennec was kind of popular when it released. I think it was like season 5 of Warzone. It's the Vector, basically. And a lot of people like it just because of like nostalgia's sake of using it in Call of Duty's past, and that's kind of what's drawn a lot of people to, these guns, especially like the DMR, because it is, like you said, it's that M1 of old. And it's not quite the nostalgia of the Car 98 because you can go back to the players of Call of Duty 2, and the Car 98 or the Lee Enfield was literally just, you'd build a shrine to that gun. I mean, it's ridiculous as to what it could do.
It needs to be gold-plated and bronzed and put up somewhere physical in the physical world so people can go pay homage to it. It does look like Rocky was able to make it through the gulag to get back into it. But you'll get talking, and again, we'll be updating the donations. Please, again, everyone keep donating. Oh no, he just goes right into it. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's real happy about that.
Yeah, super stoked right now here on the new year. He's very happy right now.
Oh, boy. I mean, at least you get the call-out, so, Deshaun's going to know where he's at. Unfortunately, that coughing is going to reveal his location, and he got caught swapping weapons. Yeah, that's unlucky. I mean, he knew that the team was there, just couldn't do much about that. So another early exit, unfortunate for them after they had a good loadout. The thing I don't like about the way they're playing is that, they're sticking way too close to edge of zone for my liking. That gives me anxiety. Like I don't want to be on the edge. I don't want to be running from the gas the whole time. But sometimes it suits the way some of these guys play, and it's also a little risky.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that you say. I think it's it depends on what we're talking about. Risk, because it is also risky to head to straight trench warfare. Where there's going to be nothing but bodies in front of you constantly, and but that's with great risk comes the reward of potentially getting all those kills. So there's going to be a lot of risk and having a lot of players you have to deal with. If you stick to the edge, maybe not as many people doing that. But this is also kind of something interesting because that is a paintball thing, Trevor. Is that if you're on a big, huge paintball field, and you go towards where the boundaries are, then obviously there's no poisonous gas coming in to kill you from the boundaries on a paintball field.
Right.
But what it does do is it gives you control over variables. So if you are right up on a boundary, you only have to look at that pie, that percentage of the field, and there's less variables to deal with.
True.
There's less of the fractions of degrees of that 180 that you're looking at in front of you. Sometimes it's just that 90, depending on where you're at, how far in front you are. And so what I definitely have seen, though, is that some paintball players will prefer, which I think is a little bit more of a conservative play, and also from what I've been told from some people that play this game a lot, is to go to those edges. So you don't like that because you have to worry about the gas, but some people like that because as long as you manage it properly, it also manages your risk because no one's going to roll up behind you necessarily or from whatever side you're on where that boundary is and smoke you from that side because you don't have to worry about that because there's gas over there.
And a lot of that, to the point I agree, and these are some good shots coming. I mean, the mounting mechanic is just going to be able to help. Incredible.
Well, hold on real quick. I do want to pick your brain on that strategy because we have switched teams. So now we're on Team War Crimes, and this is Nick Laval and Brandon Cornell.
Mm-hmm.
So Nick Laval, MVP award winner before in the NXL. This dude, talk about aggression. Like, this dude is not a small man. He's well over 6 foot tall. He's an athletic beast, but he still plays an incredibly aggressive spot. This guy's known for his ability to roll dice, to make aggressive moves. He also is good on, counter punch situations where somebody has made an aggressive move and now his team is playing on their heels. He then will counteract that by making a big counter punch aggressive move to try to take that person down. Never scared to put his body on the line and, get riddled a dozen times. He just cares very little about that at all. And he's also a real smart guy. Laval's very cerebral, good guy to have a conversation with. He's playing with Brandon Cornell. Brandon Cornell, he's also very aggressive and a little bit of a younger guy. We've seen Brandon Cornell. He's a paintball phenom coming up in his mid-teens, but already playing pro. And they both play on Edmonton Impact, which is, depending on the tournament and the year, the best team in the world. So this should be interesting. Trevor, this was one of those teams, and we can continue to talk about that strategy and these tactics as we kind of watch Team War Crimes right here with Nick Laval and Brandon Cornell. But these are one of the teams where I'm wondering, okay, could they be a favorite here? I don't know where their Warzone game is at, you know?
Yeah, the thing that, between where they're at currently, I don't know if they've been at the Gulag or not. Maybe that would explain why they don't have their loadout weapons. That's always the first thing that I want to look at is that gun in the bottom right, the fuchsia, the red, the one that is their weapon. And the fact that you're standing here with just ground loot is already mildly concerning because you don't have your weapons. Now they do have the funds to get that loaded now. So that's going to be the first priority to come through. Going to throw that in what they believe to be the safe location. Make sure there's no one else in these houses here. Clear this out because this is a dangerous location around this buy station. You'll have people that are just sitting in the windows and waiting for some poor, unfortunate soul to be caught sleeping. But they are going to get their loadouts here, so that's at least a start. It's going to be a help to them as they try to improve their stance in this. But, I mean, pretty early on in the game, still, there's a lot of open real estate for where they're going to go. Unfortunately, this is kind of a dangerous area to cross because there's a lot of open field, a lot of open area around the tarmac. So being aware there's a helicopter there, that's maybe take a few shots. If you have the DMR especially, I'm ripping that helicopter apart.
Look like they're going to the pay.
They're just not going to do it.
Also, and dude, this is why I'm so glad that you're here, Trevor, is to give me your expert analysis on the Warzone chops that these badass paintball players have. Because again, I don't. This is a different skill. I mean, yeah, it's a force-on-force simulation. This is just kind of like what Warzone is what the creators of paintball wanted paintball to be when they created it. Like a true war simulation.
Right.
Which is why paintball players just gravitate this like like bees to a flower, or college students to a keg of beer. But all right. Well, it looks like they got a couple. Oh, not looking good for Nick though.
Yeah, that was quick. I don't know what that was, but that did not last long at all. And that was pretty much a two-tap. And it sounds like a DMR on the other side. So, unsurprisingly, DMR and DMR, and you just had the angle. He's going to get picked up. And, I mean, that's all it takes. 3 shots, and that player didn't even have time to react. And that's the worst part about, being out in the open like this is that knowing that the opponents have a DMR, there's just nothing you can do. And that's the other side, where you get a little aggressive, and as long as they got the DMRs, they're just going to be able to return fire, and you just don't have time to react at all.
Don't give them time to get that off there. Let's just go straight.
Yeah, so, and also, Trevor, kind of, again, as we move forward, I'm kind of interested to see, like we just had the news now, poor Nick Laval here is in the gulag. At least he's got a gun to work with, and it's not melee. Might be able to fight back here. Oh, it looks like he's going to be able to get back. But is the teamwork, so when we can kind of cut to the audio between Brandon Cornell and Nick Laval, between the news, between Billy Shreds and Ronnie Dizon and Corey Hall and Silos, like some of these guys that they know each other very well. We got a lot of teammates here playing, guys that obviously spend a lot of time playing these games together, because that's, again, like I said, with paintball guys, I mean, this is like a day-to-day thing for a lot of these dudes, especially here 2020 quarantine. Let's get on the sticks and go get our Warzone on or whatever other, a lot of guys play lots of different games, but
right.
But I'm just interested as we kind of start to move our way through here, and we see the leaderboard, and we can kind of check in and hear some of the verbal teamwork between these guys in these situations, especially when at least we know how close they are in points and kills, so we kind of know what they're fighting for. Like, I'm really looking forward to the last bit of this session before we kind of figure out who's going to be 1 and 2 to go for that final battle.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, as we bounce around from one to the next, seeing the pecking order really just kind of make itself known. A lot of these guys, I mean, as I expected, the consistency of, they know enough, and I'm sure they've been practicing, kind of putting the time in, put the effort in to do the best that they can for this competition. Because, I mean, anyone that's playing Call of Duty is a competitive spirit through and through, especially when you get a bunch of guys that play and are trying to tag each other all the time on a paintball field. little more bragging rights, as you mentioned, that they can have something else to hold over their opponents. But, I mean, just the way that it will eventually come to fruition, and we'll see who does come out on top. I am curious and excited, really, to see what these guys are going to do, because I know, my roommate is huge into paintball. He knows 90% of these guys playing as well. So the fact that, you get to drop in and, say that you get to do an event and spectate and watch these guys and see the crossing of paths like that. It's certainly not a crossover I was expecting to ring in the new year, but one I am very excited for.
Well, yeah, it's again, as I grew up in paintball, man. I'm old as dirt now, bald and gray, and I'm a graybeard. But as somebody that has been playing video games again forever, but it's just such a natural transition. Paintball players and this type of video game specifically. I mean, paintball players in general are gamers, because you're going into this fictional world. It's like with paintball, it's the same sort of thing. You put on your costume, you pick up your weapon, and you go. At least in the paintball world, you're going to there's a pain response. You're doing it in the real world, but here, that's why I'm just kind of interested, because our guy's going to play out of character. Are they going to?
Right.
Am I going to see an aggressive guy play more conservative here, or am I going to see somebody who's a bigger human being, and now he gets to go be in this fictional world and be hyper aggressive? I don't know. Oh, that was nasty.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, that was.
What happened there?
That's pretty much exactly what I'd be thinking in that situation, where you think you're fine, you think everything's okay, but there's some people like that where they're just all they're gonna do is either he's gonna pop dead silence and he's just gonna try to get up to the rooftop, or some people have, and I don't know how, I cannot fathom how. They have the patience to crouch walk up like 14 stories of stairs, and it takes them a solid 3 to 5 minutes. And sometimes there's not even people at the top of the building, but they have the patience just to do that. And I would equally be surprised to you think you're fine, you turn around, all of a sudden you just got tagged in the back, and now you're down. At least able to save the self-revive, his teammates able to pick him up there. But that is certainly a little bit of a wake-up call.
Yeah, at least he made it through it. So, we flipped to a new team. This is Team KO, Justin Rodriguez. We're spectating currently. And, yeah, and Andrew Curto, again, might have had a beer with these guys at some point in time. Definitely doesn't ring a bell as far as what teams are on. But that's also kind of what I'm wondering, too. We got all these, big-name pro paintball guys in here. And we're all playing for a big-name pro paintball guy from back in the day, and Jesse Lyon. Again, played on a lot of top teams. If you guys are new paintball fans and somehow found this and you're tuning in because, we got these guys from Heat and Impact and the Ironman playing. Jesse Lyon was badass back in the day, so I'm really glad that everyone has joined us for this. But I'm interested. It would be interesting if none of those dudes make it on. It's like none of the pro paintball players got the gaming chops to make it to the top two, and it's maybe just some dudes that are paintball fans and gaming guys that ended up getting in. I'm not sure how it's going to work out. End up as we make our way through this battle here.
Gotta live.
Yeah, I mean, in getting into the vehicle, just getting out, find yourself a better location. I mean, can't stay in downtown, can't stay on top of the buildings forever. Eventually, you're going to have to find a way and find something else to do. Unfortunately, this zone is just already not pulling in a good direction, because there's one thing 85 to 90% of the time, the eastern side of the map, this farmland, lumber, maybe you'll get some people drop to prison early just to get the free loot, and there's a helicopter that spawns there so they can move about the cabin a little bit easier. But outside of, when the zone forces you to come here, nobody's ever here. So this is going to be a little precarious, especially when you look around. I mean, there's just all these random little stragglers of buildings that anyone could just be sitting in a window just waiting for you. So you pretty much always have to be aware, and especially if you have, a lot of opponents that are going to be running Ghost or something, so the UAV is just not going to reveal them. Good shots right there. That's about as easy as one's going to come.
What do you think about the blocks, the quarry, stadium? You a fan of those at all, or prison complex?
I don't. Prison's
Talking about the
okay.
east side.
Prison's okay. Back in the day, if everything was just going wrong for me every single game, I would go to Lumber. There's one building isolated in the back of Lumber that it has one loot box, but it's always treated me well, and it's a little bit of a superstition thing that I think if I go there, that's going to be the way that is going to bring me back and get me back on the positive side. But other than that, I mean, Corey is just. I don't want to go there. If I don't have to, I don't want to. Just get me the hell away from there. There's got to be something better. I want to go to like Superstore, like where people are, but I'm not a psychopath that's going to drop downtown.
What do you think about again from a strategic standpoint about trying to get into the into that tunnel kind of by the coast in order to get all that giant payout? You get like
Okay.
30K from walking out of there. What do you think about that?
So I think that like that pays its dividends. I think it's unfortunate that you kind of have to rely a little bit on the luck for finding the key card. And if you don't find one very early on, then it's just not even worth it at all. Unfortunate, teammate going to be dropped down right there, so they just have to play this one safe watching this out. But it's a time investment. And I think in a kill race like this where, you know, the only thing you can assume is that the other teams are just absolutely fragging and they're just completely decimating everyone they come across. I don't think it's worth the time because you could just find enough money in a couple of buildings, get your own load out, and you don't even have to worry about – I mean, that's a lot of money, but I don't know. I'm not sold. Nope. I've made the decision. It's not worth it.
Well, I'm getting a quick look here at our spreadsheet for the points. And Justin, I don't know. I'm sorry, Trevor. I don't know if you've had a chance to check this out yet. And I think that some of this is yet to be. There's a few teams on there that don't have kills, but it does. And we haven't seen like an official update yet.
Right.
But it does look like Team Transfuse with Ronnie Dizon and Phil Shredder, who we thought would be a potential early favorite, are doing pretty well. You know, with 22 points so far. I mean, they're already into game 4. 22 kills. It looks like, you know, overall points. Now, even more than that. It does look like they're doing really, really well. So and that seems to be the most dominant team so far. Again, there's a few of these teams that just haven't posted scores yet. Again, you have to take a screenshot. You have to take a screenshot of what happens and send that in. So, you know, I don't see any kills on the board for the news. We did see them kill a couple guys. So I know that they do have some kills. And then also, I don't think the Team Swaggies, Keith Brown and Mike Waring have updated because only game 1 is updated for them so far.
Yep.
But as far as like staying on the update, like making sure you're getting your updates in, and
yeah, I see him.
It does really look like Team Transfuse with Ronnie Dizon and Phil Shredder, which we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
So we have not seen Team Transfuse yet on our feed. So I am very much looking, and that was kind of the team we were talking about at the beginning of this as a team that could be a favorite. I know Philly Shreds is, other than just, you know, just being Thanos in the gym, other than that, you know, he's all about just like, you know, getting his grind on, dude, and posting how badass of a gamer he is. So, you know, like I respect that about him. So he wants to be as jacked in the virtual world as he is in the physical world. Again, mad respect, Phil. And I know Ronnie, he's gotten really into you know, having his own channel and getting into gaming as well too. He also has a bunch of awesome documentary content for, you know, following his life as a professional paintball player on Houston Heat. And he's become like one of my favorite guys to kind of follow on the pro paintball scene. It's my job to follow them all, but Ronnie makes it really easy because, you know, he's just constantly, you know, with the camera with him through all of his journeys.
What Andrew just did was not nice at all. Those two guys were just minding their own business, and he just absolutely had his way. That's a heartbreaker for them, but now they know that they're going to have money, and that's actually huge.
Let me get it.
The fact that right there he's trying to pick it up. He knows he wants it. They both actually. So now he's got the money to buy his teammate back, and both of those guys he just killed had a specialist bonus, which basically makes you superhuman in Warzone. And, like, I mean, it gives you, like, every single perk that you could ever want, and it's incredibly useful to have. And the fact that both of them had it, now that he's going to be able to have his teammate come back in, pick up his specialist bonus, as well as pick up any weapons, I mean, that's just a COD player's wet dream. That you can't get better than that.
And it looks like somebody's just dropping in.
Got his boy back.
Well too.
Yeah,
he got his boy back. Yeah, so he's just like laced up with all the freshest gear he possibly can get. Just looking like, again, just like a god out there amongst portals in this situation.
Yeah, this is
Movement.
This is good, but also very precarious. Like I said, there's a lot of buildings around here. A lot of these guys just kind of posted up, and unfortunately couldn't quite make it outside to where all of that free loot was. So it looks like he's stuck with a crossbow and a riot shield.
I was gonna say that seems like a bad move, right?
Horrible.
I mean, I'm not trying to bring knives to gunfights. If we're in a nuclear war, like I don't want a cruise missile.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying that like a crossbow seems like a real bad move right now.
Yeah, and I mean, now you have to go into the gas to be able to get all that loot that your teammate was able to get. I mean, you get one more kill along the way, but the gas
Also,
is coming.
This isn't Portland. Like, do you really need a riot shield right now? I think like that's a bad move too.
I mean, you get what you can, I guess. And I just want to know who the person was that's running a riot shield and a crossbow, because that's an interesting player in and of themselves. But at least you have your teammate with the DMR who's just able to do this, because any player that's trying to rotate from building to building is just not going to have the time of day. As soon as they peek out, it's going to be a 2-3 tap with this DMR, and they're done.
Is the crossbow that was pink with tiger stripes on it and the riot shield, is that your like I'm dropping acid loadout? Like I'm just gonna go play the game for fun while I'm dropping some acid? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's just the type of loadout where you're like, I have no intentions of like playing this game or trying to win. I'm just here to ruin someone else's day, pretty much.
I would like to say though that I've known a couple Navy SEALs in my day, because with paintball stuff, like occasionally we'll do force on force training, and I have had beers with a team guy, and he's told me that if you do not carry a crossbow into battle, you cannot get a crossbow kill without a crossbow.
You're not wrong.
I mean, I'll just throw that out there.
That logic checks out. This is that's brave. I mean, you got the gas mask to go into there, just Diamante's easy pickup, but coming into the end game, they got the world at their fingertips, and at least they have a truck for cover here. The loadout drop in front of them if they really want to. That's on the complete opposite side of the circle, so it's pretty dangerous, but can't tell how many players are left in this, but it sounds like there are 3 other players coming down into this final zone.
So Team KO could be getting victory here.
Yeah, they're right on the fringe of it. Sounds like a 2v2v1 situation.
Oh, we should stay here then.
So as long as they play safe.
Is that what you're hearing from them? I can't see the number of bodies left alive. Obviously for a good cause, because we have the
push hard left, push hard left. Get to here, get to here.
If can we switch the donation tab to the bottom? Anybody? I'm just on our tech team. That would be great.
We'll see as this progresses. They pick up one right there. You get one full.
Yep.
So if I would guess, I think there are 3 other players left in this one. But they are doing everything that they need to do. I mean, they made the rotation. They got there early. They got cover. They still have a decent amount of armor.
At the shack. Don't. Just play there. Make sure you have cover.
Playing it smart.
Yeah, he's got his 3 plates in.
Push,
5 more plates.
Push.
Got the down, and yeah, going on the aggressive immediately. Don't want to give him the time of day to pick one up. That's the elimination. Now it's going to be one more. Pick that one up, and the victory. So 16 kills and the 15 for the dub. That is the type of game that you are looking for. That is definitely going to help you out on the leaderboard.
Wow, Team KO, just masterful performance here, and what a great close it looked like too, with an exclamation point on the end of it. Love to see that.
Yeah, looking good. And, of course, as we mentioned, this whole thing for a great cause, Jesse Lyon, and, raising money for his cancer treatment. And catch up a little bit here as we've seen, with that bar tracker up there for some of the donations, be able to read out some of the shout-outs. To start it off, the whole thing, before the show even went underway, Sean donated, said, "Hey, Jesse, thanks for being such a great guy, always being nice to me when I was a kid at Players Edge HB, wishing you the best." Roy Richard donating $100. McCann's with $100 said, "Love you, Jesse." JD has 75 with 50. Transfused with 25. The LA Faction coming in with 100 said, "Love you, brother." Jerry with $50. Transfused with another 100. Island Designs coming in with $100. Pistol Pep, Jesse, miss you, my man. Miss planning our attacks and then executing them. No cap, baby. Here's some reinforcements from your boy. You will beat this. You watch, brother. Love you. So a lot of positive support coming in. Planet Eclipse with another 100 to follow up. Jesse, wishing you the very best from all at Planet Eclipse. And then the big $1,000 donation from Joe and Barb R. So that put us pushing $1,800 now. I believe you see it there on that bar already. We're only like an hour into this. It maybe a little bit over, but already a phenomenal amount of money coming in for such a great person and such a great cause.
Yeah, I'm getting chills right now, to be honest. It just, again, I'm going to keep saying it because it's true. You know, Jesse is an amazing guy. He deserves this. You know, he did not, no one deserves to get cancer, obviously, but it just, when you hear that bad things happen to incredibly good people, it just kind of drives a nail in your soul a little bit. And this was one of those situations. And then he beat it, and then it came back.
Yeah.
And so it was just like, Jesus Christ, man, can 2020 suck more? No, it can't. And so yeah, that's what kind of prompted this whole thing. So thank you guys, everyone, for donating. We are only an hour into it, and this is it's really important for Jesse that this happens. Again, this is, he doesn't have a rich family to go and draw on. They're going to just pay every bill for him. I mean, and cancer treatments are incredibly expensive, and he's been dealing with multiple been out of work. It's been incredibly difficult for Jesse, and that's hard for him, man. And Jesse is a blue collar, hardworking guy, so this has been really frustrating. And every single bit of dollars that come in is nothing but just wind into his sails to make him feel like he can beat this a second time. So, and we will continue to talk about this because that's why we're here. So everyone out here, everyone that put this together, everyone that's playing, especially everyone that's donating. Trevor, thank you so much for sitting into this. I really appreciate it. And we're seeing who's going to win this thing. This is definitely starting to develop. We did get a little bit of an update here on the leaderboards, and it looked like we had a tie. Team Transfuse is tied up. Oh, no, sorry. Team Transfuse leading the pack at 52. Savages at 32. Team Trauma at 25. Again, this is preliminary. We still got a lot of time to go.
Oh, yeah.
And you have to, and guys, now, Team KO, we just saw had an amazing finish with a bunch of kills and a victory. They were sitting at 0 on the leaderboard as it stands right now. So they're going to catapult up after this. So I'm now, as good as Transfuse and Savages and Trauma have done so far.
Yep.
And looks like also, what is that? SinceBuilt.com is also tied with Trauma at 3rd, 25 points. Trevor, this is developing. We have no idea how this is all going to shake out.
Yeah, and, give credit to where it started. The first team that we saw, that was Ronnie and Phil up there, that had the 22-kill game, and, that's about what you really want to do. If you're not going to get the victory, at least you still got a lot of points from the kills by themselves. So, it's a good start in the sense of, especially being your first game, to put up 22. That's definitely going to help your momentum. And, with the top 5 scores that are going to be the ones that count, see what goes. But this is, Team Blast, where we started this whole thing out, still rocking that Car 98, still getting the shots to land. I mean, if you're good with the Car 98, you are good with the Car 98. I mean, this gun is tried and true. He's been around Call of Duty for generations. And, I mean, the confidence that it takes to be able to hit these shots, unfortunately, that is sometimes part of the problem, because you'll find some people in a kill race who they're not going to sit back. They're not going to sit on top of a building with the Car 98 and just take these pop shots. They're going to get on a four-wheeler, and they're just going to go straight into the fight. And they're not going to waste any time at all, and they're just going to absolutely hold nothing back. I mean, balls to the wall, just full send.
Well, Trevor, it also seems like Car 98, sniper rifle here, if you're not competent with all the different weapon sets that exist within the framework of this, you're kind of at a disadvantage because, ground loot's going to be there for you. You're not always going to have your badass setup. You need to be competent with, a slingshot if that's what's going to be the situation that confronts you. So, your ability to get some kills with whatever is going to be on the ground for you to pick up is kind of important. Also, again, with the, kind of looking at now, I'm just kind of looking at the stat board a little bit, Trevor. You had talked about that big 22 kills there for Team Transfuse. They had a bad beat in the next couple sets in Game 2 and Game 3. 8 kills, 6 kills.
Yeah.
I'm also looking at this kills per player. Billy Shreds is putting some up right now. He had 19 kills in Game 4. He had 13 kills in Game 1, 6 in both Game 2 and Game 3. Ronnie is definitely contributing. But, I mean, Philly Shreds is, like I said, he bench presses cars. And if you guys don't believe me, bro, go and look at this guy's Instagram, dude. I'll have to pop it up. But, we call him Philly Shredder because he's shredded. That's the whole point. But yeah, he's doing really good, man. This is kind of what I was expecting out of him. Nick Laval doing really good as well too. Brandon Cornell looks like he needs to pick it up a little bit. Nick Laval, 11 kills for him in game 1, 7 in game 2, 14 in game 3. He's really putting it up there. Their game 4 is not registered yet, so I think that Team War Crimes should definitely be in the hunt. Team Ironman, we have not seen them pop up on our feed yet, but they're going to need to pick it up a little bit. Kind of, I wouldn't say they're yeah, I mean, they definitely need to pick it up. Only 6, 3, and an 8. But Trevor, we still got hours to go, man.
Oh, yeah.
We still got a lot of Warzone to be played here.
Yeah, this is the marathon run, so we'll see who's going to be able to have that endurance to get there. And being able to put up, and like you said, Nick Laval putting up that 14. I mean, they get 18 kills out of the game plus the victory, so you're not going to complain about a 33-point game at all, especially when it's going to be one that puts you like in first, push in second place, in that frame. But yeah, a lot of time left to play here, and a lot of Warzone action still. But of course, being able to give all kinds of credit to all these players that are participating and took the time out of their day for such an incredible cause, bringing this whole thing together in the limelight of, the whole paintball scene and all the players just to come together and be like, you know what, yeah, this is absolutely worth the time. I mean, there's no reason we wouldn't do something like this for as incredible of a guy as Jesse Lyon is. And, why would you not? I mean, you play video games to raise money for an awesome dude. It's as easy as it gets.
Yeah, especially, I mean, if you're playing video games anyway, why would you not just do it for a badass dude who needs some help, I mean, and that's the reality of the situation. I feel like 2021, people need to be honest about the reality of the situation. Look at this long shot right here. Is it going to work out for him? Cody.
It's confident. I respect it.
I like that, though. I mean, hey, moonshot. That was like literally a moonshot. That dude spiraling down and his parachute looked like the moon up there, and he was trying to shoot the moon.
Oh, that poor guy. That's the power of the Diamandis. It doesn't matter how much Peter Cottontail. You're done. No amount of bunny hops is going to save you from the Diamandis.
Yeah, so, and Cody, again, we're kind of thinking maybe, I'm going to have to look at these numbers. I love the fact we get to go and see exactly how many kills each guy had, so we can kind of dive into a little bit here. But yeah, so we were talking about, was Cody Jason's ringer? I mean, Jason, no slouch himself. The first game they played, 6 kills for Jason, 9 for Cody, and then 2 and 6, Cody in the lead again there. Tied up at 4 in game 3, and then Jason with 4 and 2. But Trevor, they're going to have to put up, I think, a few more than that again, as we're seeing these preliminary few games coming in, I think they're going to have to go on a little bit of a better run. Still, some of these teams yet to register their scores, though, so hopefully they are, again, you got to screenshot your score, send it in, count the kills. And then another team we haven't seen yet, but some awesome paintball players in Sean Salcedo and Mark Baginski. 15 kills in their first game, 9 in game 2. We haven't seen game 3 or 4 yet post up, so maybe playing some long sets. But Sean Salcedo, the more efficient killer there, 11 kills in his first game, 4 for Mark. They call Mark the Iceman, by the way, Trevor, just because he has that like serial killer kind of like calmness to him. And also there was like a assassin for the mob whose last name sounded like Baginski, and so the dude that ran the team gave him that nickname. So anyway, but they literally call him Ice. Like that is Mark Baginski's name, it's Ice.
Beautiful.
Also, because there's an older Mark too who he's a little bit more of a Texas paintball legend. So if anyone gets to go by Mark, there it's him. But he needs to pick it up a little bit. I love Mark Baginski, but Iceman, bro, 4 kills, 2 kills. Sean is carrying your weight, bro. 11-7. Mark, you're better than that.
1 and fire.
Sometimes the skill level just doesn't quite transfer over. You're a little bit better on the trigger on a paintball field.
He's great, dude. Mark Baginski, we got paintball people listening, I'm sure. But I can't wait to see what Mark Baginski has to offer the paintball world with his skills for AC Diesel in 2021, because he was a pleasure to watch in 2020. Again, he took a second place in a one-on-one competition, almost won that championship, and he put himself on the map for sure. But right now, Sean Salcedo, the veteran, is definitely carrying him a little bit here for Team Diesel. So still a lot of Warzone to play, so we'll see.
It's like he's the young Padawan. Mark's he'll get there eventually. He just got a little bit of training there from Sean, and then He'll make his way up there. Maybe he's still doing his warm-up games or something. He's not quite at the level that he's ready. I mean, once he gets warmed up, though, then it's his time to shine. I believe.
We should start. Look, I know Iceman's like a cold-blooded, hardcore nickname for a young, up-and-coming paintball player, but maybe we need to start calling him Grogu. You know what I'm saying? Maybe his name needs to be Baby Yoda. I don't know.
Did we get to trademarking in that? Like that's some muddy water. I don't know.
It's a hypothetical.
Right,
it's a
right.
comment. I'm not actually saying that he should do that. Disney, please do not sue him or me. This is just, again, we're commentators having a hypothetical conversation about something that's out there in the public. That's in the public domain, so I would really appreciate not getting anything else.
Please do not sue. Cannot afford that.
Yeah, it was just a suggestion, again, Disney.
That's the last thing that you want on January 2nd. To start the new year, you get sued by a major corporation like that. Like, no,
Yeah.
I'm okay. Maybe we'll save it for next year.
Yeah, that has more money than God itself.
Yeah.
So we're back. We're back with Jason and Team Blast here, and Trevor, you were saying you kind of like what you saw to them. They were our first team that we started to follow here.
Yeah.
If you could kind of maybe talk me through what you're seeing right now, where they're at, what it's looking like, and kind of the moves that we're seeing out of them based on loadout situation. What do you think?
So based off of what I know and from what I've seen players is that there's locations that you're going to go that are like your comfort zones, that you're just, the ins and outs of it, where all the boxes are, where all the vehicle spawns, and you know the whole thing like the back of your hand, and you can play it smart, and you're always going to be in an advantageous position. I mean, they find themselves in a firefight here, and just roll up on them with some DMATis. The stun grenade is definitely going to help out, but teamwork able to collapse on that guy and be able to pick him up. So the fact that they're still relatively in the same area as to where they were, the first time we followed them, you can drop into the scrapyard and then just make your way over here. It's not too far of a drive. Tells me that they know this side of the map very well and they don't have a whole lot to worry about, coming over here. Unfortunate in the situation where you can see a kill streak that's stuck inside there. Just got to find the right angle, find the right pixel to look at to pick it up. But I like their consistency because they know what they're doing, seemingly, in this part of the world. And they have the confidence where, you can run a sniper rifle. You can have your teammate there with the DMR and the DMATis. And then, these guys are just, they got the world at their fingertips. They're doing everything that they want to do. They're playing their game in their comfort zone. And I think that is a huge component to be able to perform well, especially in a tournament setting.
Dude, thank you so much for that breakdown. Again, just huge fan of this stuff, but just haven't had a chance to grind much on of this meta, as you're saying, Call of Duty. But let me ask you this question: for what you've seen, I know not tons of awesome looks at each one of their cams, but between Jason and Cody, looking at the numbers, I think Cody looks, I think Jason looks pretty awesome too. But looking at the numbers on the kills, try to pull it back up, it does. They look pretty even. I don't know.
Yeah.
Cody's getting a little more kills than Jason. You can see Cody with his, 1 kill today. What was it, 2 something overall? How is that kind of, 210 overall total W's? How do you think about the comparison? Because I think that's something that he said too. Obviously, look, one of the things I love about gaming, I love about paintball. Look, I'm all about people getting equal opportunities. But at the end of the day, not everyone's as good as everyone else. Sometimes you got to work. Sometimes you need to understand, like, look, this dude's better than me. This chick's better than me. I need to work hard to be that good. And that's what I love about gaming. That's what I love about paintball is that it's a meritocracy. It's all about how good you are. That determines, your placement in this. That's going to determine who wins this game here today. But, just based on what you're seeing, do you think that Jason's hanging with Cody right now? Or do you think this is like, hey, let me bring my boy who's a ringer in to try to win this tournament here and do it for a good cause?
Really what I'm seeing between these two, they look like, they have the experience to play together, where they've been together a few times. Because you get the time where you can play with the same teammate, the same duo, and then you just get an understanding. You understand their play style, their tendencies, and just based off of watching this, they both have good game sense. They both have a good idea of what the next move needs to be. They're, keeping track and keeping tabs of the lobby and everyone around them, and they're pretty much just going where they want to go and playing the game that they want to play. So I really think these guys are really on the same level, and I think they they go in tandem together very well. I think that it's very efficient what they're doing. I mean, granted, sometimes your game is a little bit off, and you're going to have, like in game 2, Cody got 6 kills to the 2 that Jason was able to pick up. And, you can't always have a good game, but you just got to hope that your teammates going to be able to pick up some of the slack. And it looks like these guys do have a good amount of that synchronization where they can really play together and kind of make up for any losses that the other player is, not able to meet the demands in the game that they're in.
That's just teamwork, and that's why I'm definitely looking forward to kind of getting some audio on these guys as we move forward. Once we kind of identify who we think the favorites are going to be based on kill counts. Again, you never really know what's going to happen. Maybe somebody will just put up some astronomical number and start pulling up, maybe get a couple wins. But they're looking at 19 bodies left alive out there, 11 teams left to go. They're going to parachute back into the mix here, jumping off off the roof. And talk to me about this strategy right here. 19 bodies left to work with, 11 teams. What are they thinking right now here, Trevor?
Well, if you ask me, there's a lot of people that are going to be moving in here from exactly that area right there, looking at pool, and people that will be coming in from the storage town. It's still a relatively large circle coming in the 4th zone. You have to worry about the people that are going to be in Superstore as well. I mean, this is going to be probably like the buy station that people want to hit because you have at least a little bit of cover between. Then you have this building that has that ammo cache right inside the door that he just went in. So there's a little bit of, reason that this is going to be a decently high traffic area for these guys to come in, especially now that the fact that this circle itself, the next one, is actually, halfway in this building. They really don't have to move a whole lot, but they do know, based off that red smoke, there is going to be a team top super. So they are going to have to at least keep an eye on that because the team in top super is going to have to rotate over here. But this is what I was talking about, like with the confidence. This man, this is how I know he's got no fear at all. He's rocking a sniper rifle in a kill race tournament. He's going to go out of the zone to a team he just saw call in their own personal loadout, and he's going to go ego challenge them. This man has no fear.
Hey, I'm telling you, Trevor, if you hung out with Jason, you would know that this is like par for the course, bro. This guy's fearless, does not care at all. This is very equivalent with what I know him as to be from like a personality. And it's been, he's been out of the game for a little bit, man. He came up playing paintball, and look at this, just feasting, dude. Just going right in there, and like you said, ego challenging him. However, he's getting rushed on. Oh, but it cost him. Oh
no. That's the worst 1-2 that you could ever get. I mean, they get 15 kills, but unfortunately, I mean, he almost wins that 1v2 on the roof. Almost. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get one more shot to connect there, and then teammate gets snuck up on.
But they are going to have to bring in a C-130 to carry his balls on the way out. Because that was just absolutely filthy as he just goes right at him. It didn't work out, but, mad respect regardless.
This is the team we've been waiting on.
This is the team we've been waiting on. So we got Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds. We're looking at Ronnie Dizon right now. Ronnie Dizon is MVP caliber professional paintball player. Also, with his Dizon docs, follow him on YouTube. He's really kind of been going behind the scenes and the life of a pro paintball player past couple seasons.
There's a stream delay chat, so like if
really embracing that. I really would like to listen actually in on this. That would be ideal if we could, because this is kind of, these are the leaders right now. This is the team we've been waiting to see. This is our first time checking in with them. And it also coincides with me having used the restroom. So if we could just kind of, just check on them in real quick, I do want to hear this though. So
it's kind of a fuck bye, but fuck it. This lobby's getting fucking torched.
What do we do?
Yeah, this buy hasn't even been.
Alright, we're okay.
Yeah, revive him. I got a UAV.
Alright, pop it. I got a second one.
This guy's gonna be like going up the hill here on TV.
Guy behind us.
Yeah.
Yep. Guy behind us, see if we can run it back.
Okay. And out here. On this buy.
Keep the boat. Yo, get out.
Yeah, I'm out. They're on the path, go.
Yeah, they're gonna be right in front of us, dog. They're gonna see me on the thing. They're below. That's ahead of your shit, bro.
Friendly UAV overhead.
Right here on me. Got one. There's one in the house now. Coming up behind me.
Okay. Come back up. Kind of stuck, Phil. Hold on.
Oh shit, he's over here. Fuck. He's over by tents. White tents.
Okay, okay, okay. I'm far from you, Phil. Again.
Okay. Oh, he's running.
Repositioning.
He's sniping. He's sniping. Oh, he hit it. Deeper. To your right. Nice, Phil.
Just self. Just self.
Yeah, I'm gonna burn it. Guys on orange ping. I just barely saw his glint. I'm like, is that a sniper? Coming from this by now.
Wait, someone just broke glass? Is that you?
That was me, it was me, it was me.
That was you?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, okay, okay. Fuck this guy, my bad. I'm gonna grab this bounty too. Hold on.
Yeah, there's a team of 2 over here somewhere.
Alright.
That's him. Take the boat?
Yep. Goodbye, bro. Again. It's 33 people left. We can drop 20s. How many do you have?
7.
Okay. Alright, 8. Let's go.
Let's go.
DMR zone, dude.
Let's go, baby. Come on. These guys are coming. These guys are like running to here.
These guys might be here. UAV?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna grab self again. I'm by UAV too.
Alright. You got no money to res now.
Yeah.
The team on hotel as well.
These kids are right in front of us.
We beamed these kids. Yep, I see him. They're right here, right in front of me. On this bridge.
Yeah, on the left, on the left.
That thing's gonna run my ass over. Right here. Stun me, stun me.
Chill, I got you. Got your push.
He's pushing the right,
Okay.
Oh, I'm getting beamed?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
careful,
man,
Phil.
I'm dead.
You're fine, Phil.
No, dude, fuck. I'm good. Just play. Go on that top right. Yeah.
Down the guy, down the guy.
Sorry. Here, stick me. Stick, bro. Stick.
I'm trying. It won't let me. It literally won't let me.
Sorry. Use it in red or something.
Fan of the spot, dude.
That's a really bad spot. I don't like it. Yeah, we're just gonna move. I don't know. We could take the boat, or we need to get armor, dog. To be honest.
Yeah, we should try to get up. Go to a buy.
Do you want to go to hotel?
Right here. Right.
Actually, yeah. Look at this. You need armor?
W, yeah. I don't have any.
Here.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You want to go back and send this? Oh, this kid's frying me from red.
I
Phil,
see.
I'm out.
I got you. We're in a bad spot.
Yeah. I have no armor.
Broke one.
Who's in here?
2 in red.
Okay.
Okay, dude. These kids are just gonna sit there.
I'm gonna pop Eddie and just these kids out.
Alright.
What do you think?
They're running. Over here. They're over at school now, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's sketch. Really sketch.
Yeah.
Really sketch.
Go back to that pipe.
Oh, I meant to buy here. Down low. I think we fight these kids in here.
Okay.
In
I
school.
don't need help. I need help getting over.
Alright, rotate to me. Just rotate to me.
I'll die.
Where you going? They're fighting people with come on.
Drop me money for plates.
Here, no, there's plates right here. Come here.
Bit of body armor here.
They're in school, Phil.
You sure?
Yeah.
I'm going to IHOP. Hold on.
Yep. Car coming in. Broken.
Fuck.
Disabled.
Trying to see where it's at. Fuck. It's far out.
Okay. Hey, we got a Goka zone, dude. Phil.
Yeah.
We should go because of the zone. Let's get the
Yeah, I
dub.
got you. We're gonna have to hump it, bro. DMRs.
Yeah. Let's buy another stack of plates if we can.
I have extra for you. Let's just go. We gotta get the zone. We got like 12 seconds. I got you. How many do you have? Alright, come on. Drop 2 more.
We might be fucked here. Oh, can we get up this?
No, we're good.
Alright.
Yep. You gotta come up this spot right here.
I'm off this way.
barrel there on the Mac 10? I've been between the 6.1 and the 5.9.
Well, they have a lot to say.
Yes, they do. Yeah, jumping back into it here with Trevor McNeil in the charity tournament here for Jesse Lyon. And this is the team, Trevor, that we've been waiting to see. You know, Philly Shreds, the Shredder himself, Team Transfuse, and Ronnie D's on. And we could kind of see there, Trevor, that they were having some good communication. You know, talk to me about what you're seeing here as the Warzone pro, as somebody that's used to seeing this stuff. Like, what are you seeing out of one of our favorites right now?
I mean, these guys have their bases covered. I mean, as you mentioned, you know, they got the callouts, they got the complete awareness. They're able to get these shots. I mean, he's got the gold DMR. This guy's, he's put the time in to make sure that this thing's maxed out. And, you know, they just know where they want to go. And, you know, kind of like you were saying earlier, you know, kind of hugging the edge of zone is one less angle that you don't have to worry about anymore. And they're playing this very smart. They're playing it very tactically, and they're on top of everything. I mean, they got all their bases covered, P's and Q's, dot the I's, cross the T's. And, I mean, these guys are doing everything they need to close this one out with a win.
So that's what I was just thinking. You know, again, like I totally understand the logic of the kill festival that you could potentially find if you're amazing at this and you're, you know, skilled enough and you've trained enough to be getting into the middle of a battle where you can be winning those, you know, those gunfights that are just, you know, microseconds away from a loss. And then you can, you know, start, you know, chalking up those kills. But they're hugging the zone, and this is very much what I was kind of expecting to see out of paintball players. You know, really good paintball players love to find, you know, in a very chaotic moment like this, they want to get to those areas where they can control of as many of the variables as they possibly can. So it does not shock me that kind of our favorites right now in Team Transfuse are hugging that collapsing zone and just chalking up kills from there.
I mean, he's shredding them right now. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, this is just a testament to the DMR. And then you get it down at that range with an SMG. I mean, whatever gets the job done. But, I mean, these guys, they're systematic in what's happening right now. They're going, I mean, you break it down and, you know, some of the Warzone professional players will, like, they divide the zone into basically a pie chart. And you just go from one slice to the next, and you clear out anything and everything in front of you, and then you have a generic idea that everything behind you is safe, and if you hug the zone like this, then you got your 6 covered, you got your 9 covered, and you only have to worry about anything else that's pretty much in your field of view. And, I mean, these guys are just absolutely ripping and tearing through everything in front of them. And this DMR is, Phil, he's making this look way too easy.
Yeah, he literally is living up to his nickname right now by just absolutely shredding all foes that want to come and get in front of him. Let's see if we can get another one right here. It was in this little, we had a little quick break here. And Todd Martinez, one of our sponsors of this, actually a guy who knows Jesse Lyon, knows Philly Shreds really well, actually coached Philly Shreds on Infamous. And I had 2 seconds. I tried to get Todd Martinez to jump in real quick. I was like, hey, we're doing the live stream for Jesse's thing. He's like, yeah, I know. We're trying to get it up on our feed right now. I was like, yeah. I'm like, you want to jump in real quick? And he's like, dude, I got to go deliver all these presents. I would love to, but say what's up to everyone for me. And I was like, Ronnie and Phil's team is just absolutely dominating right now. And he's like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. So also probably wouldn't surprise Todd that Phil Shred barely has his shirt on. You know, he's showing off those guns. You know, he's flossing with that badass, you know,
oh my God,
gold DMR, just getting kills from 10,000 feet away, and you know, just flossing off them guns too. You know what I'm saying? Phil, put a shirt on, bro. You're embarrassing the rest of us.
At least, you know, we don't have to be on camera at the same time as him. Like that's the benefit out of this, because I mean, we mentioned he's probably getting his reps in between games as well, just to make sure he's got maximum gains while he's going.
Better. I mean, I'm throwing up my guns right now, Trevor. It's scaring nobody.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, no one's walking in fear. It is what it is. I've just resigned myself to that fact. But it's looking really good for them. And this, can they keep this up though? You know, we still have some more time to go. It would be interesting if we could get like a countdown. I know we had like a little bit of a delayed start with that glitch with Twitch. You know, say that 10 times fast. Not our fault, by the way. The glitch with Twitch, we did not do. That was Twitch's fault. Welcome to 2021. Hopefully it's not going to be the same ridiculousness as 2020. But I'm just wondering exactly how much time we have because once you get in that next game, you can continue that over the 3 hours. But Trevor, it does look like this is going to be one of our favorites here. I'm going to try to get a look here at the updated spreadsheet for the kills and where that total sits. It does look like Savage is looking pretty good though, getting some kills. Team Transfuse just continuing to chalk things up. Let's see here. War Crimes though finally put up a pretty good 33 points total up on their game number 3.
Yep.
Game number 4 not so good, looking pretty decent there. Again, these scores are still coming in. Team KO finally getting on the board. We saw actually that awesome placement bonus that they got with the 15. That was their very first game. Since then, not so good though.
Yeah.
Team FOE need to update their kills a little bit as Rocky and Deshaun not getting it done quite yet. Team Diesel though with game number 3, 25 there. So we'll see. I think maybe it's kind of tough to tell right now, Trevor, exactly who is the favorite, but I think it's got to kind of be the team that we're watching currently. They're actually on your screen. Yeah, Team Transfuse 81, War Crimes.
Yeah.
War Crimes is so that's Brandon Cornell and Nick Laval sitting at 63. The Savages not that much far behind them, and then Team Diesel not that much far behind them. KO 40. It's actually pretty close. Again, top 2 are going to get into that playoff. It's too early to call even who that's going to be. You never know how it's going to shake out for you.
Yeah, I mean, you just get one game difference, and a game like you said, depending on where we're at, and I think we're probably coming in towards like that final third, based off of the time frame of starting. So we're coming up on that in I'd say 20 minutes or so. So we're just over the halfway point. Teams are going to have to start kind of figuring out, because it'll take 20, 25 minutes per game roughly. So you start to kind of figure out if you're able to get a game, and sometimes one game is all it takes. You get something like this where you pick up 15 kills, fingers crossed you're going to get the win. And it's just, this is a 2v2 right now. Well, now make it a 2-on-1 because Ronnie going down. So it's going to be up to Shredder himself. See if he can finish this one off.
Well, they're down to the last 3 bodies too, though. With just them. And God, can Shreds do this by himself?
This is tough.
Ronnie going down. He's taking some hits. He's got to find some cover. He found some cover. He survived through that engagement there. Throws a plate in real quick, and does he get the kill?
Well, they got their armor shredded, so now he's just down to this. He's at least got his eyes on where one of them is. He has to play this safe, make sure check all the corners. His zone is going to be moving, so he has a little bit of the benefit to the sense of he can keep this wall in cover and try to play this safe and keep Overwatch. Does get another good shots to get the down.
Got a lot of plates too left here. Still, he's stacking them up.
He's
Still
just
got
picking them up.
Just...
Unfortunately, though, that's the problem. He didn't have the angle.
That's how close it is. That's how close. One more kill, and they get that 15 points. You can see Shredder is just so frustrated. Can we listen in real quick and see the end of this with Ronnie and Phil and what they're going to say about that loss?
You want to take a picture? Your boy's rocking a riot shield, and you're a pussy. Camp the whole game for what? We're playing a tournament, dude. We need to get wins. What are you talking about? What you talking about, bro? Camp the whole game. We need to get dubs. I mean, how many kills did you get that game, bro? You probably don't got a 3 KD, that's for damn sure. Alright, back out. Yeah, this kid is dog shit, bro. Probably like a 0.5.
4 to 5.
Well, he's certainly not censored about his feelings on the other team.
Oh, Trevor, you can't censor Philly Shreds, bro. No, never. That's not gonna happen. Also, I like that he's looking like Ragnar Lothbrok coming in on the heli, dude, looking like a Viking god, like sword tatted up, like he got out of prison.
27 kills between them, and you just think, like I said, one game could make all the, even a game like that where you get 27 points, and that could be a huge difference maker on the leaderboard. But then you add on another 15, that's a 42-point game all of a sudden, and you're pushing top 5 from the one game alone. And at that point, you get a little bit of breathing room there to move on to this. But a good start for them. You build up some momentum here, continue it on into the next game. But going back into Team KO, and we saw them have some decent levels of success. This time looks like a little slower. Only about 40 other players left alive, and Andrew, for the time being, only has 2 kills. But they at least have their loadouts, and they're in an area where they're going to be able to see a lot of players on their rotations.
Well, Trevor, I was just getting a quick look here at that leaderboard as, again, top 2 moving on to that final battle.
Yep.
And with Team War Crimes, that 33-point game they put up with the win, 14 kills for Nick Laval, really carrying the weight. Brandon with 4. But like you said, if somehow Shreds was able to get off that kill, Ronnie was already down, but he wasn't able to do it, even though they made it to like the last couple teams. But they're still looking really good. I mean, they're putting up tons of kills. They're kind of doing almost exactly. Cowboy Roy called this last night. He's like, the better teams like Ronnie and Phil, they're going to be going kill hunting. They're going to be getting into high traffic areas. They're going to be begging for engagements where they can just start chalking up those kills. Whether or not they do or do not win, we'll see. But they're going to be trying to stack those kills as much as they can. They're still in the lead, even though they have yet to win a session. But again, we still got some time left to go. Trevor, like you said, we're in kind of that final third right now. So things will be starting to get decided. We're looking at Team KO currently.
We gotta go quick. And there ought to be one dude.
I got to give, like you said, to the point of in a generic strategy of regardless of who you're spectating, what Ronnie and Phil have done, picking up those kills. Even if you don't get the win, you're still guaranteed to get the points from the kills. So the fact that, they put up 27, 2 in a row, after, a game 1 where they put up 22, like that's the strategy that realistically going into something with this scoring format is the one that you should pursue, because you're guaranteed those points and you're guaranteed to have a lot better fortune on the scoreboard versus just sitting around in a corner and waiting. But as you see down there in the middle of the screen, this whole thing going for Jesse Lyon, that Lion's Den charity, the Streamlabs link there, as well as the bar. So few updates. Obviously got a few more totals that have been added into that one as we have since. But I got to give one shout out. The primary shout out for all of this I have to give goes to Jerry, who donated $18 and made it an even number, because that was killing me. So thank you, Jerry, for that one. Followed up, John Robert Richard came in with $500, said, love you, Jesse. Yaya with 10, Craigie with 50. The Beretta with 100 said, you'll beat this again. Love you, buddy. Hashtag Capalanche. Hashtag Teabag Cancer. Hashtag D&D Nerd Executioner. And then another 200 followed. Push Paintball coming in. Much love, Jesse. So Push representing another one of the names that has helped put this all together, all these moving parts. And then just now, Cheezer 217 coming in with another 10. So a lot of good money coming in for a good cause. Jesse obviously cannot give enough thanks to everybody that has pitched in for this one. And, we still have a good amount of time left.
Yeah, and everyone, please, I know it's tough, man. Times have been tough in 2020. We're heading into 2021. Not everyone has the means to give, but if you do, you're doing it for a really solid gold guy. It crushed us. It crushed all of his friends. Obviously, it just, Jesse was a strong guy, man. Jesse could go play an entire day of paintball at a big game, barely be winded. He could go crush he was really into mountain biking as well as paintball, and, cancer finds everybody, not everyone, but it finds a lot of us, man. And my mom had to deal with cancer this year, so it's just, Jesse is a solid gold guy, and he really needs this. Every dollar is going to make his life better. It really is. This is not a guy that's he can't apply to his incredibly rich family and have them pay for everything. No, man, this is no bullshit. This is going to help a really good guy who was a pillar of our SoCal paintball community, a good teammate of mine. So please, do what we can and reach into that pocketbook, man. It's going for a good cause. And this has been fun, man. It's been kind of fun to see all these a lot of these paintball guys throw down here in Warzone. I am not disappointed by Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds. I know those guys have been getting their grind on here, and I've liked what we've seen out of them. We're looking at Team KO right now. Team KO at this point in time, if I'm looking at the stats right now, definitely need to step up a little bit here. They've got some kills on the board. They got some points. They still are, it's kind of definitely potential for them if they could pull some of that in the next hour or so, which is what they're looking at. But, the Team KO really put themselves on the map with that first game. Since then, though, Trevor, it's been rough for them, man. They've had, 6 total kills, 4 kills, 6 kills in game 2, 3, and 4, which is a complete difference and a complete turn of events from the, 16 kills, 15 points for that win. They 31 points they put up in that first one. they need another session like that. They need it desperately to try to catapult themselves into either the first or second place.
Yeah, pretty much just going off of the perspective that, you get like 2-3 solid games, like that first one, then you should have at least a decent amount of comfort. The problem with it is only 2 teams are going to be moving on into that playoff. And then you find yourself in a position like this. I mean, granted, they might be in that game 4. This might be like that live updating as it goes through. But you're taking a fight with someone that's top hospital like that has the angle, and they have a sniper rifle on you. So, like, sure, you got the position on the top of this hill here, and, they got the high ground, Anakin. So anyone else trying to push it, don't even try it. It's not worth it. But you can't take a firefight with someone that has a sniper rifle when all you got's the DMR, because sure, you can have rate of fire over them, but one dink to the head and you're done for.
You got to close the gap. They got to close the gap somehow.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah. So, and also with that circle closing, there you go. Circle closing, though, obviously changes strategy based on, you have the terrain you're working with, you have the cover that you are gunfighting from, and then at least the known enemies are dealing with. Once that circle starts to close, talk to me a little bit about the evolving strategy in that situation based on the zone, particularly what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, he's underneath.
Yeah, this is, based off of where they're at, like this is a tough scene and a tough zone really to defend, because of the fact that you do have a lot of this elevation change. You have all of these hillsides, and it's like generically where they're going to be coming from. But this is just difficult because there's just not a lot of cover. I mean, realistically, it's just trees, a couple rocks here and there. There's one building on top of this hill that they're on currently, and I don't even think that is actually going to be in the zone outside of that little blue shack in the corner that they're looking at. And then they have the tunnel underneath them. So depending on where the zone goes, like, it might favor the people that are in the tunnel, just like kind of camping this one out and waiting. But there's just no cover. I mean, you have a little bit of hills that you can hide behind, but you're just going to get one tap like that because there's always someone with a sniper rifle that's probably looking at you, especially on this hill.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a sniper rifle battle with the DMR because it's not a sniper rifle. It's
right.
That mid-range, heavy weapon. I mean, obviously you can double tap them, they're down, but this is some like Sierra Nevada's Afghanistan mountain warfare, dude. You don't want to be in this situation with the DMR. There's 12 guys left alive, 12 people left alive, 7 teams left. Not ideal, but still in the hunt though. And kind of like, How do you close the gap though? Giant valley between you and your opponents. Your opponent has a sniper rifle. Now they're going to go to kind of a displace. Get the hell out of there. Let's kind of change the look here and get to some new ground. But it's just not a lot of ground they can't change in this situation.
Yeah, and this is, knowing that you were taking that fight earlier with those people on hospitals, so you know that there's going to be someone, that is behind you or to your right a little bit. The buy station now in the gas, I mean, you had an opportunity there to go buy your teammate back if you were feeling brave, but that one's going to be out of the window of opportunity now. So it's just a point of playing for points with kills, and fingers crossed you become, you survive long enough, you get the angle to come out on top in this one, but definitely have odds against you now. I mean, he's got himself safely rotated in so that he knows at least where 2 of those teams are, 8 other players left alive, and, he's just a solo looking to see if he's going to be able to find anybody else, get, pick up a couple free kills. But this is definitely a help because, like you had said, their last few games, it's a little bit lackluster in the points, but this is definitely helping. Unfortunately, just not helping to the point of where you want it to be with both of your teammates, and you want that 15-point bonus.
This is what Team KO needs right now. I mean, if he could pull off this win, this would be their second win in 5 games. And because they had the 6, the 4, the 6 total points, games 2, 3, and 4, like that, this is what they need right here. But it looks like not able to get it done. As I was going to check the spreadsheet on the kills to kind of look at that, kind of caught one.
Yeah, unfortunately, just another part of the problem. I mean, there's enough of the rocks, where someone's just going to be laying prone on a rock, and they're going to have line of sight, and the fact that they're just not moving, you'll never know. So, I mean, 14 points, not awful. It's definitely a little bit of a bounce back from that lull that they had after that first game victory, but definitely going to look to continue to see their success. Go back in with Team Blast here, who only a couple of kills already. Looks like they're doing a recon contract, figure out where the zone's going to be heading. Another strategy I like because of the fact that, well, you're going to be able to beat a lot of the people there. And then you're going to see this, but oh, surprise, there's a guy just sitting behind a car, I guess.
Yeah.
Where did I get sniped from?
Well, another thing too is I'm wondering, Trevor, what do you think about this? Before 4 o'clock, so we got 56 minutes to go here before the end of, I guess what you would say the prelims, or before we kind of decide 1 and 2, before they head into that last battle. And if you're in a battle before 4 o'clock, then you can play it out until the end of it. So I would kind of think that if you're in a situation where you don't think that you're either A, going to win and get the 15 points, or if you can get more than 15 points, then B, you got to think, okay, can they duck out of that and disengage and then get back in it? As we see a little, we were talking about crossbows earlier, not the best weapon in the world when you're in a fight for your life, but in the gulag here.
That's a worst case scenario. I mean, like.
But he takes it down. There he goes.
I think
dude, Cody Falk, way to go, buddy.
There's only one weapon that's worse than the crossbow in the gulag, and that's the Magnum. But he gets the job done, I guess. I mean, the thing with the crossbow is that it is that more often than not, it's a 99% one-shot kill. Every once in a while, you'll graze someone in the elbow, and it's not enough, and then you think that they're dead, and then you get shot. And not that that's happened to me ever, or I'm talking from experience, but the crossbow should be a one-shot. It doesn't matter where you hit them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not mad about it.
Yeah, well, Cody able to get through the gulag and get back into it. But so Trevor, that's my question though, is that as we get towards 4 o'clock, so we got, again, 54 minutes before we get to 4 o'clock here Pacific time, and do you want to disengage from whatever situation you're in? Is that possible? Is that something that is a good strategy, so you can maybe get back and dive into like a crazy battle in the middle of downtown and get a ton of kills? What do you think?
This is that's a heartbreaker. This is definitely the time frame where you have to start to think about that, because the time is becoming ever more valuable. It is becoming a resource that you have to, appropriate to where, what you want it to be. Because some of these guys, if they are looking for a better placement, if they want to be in that top 2, then they absolutely have to be aware of where they're currently at on the scoreboard, and they have to, have an idea of, okay, what do we have to do to get to the top 2? And then you also have to kind of factor in the variable that maybe the other team is going to do something even better. Or, one of the other teams that's pretty close to our score is going to do even better and take that slot. So definitely going to have to start to factor in if you are going to stick around in the game. Because maybe, going into a game like this, you see Justin and Joe, maybe they drop down, they lose a 50-50, they go to a gulag within the first 5 minutes. You just got to chalk that to an L and then go to the next, because you just don't have that safety net anymore of going to the gulag, because it's that in and of itself is also a valuable resource going into the late game.
A team that we haven't seen, I think on the stream yet, maybe just for a brief moment, is Corey Hall and Silas Cortez, Team Ironman. And I'm looking at their games 1 through 6 right now, and they've just been getting absolutely murdered. Corey, Silos, we need you guys to step up a little bit here. I just get boys with Corey, so I gotta give him a little bit of shit. But so Corey, if we could just have you step up. I know you grind on Warzone, so but as it stands right now, another San Diegan, Brandon Cornell with Nick Laval, they've also been struggling through Game 4, Game 5. But after doing pretty outstanding in Game 3, they got the victory. Nick Laval with the big 14 kills. Team War Crimes looking pretty good to advance potentially here, but. Trevor, kind of like you had said, you talked about this earlier, is that, hey, Maddie, we don't really know who's going to be advancing until maybe say the last 45 minutes to a half hour. That's when we're really going to know top 4 teams, essentially. What's going to happen there. That's when really we can kind of start dialing in on the top 2 spots.
Yeah, and where we looked at with where the scoreboard was, you saw there was a 15, 18-point lead, I believe, between first and second place. I think the gap has closed a little bit since then, but it's definitely. I mean, any one of these teams realistically could come in. I mean, there's looks like 90 points is the benchmark for the top slot right now, but there are 3 teams that are 65, 61, 61. I think I saw a 62 in there somewhere. I mean, it's like second place is currently neck and neck, and one good game. Even one mediocre game where you just get like 3 more kills than your last one. I mean, even that might be enough to get the job done at this point. So, unless you're the team that is sitting up there on the top with that 90 points, I think the rest of them just play your game. Like, you don't even have to worry about, backing out early. I mean, if your name's not Ronnie or Phil, you just do your thing.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing. Maybe I am going to be wondering, is it going to be a race for second place? Is it going to be Ronnie and Phil running away with first and being the favorite heading into that 1-2 battle, or is it going, or is somebody going to step up here, maybe get a ton of kills, and then and with Ronnie and Phil dropping off? I mean, it could take a couple of bad beats, as we talked about. Maybe you get a couple hackers in there, you get a couple bad sets, a couple bad games, where all of a sudden, you just for whatever reason, a couple early outs, and that eats up time here. I mean, there is a clock involved, 50 minutes to go essentially before we are going to be having the things set in stone as to first and second, and I don't know. We'll see.
Just a matter who's going to perform under pressure, because now it is coming down into that race against the clock situation. But based off of what everyone's done so far, I'm happy to see the level of performance these guys have put in. Of course, all this for the good cause, going into Jesse Lyon's Cancer Treatment Fund. We had a few more donations along the way. Jack Wagon, great name, by the way, $50 coming in. PBC Gibson, T-Hump, and Sap are my freaking heroes, $100. Shout out to him. Liquid Courage coming in with a 50, said, love you, brother. F Cancer. And then T222 Boy with $10 as well. So you'll see that bar down there in the middle of the screen bumping up as this stream progresses. Like Maddie had said, we do have just shy of an hour here in these qualifiers. Top 2 teams going into a head-to-head playoff in 2 games. But for the time being, just a lot of great people giving money to a great cause for a great guy. And I cannot give enough thanks to everybody that helped put this together. There's a lot of moving parts. And getting all these guys to come in and then getting the likes of yourself as well. I mean, what a privilege to have you here.
Hey, man, it's been a privilege to be here. When Cowboy Roy hit me up and was like, hey, we're doing this charity game, and then Chris Quina hit me up and actually wrote for his magazine. That he used to be an editor for a paintball magazine back in the day, and he's an old school paintball guy himself. So, and then honestly, it was just Jesse. Having been a teammate with Jesse and knowing the struggles that he's gone through, it's like, dude, of course, man. If we can give any money and put any money in Jesse's pocket, we got to do that because, look, man, it's 2020 has been hard for a lot of people, and especially seeing my mom suffer through cancer. It was like, having to see a good friend, a young man like Jesse go through this. It's like, come on, let's come together. Let's try to generate some money for him. So that's one less thing he has to worry about on his road to recovery. He will recover. You got to think positive about that here in his second bout with cancer. But so you guys are on the fence out there and donating. This is no joke. This is no bullshit. Like, this is the real deal. Jesse's an amazing guy, and he needs your help. So, we do try to look after each other here in the paintball world. And anyone that's been in it for a little bit understands that, again, you deal with that much adrenaline with somebody for so long, you're going to become close if you spend enough time with each other. And that's one of the things I call it the gift of the game. One of the gifts of the game is that family. Everyone throws that name family around, but Jesse is part of our family. So thank you guys so much for contributing here. We're going to try to hit that $5,000 mark. We'd really appreciate it if you have the means. I know it's hard. If you can't afford it, I totally understand. It's been a tough year for everybody, but if you have the means, it's definitely will be much appreciated.
Yeah, a lot of people that have already given into this great cause already and just continue to do so. As I mentioned, we've got an hour and some change left in this one. I imagine the finals probably take about 30, 40 minutes, give or take, on top of where we're at right now. So, a good start for all these players that have done so well to this point. Again, it is still a really close matchup. Those top 2 teams are going to be what moves on into that playoff situation. Starting here with Joe and Justin. I mean, they just pretty much cleaned house out of that village that they were just in. And that is I forgot they added that. The war tracks in the vehicles. I didn't know that they put cherry pie in the game. That's beautiful.
Well, I've heard that getting in the vehicles and just rolling around and looking for bodies once you're loaded up with the weapons you want and you got some money, that might be the move.
I mean, what a great way to get you in. I mean, just that mindset of absolutely jamming, just going to go find your next victims. And I mean, he's not even fazed by it. This is stone cold, emotionless. He's just strictly business here. He's only got 1 kill right now. They got 5 between them, and unfortunately, I mean, it's kind of weird where they're at. Even, I mean, this far north, there's not a whole lot out here. Military base, relatively just abandoned after a drop, so you're probably not going to come across a whole lot of teams. And it is still the first circle, so with half the lobby gone, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that they're not putting more priority to go find some players.
Well, I think let's look, like, we got to, talk honestly about this, right? So Team Savages right now, I'm just looking at the points, and, they need some points. 14, 5, 7, 6, 19. I mean, they took that 15 kills, 19 in the last one. But they need a big number right now heading into game 8 for them. So they are definitely in a vehicle rolling around and looking for engagements to try to get some kills. But we're kind of reaching that moment. It's like, okay, well, who's going to step up and try to take down what it looks like to be the favorites here in Philly Shreds and Ronnie Dizon.
Yeah, and I mean, even with the 5-kill start, I mean, it's not an awful start, but it's probably a little bit slower than you realistically want. A little Dukes of Hazzard style. Knowing vehicle mechanics in this game, that's brave. Just full tilt, going downhill like that. But they make it out of it alive. And, now they have the UMV picking up this bounty contract as well. And now this is the point where, I mean, Dog the Bounty Hunter's coming in, right? And this is the point to go find as many as they can. They already got eyes on 2, picking up the loadout. And this, if you're going full tilt in this vehicle, you hit that loadout because that loadout's going to roadkill him just like that. And then you turn on the guy with the DMR. And it's just, I mean, Justin, you deserve that. Dab on him. That was 2,000
Justin
IQ.
Lewis, savage kill. Savage. What a savage kill.
Because that's also the false sense of security, where you're behind your loadout. You think you're safe. But the vehicles, I mean, people do it to their own teammates all the time just to mess around with them. You just jump out, it hits the loadout, and then it roadkills you. And that's exactly what he did. So the guy thought he was safe, and boy, was he wrong. That's an easy 2-piece.
Hey, do you guys call that? Is that what you guys call it, 2-piece? We call like 2 pieces or 2 packs, 3 packs, like when you get multiple kills in a row here in Warzone?
Yeah.
That's what we call it, paintball too.
Yeah. When you start to see, when you get into the kill races of the, like the format of the finals, you'll see, when they're in the 2v2s, they drop into quads. So there's a lot of highlight potential there because of the fact that you're going to typically drop away from where the other team is. And this is more strategy we can get into when we get to that. But it makes for a lot more content capability of, pulling off these sick 1v4s and sick 2v4s and getting a whole team wipe pretty much by yourself and getting that whole 4-pack. I mean, it's very satisfying. It's good for the highlight reel.
Hey, highlight reel kills are awesome for us because it makes it easy to talk about stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So, just kind of looking at some totals right now. It looks like Team Transfuse, 96, still leading the pack here, and the early favorites, and Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shredder, as advertised. The Savages, though, 62 for them. Team Planet with Cindy Poole and Tim Furpo. Again, if you want to pimp out your autococker, send it to Tim Furpo. He will hook you up and turn that thing into a sewing machine. 41 for them. Team Trauma, legendary world champs, Tyler Humphrey, Ryan Sapp, 45. We'll see there. Looks like War Crimes, though, 76, man.
Yeah.
I feel like War Crimes might be the favorite for number 2 because I don't think Ronnie and Phil are going to let up. 96, the point score to beat so far. War Crimes at 78 and 61 for Blast. That's Jason and Cody. Team KO 63. And that's about it right there. I feel like that's the running right here with about 40 minutes to go, Trevor.
Yeah, and where it was, there was a lot. There was like 4 or 5 teams that were around that 60 to 63 mark, and then as you just mentioned with Brandon Cornell and Nick Laval putting up that last game, getting him into the 70-point threshold, and we take a look at the leaderboard here, it real close there, around second place for a minute, but Warcrime stepping up now, giving themselves a little bit of a comfort window, and just have to keep this up. But I mean, I got to agree with you. I don't think Ronnie and Phil, I don't think they're going to give up that top slot, even improving their score by a few points going into this one. But as the time ticks down, I mean, KO, Savages, Team Blast, even Team Diesel, with AC Diesel could be coming in. If they put up a couple of good games, they've got the time to do it. I mean, realistically, if you get a fast game, you could get 5-10 kill Victory Royale overall if you do get some help from the lobby. But I mean, a couple quick games, a couple good ones, even without a win, you put up 15, 20 kills, and you're definitely going to be improving your stance here in the standings. So I'm curious to see exactly how that does shake out, because, I mean, I don't know if Transfuse is going to drop out of that top slot.
Well, we're jumping in right now with Corey Hall and Silos Cortez here, Team Ironman. They definitely need to pick it up. I kind of like to also look in with Team Swaggy with Keith Brown. As Keith Brown is he's one of the best paintball players. That dude gets paid to play the game. But this was a team, I know Cody and I know Silos get their grind on here in Warzone. So I thought I was expecting big things out of them. We're getting a look at it right now. I just based on what we're seeing, Trevor, I'd like you to, again, you're the expert here, so I'd kind of like you to watch them play a little bit, so you can give me some insight into their games. That way, the next time I see Silos or Corey, if I need to, if I need to make fun of them, you're going to give me some ammo to work with, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, based off of just around Port, there's a lot of stuff around here to pick up. So, I mean, there's a lot of resources. And the fact, just the way Seal is playing right now, just gives me the idea that they probably know that someone is close, or they've done something to agitate someone. And now, with the red dot popping up on the map, yeah, they know that somebody's here. They had the idea of it. He's going to get line of sight on him now. Free shots through the window. Have to break the armor. Can't quite get this. The stun coming out, though. Flip the script, turn the tables. Seal's going to be going down here. Hopefully that his teammate's going to come in and be able to clean it up. Does get one full. Unfortunately, going to be taken out on the backside, and I think they both got taken out. So you got both of them now in the gulag here. So, I mean, a safe, sensitive approach where you thought you had advantage, and then a little loop around, and now both of you in the gulag. This is really not the way you want to be starting out this game, because it is still early in this game.
Well, and also not what wants to happen, or what you want to happen the second that we cut to you on the feed here.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna cut to the feed. We need you to be running dudes down and dominating, like we saw Philly Shreds do with this gold ass gun, just pimped out, just like diamonds just glistening off of it. But unfortunately in the gulag. Domed in the gulag. So now heading back to Team Blast. But yeah, I don't think the Team Ironman has a chance. Again, I'm looking at the points right now, and they were sitting at 31. I just don't think they're going to be able to get in that top 2. But, before we get, to the point where we're not going to be able to see them, I would like to check in with Team Swaggies if we have a chance. I don't know if Keith Brown and Mikey Waring have, if they got their cameras up and streaming. But I just because I love Mike and Keith, I would like to check in with them to see how they're looking. And honestly, just, Trevor, I want you to kind of diagnose. There it is, right here we go. Keith Brown. Keith Brown, dude, one of the best paintball players on planet Earth. Front player in the Snake for Tampa Bay Damage, who I think has a really good shot in 2021. Can we maybe let's listen into the teamwork real quick? Can we listen into the teamwork? Is that possible?
It's a good way to start.
Where? Okay, I saw him. Get you up.
Don't worry, mate.
I cracked him. Oh shit! What the?
It's all right. You'll make it.
Dude, back up from the truck. How does that down me? Heal up. There's one in your shit too. Hey yo, Chips. Thank you for the follow, big dog. That's good. Yeah, bro, we bodying. She said, this girl said, I'm on my way. What your food? It's been like an hour and a half, lady. I'm about to die.
You're in the gulag now. Fight to earn redeployment.
Are you still alive? Yeah. Alright, cool. Play alive.
You win this fight and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done here.
I'm trying not to lose this shit.
Sort them out or capture the objective.
Oh my god, you rat bastard.
Going back to the front line. You've earned it.
Alright, we... Yeah, you're gonna be stuck there. They're on the fucking... They're pushing you, kinda. Dude, they got the contraband again. What the hell?
Should I try and peek it?
No?
It's literally right in front of me.
Yeah, get ready to peek it. Peek it now. I don't fucking see him. You have a loadout money, so just show. I kinda need to go run over all this shit. Like, they're fucking baiting it from across. They're fucking over here. Like, god damn it.
Yeah, they're in the warehouse. Hold on, I got you.
Yeah. I kinda wanted to get the contraband. Fucking assholes. They suck too, dude. Go back and collect these goods. They have loadouts, they're just sitting in there being fucking pansies. Over armor box. They're popping a loadout. Let's try to get there, kill them. We'll pop this.
Backside.
Yep. I only have a shotgun, so I gotta do it.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Move in position.
Yeah. Can you shoot him? Good. The other guy's in the fucking... in the bush. Nice. Good shit.
Team right above.
Yeah. He's on the shit. Downed one. The other one's going up towards you. I'm reloading. He's on me. Good shit. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna go grab these kids' loadout guns. These kids are baddies, because using...
Alright, let's go. We're good now.
These guys got, DMRs?
Yo, load out backside of... We get ghost backside
Or
of...
yeah. Yep, easy. Fucking flippers. Got the boys in the chat.
All in there.
A lot of people, I can't really see the whole thing because it's like, I cut it on my screen, try to save FPS. see. Rook, Scott.
Gas is inbound.
Grab Ghost, yeah.
I'm gonna leave his DMR though. I'm gonna take my growl.
So there's Keith Brown, who one of the best paintball players on planet Earth, a man that literally gets paid to play this game. Trevor, they're not looking so hot right now. They need to get a couple more kills. There's still a little time left. Who knows? Maybe the miraculous can happen. But a team also with one of the best in the business in Ronnie Dizon. Philly Shreds, it's been a little bit since he's played pro paintball, but dude, he's a beast at this gaming thing. What do you think?
I mean, I got to give credit. Where they started, they've done pretty good. I mean, as you mentioned, here with Keith and Team Swaggies, I mean, could be faring a little bit better. But these two right here, I mean, I gave them credit just before we started listening in on that. We checked in on the scoreboard, and now they find themselves here, actually, like right at the end of a game. I mean, he's got 15 kills. This is right where they need to be. Pick up at least 30. I don't know how many Philly Shreds would have to his total, but this is a 1v1v1 situation, and
this, I think this is like a perfect moment to listen in. Yeah, we got to listen in right now and let these guys talk us through this last potential win.
Yep. Catch these dudes. Yo, catch these dudes jumping down or something. Yo, to your right, to your right. Look to your right. Right there at the rock, Oh
Here?
my god, farther. No, farther to the right. I thought I saw someone. Literally, okay. Above you.
100%.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone. Gas is closing in.
Yo, he's on that rock right there. Yeah, use your mag. I'm gonna die to storm.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
God damn it, dude. Fuck!
Nice try. That's still a good game.
Fuck, dude.
Still a good game, bro.
I would have fucking fried this kid too. Fuck!
Yikes.
God damn it, dude. Sorry.
Okay. No, back up. We got 30 minutes.
Hold on, it won't let me back out.
Oh, Trevor.
A heartbreak capital.
Heartbreak City for these boys right now is, again, Billy Shreds and Ronnie Dizon just so close to another victory. Not able to get it done, though. Not able to secure that W. But they're still looking good, man. They're putting up tons of points. They're getting tons of kills. So, can they finish off? Can they get that dub? No. But they have been able to put enough points up and get enough kills that there are leaders here heading in.
I mean, another 20-plus point performance, and, that's barring a victory. You get one more kill, you get the 15. That's a 40-point game right there. I mean, they're already solidly in first place, and they continue to improve their standing up over that century mark now. 108 is their total. Of course, top 5 score is going to be the one that qualifies you into that final 2 slots, and it is pretty much all but decided. But, barring some miracle on ice, I think that, those two are going to make their way into the final. It's just a matter of who's going to be the team joining them. Team Violence team, we haven't really seen a whole lot, and attempted roadkill right there. Just not quite able to get that finishing touch.
Also, Trevor, breaking into some of these statistics, I think it's kind of an interesting story that, to start things out, it was a little bit of Philly Shreds carrying Team Transfuse. 13 kills in that first one for Philly Shreds.
Yep.
And then he got 6 after that to 9 and 2 for Ronnie. And then none for Ronnie. 6 for Philly in a kind of a bad performance from him in game 3. 19 for Phil after that. 8 for Ronnie. Still Phil leading the pack between him and Ronnie, 15-12. However, this last one was all about Ronnie Dizon. 16 kills for him, 8 for Philly Shreds, 24 total for him to continue to lead the pack here. So, Ronnie really picking it up here on the home stretch, as they are definitely our favorites as we are heading into, again, 1 and 2 going to battle it out, see who's going to win this tournament. We are watching, like Trevor was saying, Team Violence right now. And I don't know. I have to go back here and look at the stats to see if Team Violence has any sort of shot to make it on.
It's a long shot.
It's definitely a long shot. I just got a little look at it. It looks like 29 total for them, and definitely a lot of work for them to do. I still don't think they'll be able to get it done. We're definitely heading into the closing half hour, maybe 45 minutes of this battle here in the prelims. As you know, if you can instigate a game before that 4 o'clock mark, then you can finish it out. So maybe some magic will happen. I would love to get a quick update on the scores, Trevor, if possible, kind of before we head into that to see who has a shot. We might have some sort of battle for second place developing before that moment, you know, as we head in past that 4 o'clock. Who's still locked into some battles, who has a chance to get some points based on the situation. But it does look like, and this is kind of, you know, I got to tip my hat to Cowboy Roy, who is definitely a pretty hardcore gamer. And he was saying, you know, it's like, look, from what I've seen, I do feel the Team Transfuse and Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds, they're the favorites here. You know, it proved me wrong, but that's what I think. And I was like, okay, no, we'll see. We get, you know, 15 teams in this thing. I don't know, man. Maybe someone else is going to step up, but that does appear to be the case so far. Team War Crimes, though, Trevor, looking pretty solid at, you know, at 78 points so far.
Yeah, they've definitely kind of stepped it up here in the late. I mean, where it was, you know, we had a lot of close competition around that second place time frame. You know, a lot of those guys in the lower 60s, and then Brandon Cornell and Nick Laval of Team War Crimes. You know, they got that game where they were able to pick up the 15 and, you know, improve their standing, breaking up into, I think 78 is where they're standing currently. But, you know, still a few teams that are within striking distance to try to get that second place slot. And, you know, as it progresses, you know, we are down to roughly about that last half hour of this thing. 4 o'clock Pacific is that cutoff. That ticker at the bottom still keeps going up ever so surely. Broke that $3,000 mark after Fred coming in with $10. Coltimus coming in with 75, saying best wishes to Jesse and hashtag Avalanche family. Then we had Angry 20 coming in with another 50 to break that 3,000 threshold. So getting closer and closer to that mark. And, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Any amount's a good amount for going for a good cause.
Look, deal. If you don't come from riches and you're looking at a gnarly bill for your cancer treatment, every dollar you don't have to pay is a giant blessing. So, yeah, man. Like, that's what's at stake here. Yeah, you're sure. There's a tournament win, Warzone at stake as well, too. But we're doing this for the man, Jesse Lyon. And I said it at the outset, but if you just joined us, like, anytime bad things happen, everyone starts talking about, like, oh, man, he was such a good guy. Oh, that sucks. Oh, what a great person. Jesse's actually a really good person. So something horrible actually happened to a really good person, not just the really good person that everyone likes to say when bad things happen. So, like, literally every single dollar is going to help this. He's had cancer now 2 times. Battled it the first time, defeated it, and was definitely high on life for a little bit. But the second one, it's been rough, man. He just got through a crazy surgery, and we don't know what's in front. So this is just to kind of give him the best peace of mind that we possibly can, moving into the battles ahead, and some real battles. So please, if you can, if it's within your means, please donate.
Yeah, a lot of people already helping out the cause here, and it will just continue to go up, I'm sure, as this time progresses. But watching Team Violence here in this one, unfortunately found themselves in a firefight. They pick up the bounty, and I just don't think they were quite ready to take that bounty on. And yeah, that's the enough shots at the DMR, point and click at the driver's seat. Eventually one's going to hit, and that's all you're going to need. Gets both of them taken down there. So to the gulag they go. As we said, you know, Team Violence, they got quite a long shot if they are looking to make themselves into the finals. And, I mean, the benchmark being set currently by Phil and Ronnie, and it is a very, very high bar.
Yeah, it's a high bar. I mean, they are definitely kind of stretching it out here and looking like the favorites. I'm interested to see. So, you know, Trevor, a little bit about how this. You know, again, we don't have a lot of time for this to set the stage for this. You know, we're looking at 3:38 here Pacific time. So, you know, coming up on 22 minutes. But at least until 4 o'clock hits. But then we're going to stretch past that, because if you can get in a battle before that 4 o'clock, then it's not going to immediately cutthroat. That's it. We're going to see those battles play out. If you can get the win, get the kills, maybe they'll be able to overtake second place. I just don't see how anyone is going to be able to overtake Ronnie and Phil, because they're just so masterful so far right now with the 108, at least on my scoreboard. Let me refresh this and make sure that that is actually the case. They are looking just absolutely outstanding right now. Yeah, 108 points for them. War Crimes sitting at 78. So, Trevor, it does look like the battle is for second place.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about how the finals is going to work. So, okay, 1 and 2 move on. What happens from there?
So what happens from there? So for the last 3 hours, when all is said and done, players are going to be, they've been dropping into duos. They've been playing 2v2 for the entire duration. And from my understanding of the way it's going to shake out is the last 2 duos that will be going into this are going to join into a lobby together. So all 4 of them are going to be in the same lobby in the same game, and they're going to queue up into playing into quads. And from there, you're going to find yourselves in 2-on-4 situations because you're not going to help out the other duo. You're trying to beat them. And you play 2 games, and the best cumulative score between those 2 games is going to be the one that is crowned the champion of the Lion's Den tournament here. And it's a whole different beast going into a 2v4 situation because these guys have been used to playing even fights from the beginning of this event. And we're going to find out real quick how good they can fare when the odds are stacked against them.
It's going to be fun to watch. I'm looking forward to seeing how that breaks down. I mean, we've still got a little bit of time until we get there, but Trevor, like we talked about, as things were kind of breaking down and as we kind of got through this battle, what was going to happen and who was going to emerge as the favorites. And it's just definitely Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds. I mean, they have definitely now through at least 3 to 2 hours and 40 minutes have been the better duo.
There hasn't been any evidence to argue against that at this point. And to see who is going to be in that other spot. I mean, there's a lot of teams within striking distance as well. I mean, there's still teams, even looking at this one right here, Stints built. I mean, between Jeff Stinson and Kyle Williams. I mean, this is a team. They have like 52 points by last count. This might be a couple points shy of where they're at now because I believe the last game is currently being live updated still. Even with only 52 points, 10 kills and a win is enough to close the gap between where you're at and second place that is currently being held by Brandon Cornell and Nick Laval. So I mean, it's absolutely feasible. And I mean, what a beautiful nade toss right there. That's an easy one to pick up. But I mean, these guys, even with 52 points, are still in the shot.
It definitely does look like Team War Crimes with Brandon Cornell and Nick Laval in the driver's seat here to be second place. That's the battle right now. I mean, you're looking at a good 30 points between Team Transfuse and Team War Crimes with Ronnie Dizon and Phil Shred setting the bar. Brandon Cornell, Nick Laval behind that, and everyone else behind them. But 61 for Team Blast. They're in shooting distance. Team KO, Justin Rodriguez, Andrew Corto, also 65 there. Potential 58 for Diesel. I mean, Trevor, there's some decent team. There's a couple teams here that if some craziness happens, is Team Savages, Justin Lewis and Joe Martinez at 66. I mean, they potentially could catch our second place guys sitting at 78 right now because if they win one, go on a run, you never really know what's going to happen. Maybe all of a sudden War Crimes will hit a drought. Maybe they get killed, go into some terrible lobbies when things aren't working out for them. Some hackers, you never really know what's going to happen. So it's definitely possible, but we're starting to close out here now. Just 17 minutes before that 4 o'clock here Pacific time. It's we're gonna be finding things out real quick. We are currently watching Jeff Stinson with stintsbuilt.com to see how they're going to be doing here as we're starting to close this timeout.
Yeah, I mean, they've done pretty well around, the location they're at here downtown and got a couple good kills, able to get his teammate picked up here as well. But, still a lot of the lobby left. And, like I'd said, these guys are, I think, on the fringe. I think if there's ever a point of, if I draw the line of the last team in type of situation. I think this is the team right here that has still does have a chance, but has they really got to perform. They got to step up because, like you said, with Warcrime, Brandon Cornell, Nick Laval, at this point they just have to keep doing at least the same as what they've been doing. I mean, their lowest score right now reported is eight kills. So
well, can we get a look at War Crimes? I feel like that's kind of the story right now.
Yeah.
If we could get a look at War Crimes and see where they're at. I mean, where are they at? Are they in the middle of a giant battle? Like right now, Jeff Stinson, team stintsbuilt.com. There's 78 people left alive, 45 teams. There's a ton of human beings out there on that map to get some kills.
Big stream, by the way.
Where is Team War Crimes at right now? I mean, are they in the midst of a crazy battle trying to get more kills? Are they going for a 15-point win right now? I'm just wondering where they are, because where they are sitting at second place, I think is going to have a lot to say in the narrative of who can catch them.
yeah, because they are the ones that are like currently the gatekeepers. I mean, they're just holding on to the slot. Great shot right there. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to get the down, but full break on the armor. But yeah, those two right there are the ones that are just kind of holding on to that top spot, and everybody else is now going to be reaching for that, trying to outperform what they have done. And there are still a handful of teams that are within striking distance to do so. But as the games progress, they might just be waiting it out and coasting it out. They might be spectating some of these other teams and see what's going to be happening between them. Loadouts coming in. It's going to give you an idea of how many teams are at least close or around you. I mean, the ping on top of the building tells me that there's going to be another team up there. That's part of the problem with being downtown as well. There's so many rooftops. There's so many buildings where
Bro, you were
they're
telling
just
me about
gonna
how much
sit.
you love downtown. Downtown's your favorite spot. You love to be battling downtown. It's epic. It's just super. It's just like a glorious moment for you.
Looking at a loadout.
Yep, that's it. You got it. That's no, downtown's the worst, but we'll see how it does go for them. This is the team, of course, that is in the seat right now. They're in the hot seat defending their spot. They are in hospital. They are about the last third of the lobby. Looks like 39 players left outside of the two of them. Third zone here, so at mid-game point, see what the move's going to be for them. But like I said, their lowest score reported so far is 8 kills. So as long as they do at least that, if not better, they're only going to be improving their spot.
Yeah, I feel like if they're them right now, you're looking at, you got 40 bodies, you got 23 teams left. You've been definitely very consistent, and you have a chance to win this. You have 14 minutes to go. I'm not sure if they're getting that microscopic or that gradual on the instance in the situation that confronts them with the points. They're probably just flowing in the moment, but if they were getting gradual on it, I feel like they probably should just continue to play this one out. I mean, they've been doing so well and have come so close. They have a chance to win this one. They probably could get a couple more kills, but they have a decent lead. So probably just kind of just hang out in this situation. What do you think?
I mean, I still think all they got to do is defend their spot. I think these guys, they've been doing it right all day long. They've got a couple, I mean, they've had 2-3 good games where it's, they're not really too worried about a whole lot. They've set themselves up for success for sure. And the rotation they're making now, I mean, kind of tough spot because you're going to be coming up on these buildings and you can expect that there's probably people going to be looking at these hills. They got the UAV running, so they at least know kind of at least where someone's going to be at. They know someone's on top of these buildings, but as soon as you get close enough, it's a firefight that you're going to be at a disadvantage, shooting up at them. But, just pick up a few more and kind of get yourself in a little bit more of a comfort zone. But, I mean, these guys, they've been doing it right to this point. And I have confidence they're going to be able to continue to do so.
Well, there's like they're going right at him though.
Yeah.
Let's just ride up right to the top and go right at this guy here. Okay, I'm at a bit disadvantage. He's got the high spot. Well, I'm just gonna attack.
A few trades here.
Honestly, this is why everyone plays these games, but paintball guys specifically. This is why you play paintball right here. You play paintball for moments like this when you could put a guy. You have some cover, so you're just putting cover in between you. You're getting in a gunfight. Like, point. Oh no, but he loses. Oh, Nick Laval goes down.
That's just timing right there. I mean, they're able to get one. He gets it down, gets the full elimination on that. Cornell coming in clutch to be able to clean up, but unfortunately, the other guy, the other duo was just turn the corner and he wasn't ready for the swing. Got tagged right there, but at least
Teamwork, though, right? So
yeah.
Brandon Cornell saved Nick Laval.
Yeah.
And now they're back up, and they're both good to go.
And now they
Nick's
got
gonna
numbers advantage.
Nick's going to come over the top here. We're looking at, trying to see how many. Looks like 30. Still a decent amount of people left out there. 34 bodies, 20 teams. But this is kind of what, Trevor, when we were talking about, it's like that teamwork. Maybe this is a good moment. Can we listen in here on Nick Laval and Brandon Cornell talking through this moment? I think this is a good time to check in with them.
Okay, let's just stay in this next section. Don't fight that fight, Brandon, if you don't have to. I'm gonna try to get an airstrike on them. I got an airstrike on him. Moving left. Cracked. I'm gonna watch our back for a sec here, Brandon. I re-cracked the guy on the left. You think that guy has self? I'm not sure where he is. I think we stay here, let's not push them. They're low on plates, I have an armor box. I think the guy on the left went around to go res him. Hey, guys on the top behind us, they don't know we're here yet. Yeah, should have made him get out in the open there. Hey, he's out, so let him, don't, oh. Yeah. Fuck. Alright, we have time to start one more. Yep.
Unfortunate turn of events here for Nick Laval is trying to close things out with Brandon Cornell and put up a couple more points. They're still in second place. Trevor, talk to me about those last moments, those dying the dying throws of that game.
Well, I got to give credit. I mean, both of them, they had their idea what they wanted. They took control of top train, well, at least most of it, their section of it. They said they wanted to stay there. They kept challenging, kept getting good shots on. Nick kept getting his shots to land, get the armor breaks. But then it was just unfortunate. Brandon kept going down. He kept having to pick him up. And, one time too many, and you leave an angle open. And unfortunately, Nick's forehead found the receiving end from a Car 98. It's heartbreaking.
I think, yeah, that's the thing, leaving the angles open. And that's kind of, as a paintball player, what you're never trying to do. It's always trying to control the angles and put yourself. But you have to take a little bit of a risk when you're trying to close things out. But that one just did not work out for him. Now we're in Team Trauma. So Team Trauma, Tyler Humphreys. Now, Tyler Humphrey, this is, it's kind of fun to watch. I wish he had a camera on him because Tyler Humphrey is, he's a legendary paintball player, man. I mean, he's a good dude, good friend. And he's been out of the game for a while. But he was one of those dudes back in the day that was a force. There's a very aggressive force. So I have no idea how, again, we've checked in a little bit. Now we're looking at Ryan Sapp, his teammate. But Team Trauma, I got to check over here and look at the stats real quick to see where they're at, to see if they have any chance to move on here. But I'm looking at 47. I mean, I don't think that's going to be enough. Transfuse at 117. War Crimes at 78. Blast at 66. KO at 73. 73, though, Trevor, that's kind of close to War Crimes at 78. So I think we might have a runoff here for second place between Justin Rodriguez and Andrew Porto. I don't know. It's definitely pretty close.
I don't know if I'm seeing this right or not, but I'm seeing a 90 on the scoreboard right now as well. From Team Swaggies. with Keith Brown and Mike
yeah?
Waring. So I don't know. I'm going to put an asterisk on that one because last time I checked, I mean, those guys had some ground to make up. And if they clutched up like that and they closed that gap and are sitting at 90 points, second place now, that's a hell of an improvement from where we just saw them, like 15, 20 minutes ago. So color me impressed.
Dude, okay, let's get a look here and analyze this real quick. So, in typical Keith Brown fashion, very clutch, game 6 for them. Keith Brown comes in 17 kills for Keith Brown. Mike Waring sitting at 8, 25 for them. They get the victory, 40 total points for them. That's why they've caught up.
Sometimes it's just one game. It's all it takes.
Yeah, so sitting at 90 points, and that might be the difference here. Yeah,
That's huge.
Trevor, I'm going through the list here right now, and I believe we are caught up on the score. 117 leading the pack with Team Transfuse, with Dizon and Philly Shreds. And I think that maybe they might have stole the thunder here. Team Swaggies might be getting into second place for the playoff of Keith Brown and monster last game. 17 kills and the win. 8 for Waring. I don't know. That's pretty nasty, man. Good for Keith.
Yeah, that's definitely a turnaround. And now it's going to come down to, because we just saw Brandon Cornell and Nick Laval drop out of that last game. So now they have time. I mean, realistically, they get a good drop in this. This is pretty much the time frame where this is going to be your last game you play. I mean, there's a few minutes left before the cutoff, and we're pretty much coming down into that. So this might be the make or break there for Nick and Brandon coming in, catching up on this one. We've seen again the ticker at the bottom still continuing to go up that bar. They hit that $5,000 goal. Update on this one. Manders saying, sorry I backed into your car and broke your bike rack. Not sure whose bike rack got backed into. I would assume it might have been Jesse's, but coming in with 10. John Paul coming in with 50. Cody Cruz coming in with 5, saying much love from Chili. Jesse, OGs and New Bloods rallying to watch your 6. Maddie, you're a legend, so this is a shout out to you as well. Just want to interview you soon. Let's make it happen. Another $5 from Manders. And then Dagger's coming in with 500, saying can't wait to ball with you soon. And then, of course, the man himself, Chris IQ, coming in with another 100 on top of this one. So as we get into the final games of the actual, quote-unquote, regular bracketing, I suppose, if you want to call it that, this has already been just a huge success and in a great cause for Jesse.
Yeah, I'm so excited about this, man. Again, thank you to everyone that put this together. This was much needed and a good way to start 2021. But yeah, and everyone that donated for real, it means a lot to everybody. Obviously it means a lot to Jesse, but it just to see the love, and paintball has always been about community, and everyone jokes about it, but it really has been about family. Again, you spend that much time sharing adrenaline with other human beings, pretending to kill each other, like you're gonna form a bond, and we're seeing that right now. So please, in the closing moments here, we got 3 more minutes to go before at least the end of regulation time, I guess we could call it. Everyone's still kind of locked in their battles right now. So, we're going to have to see. I mean, with that clutch performance from Keith Brown,
yeah.
I mean, he might have come in and stolen that second place. We thought for sure it was going to be Brandon Cornell and Nick Laval. But the fact that Team Swaggies came in with that incredibly, huge 40 points in that last game, not only did they got the win, but Keith Brown really stepping up to get those 17 kills. Mikey getting in with 8 still too. So, obviously contributing, but Jesus Christ, dude, that's how you get it done right there. That's, but you've been talking about this, Trevor. You said one big game, one big moment for these squads where you get a ton of kills and you get that 15-point win bonus really could potentially kind of steal a moment. And that's could be what we're seeing here, because we are getting to the closing moments. I mean, someone else now is going to have to step up. I was kind of wondering for Team War Crimes, what are they going to do? They're sitting at 78. So, 12 off that 90 points. All that's going to take is for them to have a close. So I kind of think, Trevor, right now the battle is between Team War Crimes and Team Swaggy for second place to see who's going to move on to have a chance to win this tournament.
Yeah, this is now, flip the script with Nick and Brandon. Their backs against the wall. They just, like I said, their lowest scoring game, I think, reported is 8 kills. So, no, they have to, whereas it was just, do a little bit better than that, try to comfort yourself, create a little bit more of a gap and have that window. But now you like have to double that and then some, because you find yourself at this 12-point deficit at least going into this final game. Is that cutoff is going to be coming here any second now. But another little update as to where we're at. Mark and Sean coming in, AC Diesel representing here in this one, and this is the Iceman himself. You think he's got it?
Dude, that is the Iceman himself. Look, I'm telling you, Mark Baginski, he's a young, very hungry professional paintball player. I can't wait to see what the future is going to evolve for him. And he's in there with Sean Salcedo, a veteran in this game. AC Diesel could potentially have a huge 2021. AC Dallas fell apart. That was one of the best teams in the world. That team basically doesn't exist as we've known it. We have no idea what the future holds for them. But Mark Baginski could be a big favorite. We're looking at him on the screen right now. But Trevor, I'm wondering, where are they at right now on the stats? Like, I'm just gonna get a quick look at it. I don't know if Diesel has a chance to move on. Sitting at 59 points. I don't know. Let's see, 35 people left alive, 35 humans. Oh, this is getting smoked right now.
They have at least one gulag here, I think. Mark's going to be going into that, but maybe it was Sean that's going to have the gulag. But either way, yeah, definitely going to be in a situation the case. So, yeah, Mark's going to have to get bought back, but Sean at least has his gulag still. Going to have to wait this one out. But this is just, unfortunately, in a position now where it's going to be even harder. I mean, this is a point, granted it's, one good game. You get, 15 kills and a win is enough to put yourself in, like, a tie for second place, I think. And now that you, unfortunately, are in the gulag and – well, you don't have a whole lot of the lobby left alive, not a lot of players to work with, and your teammate is going to have to get bought back. This is a very long uphill climb.
Yeah, it's just not looking good right now for some really good paintball players here in the world of Warzone. But I feel like this. Yeah, again, getting smoked. This that is not how you want it to end right there when everyone's looking at you, to be honest. But still, that being said, I feel like where do we need to be right now visually? Let's think about this, Trevor. All right, we're at the 4 o'clock mark, 4 o'clock Pacific time, and the battle is definitely for second place because I think that Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds have just been proving the fact that they are the favorites. They have 124 points right now. No one can touch them.
Yeah.
So the second place is between Team KO at 106. Oh my God! I just checked.
Whoa.
I just updated it. Team KO is at 106 because they came in. Dude, Andrew Corto came in with a 21 kill last game. Justin with the 3 kills. So Andrew, he's gonna be the dude that they're gonna have to find. They're gonna have to find a they're gonna have to find a C-130 to carry that dude's ball straight up. And then 15 points with the placement points for that with the win. 39 points total. That kind of catapults them up. That might have been enough.
That's huge.
Sure. That is absolutely huge. 106 with Team KO. So did they find a way to get past? I think that might be it. I don't know. We're going to have to see how the rest of this shakes out here, Justin, though. But
yeah, this is, in a point, especially, where it's, these are like the last games that these guys are going to be in. So, we'll see as the players start to funnel out. You'll get those final scores put together here on Tyler Humphrey, Ryan Sapp. Going to be their last game. They have 85 other players in this one, and already got a few kills here. Well, the camo unlocked for his MAC-10. But this is a weird place. I mean, close enough to Scrapyard, but, I mean, nobody goes to these warehouses.
Well, Trevor, I think it's got to be between Team KO and Team Swaggies here for second place. 90 points for KO. 106 for KO because they had that epic last performance. And then Team Swaggies with Keith Branham and Mike Waring here, 90 for them. So, 16 behind. Could they catch up? It just really depends. So I think if we could maybe go between wherever KO is in their last battles and then Swaggies in their last battles, I think that's kind of going to decide who's going to be second place here, because I don't think anyone can catch Team Transfuse, and if they do, it'll still put Transfuse in second place, and that's if they just get murdered out and they don't have a chance.
Yeah, wondering if maybe they've already finished their game, so they might not even be in a game anymore at this point, just kind of waiting the results of everybody else. Tyler had some good shots out of the air, though. I got to give good tracking, good credit for that. Just wait for the shoot to pull. Good patient play.
Yeah, well, Tyler Humphreys has always been one of those guys that's he's an intelligent dude, but hyper aggressive. He wants to get after it when he can, and I'm just really happy that we got a chance to see Tyler Humphreys do anything force on force anymore, because other than 10-man paintball, we don't get to see Tyler Humphreys play paintball anymore. So, all right, so I'm just wondering, like, where does everyone sit? Who has a chance? Like, what's the story right now, Trevor? We're at 404. Who has a chance to get in it? We're currently looking at Team Trauma. Team Trauma sitting at let's get a real quick look here on their points, and
upper 40s, I think, is where I saw last.
Yeah, they're only at 47, so I don't really think they have a chance. I don't think they have a chance to catch the leaders. But Team KO might have stolen it, man. That last battle, where Andrew went off for 21 kills and they got the 15 for the win. I mean, that's just absolutely nasty. Like, and if you look at his stats, Trevor, it didn't really look good for Andrew to start things out. He had 4 kills in game 2, 12 in game 1, so it looked really good to start out. But then 4, 1, 4, 7, 4, 11, and then 21 at the end. Hey, if you're going to be good, you want to be good in the last battle, right?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there in the last couple of games, but he really stepped it up. And especially that last one. I mean, coming out with getting 21 kills by itself, that's already huge. But then adding on the extra 15 on top of it is just phenomenal in the sense of that's the difference maker that's going to put you up into that spot potentially here for the second place. But, looking to see where everybody else is going to be going. I think I saw Stint's going to be going into his last game here with Team Stint's built. They're in their last game right now. So,
what about War Crimes? Is War Crimes in their last game? I'm just wondering. I think that's the big question.
Yeah.
If War Crimes is in there, if War Crimes is done, then that's it. I think this is a mute point.
Oh.
Because. Yeah, so we're kind of that's kind of the big question, is War Crimes done?
Keep it in there.
We have another chance to get it. And you return to the front line.
Yeah, depending on where they're at. See if Ryan Sapp going to be the hero.
Yeah.
So we just saw Tyler got absolutely dome rocked. That snapshot grenade's going to at least reveal the location. But crossbows, you're playing with fire here.
Not ideal.
Well, shot missed, but just beat him down. Win and down.
There it is. There you go, Sapp.
Start swinging.
All right, well, so Sapp's got a second life here coming in.
All right, men of the hour right here. Defending their spot currently.
I don't know, there's still one other loadout. Oh no.
See if they're going to be able to hold on to this one. Still about that mid to late game time frame. Both of them alive. They are very wealthy as well. I mean, he got 10 grand in his pocket.
Okay, so we're getting some information that Team Swaggy did just actually die. So that's it. They're done, and it looks like KO with that, and then KO's still alive right now. So
yeah.
Hey, if you're gonna be good, we talk about what clutch means. What does clutch means? That means that you're gonna be really good when it matters, and when you're low on time, when the pressure hits, and that's exactly what Team KO did. Particularly Andrew Corto with 21 kills in that Game 8 session in order to get them to win 39 total points, which combined with that, I think their Game 1 session with another victory for them, to Trevor, that's what made the difference for them.
Yeah. I mean, just being able to get a lot of kills is, having that consistency and the reliability that you're able to win your firefights and do a good job across the board. But, sometimes games just don't always go your way. But when you're able to buckle down, get the kills, and come away with the victory, I mean, that is just icing on the cake. It's everything you could ever ask for. And, I mean, it's a little bit past it, but a Christmas miracle that you're able to come out with that clutch performance in the last game that you play to assert yourself into second place, and still playing the waiting game just in case maybe Brandon Cornell and Nick Laval have some tricks up their sleeve, have a little magic fairy dust left over. But I mean, TKO did everything that they needed to put themselves in a striking spot.
I guess, Trevor, that is the last conversation we got to have before we kind of get to it, because 78 for Brandon Cornell and Nick Laval. Have you got any information as to where they're sitting at? I don't think they finished their last game. Yeah, I don't. I think like maybe if we, because I feel like that's where we need to cut to right now. If we could find a way to get to them, that's kind of the last discussion to be had before we get to the last 1 and 2.
Because
they're sitting at 78, so they need to have a big game right here to take down that 106 to Team KO. I mean, they gotta get. That's 18.
Team KO just died too, so they can't do any better than what they've already got posted. So the mark's been set. We know what they have to do to be able to hit that.
Yeah, 106, it looks like, was what they put up, at least the last on the spreadsheet that I saw. So
39, 14, 14, 31. They might have improved their score by 1 point right there. So maybe they get 107. If quick maths checks out, but
so that's the big question, is that can obviously Team Transfuse they're in the driver's seat. They're going to be just sitting nice and pretty at first place. But War Crimes at 78, they have that chance. Last was at 72. KO with that huge last game 8 performance at 107. Swaggy's already dead at 90, so that's maybe third place for them. We'll see what happens with War Crimes. But if we could find War Crimes, I think that's the last intangible that we need to figure out here.
Yeah, still checking in. And I think, even with, and I don't know if Team Blast is still in this or not as well, but where they're at currently, there's still a question mark of, 30 points between War Crimes and Team KO.
Yeah, Trevor, we just got word that Blast was eliminated. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
From the truck. So we'll see if we're getting down to it right now. So, we're sitting at 4:11 Pacific time. These last battles are going down right now. We got first place already. So we're just kind of sitting here to see if we can, see what's going on with this last group. I mean, it's just going to come down to what goes goes down with War Crimes.
Coming in on them, Nick Laval's got 5 kills for himself. Another zone looks like around the farmland, so pretty desolate area. A little bit of stadium looks like going to be in the mix as well. But depending on what Brandon had, well, Brandon's down, so I'll tell you what Brandon has. It's not a lot right now. Not a good sign.
Not a good sign, and it looks like 20. I'm just trying to read it. 19 people left alive here. I think Nick just smoked somebody. So it's going to be up to Nick Laval here. Nick Laval, former MVP award winner here, Edmonton Impact. We'll see if Nick Laval can get it done. The team is definitely on his back right now.
Oh, no.
Oh, he falls down right into somebody and gets smoked.
Play the corners, rookie. Oh, they only had 11, too. That's a heartbreaker. I mean, he's got gulag, so.
Okay, so there's
still a chance. I think this is the point.
Oh, he's got melee and gulag. Oh, this is terrible.
He's waiting to load into this one, so. Let's see, if they have 11 now, they're 30 points down. They need like 5 kills and the victory, pretty much, is what they got to go for here.
5 kills and the victory.
And he gets a crossbow. Of course he does.
Oh, my God. He gets a crossbow in the gulag here. We'll see. He's going to go to melee crossbow here in the gulag for Nick Laval. Can he get it done?
Let's see. Timer's ticking.
Oh,
the hit marker.
Let's sit for the prelims right here. Can Nick Laval get it done?
Okay, he's got to hit the shot. Watch the rotation to the left. Watch him in the middle. You know he's there. Beat him down. Oh, the other guy got the first hit. If you don't get the first hit on the melee, of course you're going to lose. And so they go out in 9th place in the game, just out of reach. Only place and points you're going to get is for first, and 11 points in this game. It's an improvement to their score, but not the one that they're looking for.
Trevor, it's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, Nick Laval and Brandon Cornell, who were in second place for a while. I mean, there was a couple beats in this marathon of Warzone battle that we thought that they were going to be the team taking second place. Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds really kind of setting the tone for everybody, but that second place, that was up for grabs. And we thought that it was going to be Nick Laval and Brandon Cornell. However, not the case. Not the case.
Yeah, not ideal. Haven't been here in a while. See what Rocky and Deshaun have got. Looks like one of them down for the count here. So you see the kill feed, or the kill cam rather. A little revenge here on this. Gets one back. At least Rocky's got the gulag, so we'll see what they can do. Presumably this game has started before the 4 o'clock shutoff, so halfway through it now. Be their last game as well. Maybe just at this point for pride.
Yeah,
do a little
and
more.
At this point for pride, but you know, look, the Nuth is a strong paintball family. Rocky Nuth, legendary paintball player, battled with him many years back in the day, and I always have mad love for Rocky Nuth and his son Deshaun. So now it looks like, unfortunately, in the gulag here, and I think it's very fitting that unfortunately they did get knocked out. But again, like I was saying, if you had to fight one of these teams in an actual real fight, fist to fist, the Noose would not be the squad to do it out of all the 15 teams we had in here. But again, you know, this is Warzone, dude. It's not a fist to fist fight in the parking lot. So, you know.
Unfortunately, that's sometimes not how it's going to go, but end of the day, tough break there for them as they're looking to see who else we got going on in this one. Team Savage is still in this, Joe and Justin. You know, they've done relatively well. We've seen a couple good highlight plays coming out of Justin, you know, getting some good, solid team wipes by himself, taking on some buildings, breach and clear.
Needs a couple kills here to qualify for 4th place. 16 points, so man, that's a kill and a win, and I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be tough. Going to be tough here, but we're kind of, you know, starting to weed things out in the final few rounds before we get to that 1-2 battle.
Still good marks coming out. Still know what they've got to do. DMR is still coming through. You know, while we wait updates, still getting shot here. See what else they could do. Of course, got a few more donations that have come in since. Nikki Cuba coming in for $100 said, "Love you, my dude. Keep fighting." Got another 20 there, fueled by haters as well, which I believe was Sean out of that duo between Sean and Mark Baginski. So another 20 said, "Thanks for hosting the event. Lots of fun." And, of course, it's a lot of fun just being here. Can't give enough credit to everybody who helped put this together. A lot of moving parts. Scheduling a very busy Saturday afternoon at Warzone.
Yeah, an insane amount of moving parts, a lot of technical prowess, and hats off to everyone behind the scenes making this happen. Takes a lot of work in order to make it look like it doesn't take any work, as everyone really knows. So thank you to everyone that decided to spend their Saturday making this go down.
Broke him. He has no place. Broke him. He has no place. I hit him once. No place.
Coming up on the in-game, they got 17 other players left alive. Pretty good spot. I mean, to find yourself, the DMRs, you got your loadouts, you got positioning that you want. Unfortunately, kind of hard to assault yourself into this promenade area just because of the fact that there's so many of those little cubbies on the rooftops that just provide easy cover, especially for people that are just camping with the sniper rifles, which is exactly what these guys that they're fighting is doing.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah.
Smart to flank to the side, though. I mean, it's not a fight you really want to take.
So, yeah, this is basically the closeout. So maybe we could give everyone a little bit of last audio on these last couple battles before we head into the battle between 1 and 2 to see who's going to win this thing.
I just got a free UAV. I'm by himself. Use it.
Requesting recon overflight. UAV entering the AO.
Good kill, bro.
A is jumping off.
Backside or what?
Blue. He's on blue now.
I think get that up. Rotate right. Rotate right. You need to rotate right.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. RTB.
Rotate, rotate. You need right more, right more.
He's gonna be just sitting inside of here.
No, don't fuck with him. Far. On blue. Stay up. Left, go left. We need to cut through. Go this way.
Relocating.
We can't beat anyone up on the hill. We lose gunfights there. Watch that building.
I downed one up top there. I just took a shot.
I think you got the kill.
Yeah, I got the kill. It was a full.
Don't go up. Do not go up. Don't go up. Don't go up. You still have UAV?
Nope.
Wait for circle.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
I'm gonna grab this dude's armor plates real quick right here.
Yep.
I just got 10 Gs too. Broke his armor.
One here.
You got your full. Good shit.
One on orange.
Moving here.
Rotate up, rotate up, rotate up. Don't fight there, don't fight there.
On the hill, on the...
Rotate right, right. All we have to do is not rotate, kids. I can outplay every single one of these guys.
Hands up. Objective fire.
We want there.
Relocating.
We beat kids on this rotation.
I'm keeping an eye out on our right side real quick.
Yep, yep.
Remaining. Keep it up.
Let's get this one. His palms are sweaty. His weak arms are heavy. His vomit on the sweater already. Mom's forgetting when he wrote down. Oh God, goes loud. Honestly, dog shit, dude. There's a team over here.
I'm not seeing anything either, and I know that there's a team on this right side.
Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. Right here, bro. Shoot this kid.
Repositioning.
On my way.
Bro, challenge. Don't go in. Right here, bro. You can shoot these kids' foot.
Rounds here.
Kid's got a riot shield.
Gas inbound.
You have a gas mask?
Yeah, I do.
Alright, he's
Where's this
in.
kid?
He's
this
in
kid
that
that was
window.
on the left?
Shoot. Second floor. Shoot.
Bottom.
Yep. Shoot second floor again. Shoot through. Let's rotate. Hop out back. I'm grabbing ammo.
Are we rotating this left or right?
Rotate right.
Launching rocket.
Get to L. Get to L. L's right here, homie.
Yeah, I know. I was rotating along so that way I didn't get beamed in the open field right there.
I've got the team doing that.
Fuckers have me targeted.
Down one. His teammates on him. Teammates on King to the right.
I've seen him.
They rotated right. They're gonna be like right here. What'd you kill?
Some dude way up there who was fighting the other team.
Okay. I'm on a roof.
We're golden, bro. There's another one right there. Down him.
Mark again, Mark.
Just left a blue. Right there. He might have
This
self.
kid's right here. You got thermite? Thermite that good. You got thermite? Thermite that good.
No, I don't.
Stay down, stay down, stay down. Don't die. Come to me.
Hey, in a car, on the hill. Gonna come behind us. Buddy, your guy's not phone line, so
People, bro.
On us, in us, in us.
I'm down, the other one killing.
Get back up top, get back up top. Last kid's right shield. Get out of that house, get out of that house. Get the fuck out of that house.
Yes, sir, buddy.
About time you did something, my guy.
Holy shit, it only took till the fucking very last game. Oh my god, bro. What is that? How many kills do we have there? Oh my gosh. It took literally the entire time.
GG's.
GG's.
Have a wonderful
GG's,
day,
GG's.
bro. Welcome to 2021.
So that's going to do it here for the prelims. Man, what an amazing performance from Team Trevor. At the end, Team Savages somehow is able to salvage a victory here.
Yeah.
To get that 15 points. But Trevor, I just don't think it's enough.
Gonna be a long
top
shot.
4, awesome bragging rights for them. But as far as moving on, it's all about 1 and 2 here. And I just don't think they did enough. KO with that insane, I think it was a game 8, whatever, 32 that they put up. And then Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds have just kind of been leading the pack the whole time. So I even though that was a savage performance at the end for Team Savage, Trevor, I don't think they had enough.
Yeah, I mean, you get 19 kills total plus a 15. You know, it's a good position to find yourself in to close out the event. We can take a look at the leaderboard. Of course, we already knew Transfuse up there at that top spot, but you got to give all the credit there to Team KO coming in clutch in their last game, putting themselves in second place. 107. Savages do come in enough to get third, 92 over Swaggies, you know, where we just gave credit to Keith, you know, to put up that game, give them 90 points where they were at the time sitting in second place. But after a couple of clutch performances from KO and Savages, find themselves falling down into fourth.
Yeah, what a performance or from like that last top 8, essentially. You're looking at 59 points to 124 points, 1 to 8. I mean, even honestly, down to 9 with Trauma taking 58 points to take 9th place. But yeah, it's all about the 1-2 right now. So KO is going to move on, but it was a pretty vicious battle and a very close battle between 3 and 4, between Savages and Swaggies. They both really made a run at the end, and War Crimes also. We thought War Crimes was going to run away with it. To be honest, we thought they were going to be 2, but that's how close it was. That's how nasty that battle was at the very end. So a lot of guys stepping up for their squads. But again, it's all about 1 and 2 here. But what it's really all about is donating to Jesse Lyon. So if you guys have not had a chance to donate here in the Lions Den to Jesse Lyon and his cancer relief, please head on over to the link that is going to be out there. And you know, again, thank you so much to everyone that has donated. I said it at the outset of the show. I'm going to continue to say it because it's the truth. Jesse Lyon is a solid gold dude. So when bad things happen to people, a lot of times people default to that knee-jerk reaction of like, oh, he's such a good person. But like Jesse's legit, an amazing guy, and he's a teammate of mine. And so I'm really happy that this is actually happening and that we've got this far into it. But now the stage is set here, Trevor, for the final. So before we head to a quick break and we reset to that final, break things down for me about how things are going to go into this final match for these top two teams.
It's a whole different ball game. So, I mean, this is you guys. You've been batting at the home run derby, 60-mile-an-hour fastballs down the pipe the whole time, and now you're coming in and Randy Johnson's on the mound, and you have to hit 105-mile-an-hour curveball. Like, it's a completely different world where now you're dropping in 2v4s. Both of the duos of the two teams that are going to be winning and moving on to these finals are going to go into the same lobby. So technically, all four of them are going to be dropping into quads, but because you don't want to help the team that you're facing off against, they're all just going to kind of go their own separate ways. And it's going to be a little more challenging now because you're going to find yourselves outnumbered more often than not. And you have to fight around a 2v4 situation. And it's going to be only 2 games. So you only get the 2 chances. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not like you get a time limit and your best score out of that time frame is what is going to qualify. You get 2 games, and that's it. That's all she wrote. So you really got to make sure that you're on your A game for those 2 games.
So, I mean, because of dropping into quads, could it come down to just those 4 guys in one of these games?
I mean, it'll come down, like, from the squad. So, like, their squad could survive. Like, they could come away with the victory.
Well, I'm saying.
But it's not like...
That's not very likely.
It's probably not going to happen. I mean, you see professional players do it all the time, and the pros that are fighting 2v4s are really not coming away with the Warzone victories at the end a lot of the time. So, it's just a matter of you got to pick your firefights, be smart about it, and then make sure that you're going to win out on those because every single kill is going to matter.
You know what I love about this, though, Trevor, is this is what we call a low-body situation in the pro paintball game. So you have a team, like Nick Laval and Ronnie Dizon, who are just, kind of lights out. I'm sorry, Philly Shreds and Ronnie Dizon. And they're in a situation now where they're in a low-body situation. So it's just the 2 of them, potentially on 4, and I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen. But with Philly Shreds and Ronnie Dizon coming in as some of the favorites, they didn't disappoint. And now it's up to Team KO to see if they can to be the spoilers here and be the underdog victors.
Yeah, certainly have their backs against the wall. I mean, just the way that it's going to be, the way it's all going to shake out. Now this is that playing under pressure type of scenario you put yourself in. So we'll see if they're going to be able to step up. I mean, you gave credit to Phil and Ronnie, just how well they were playing throughout the regular, the regulation. And now find yourself in this playoff scenario. But as you mentioned, all of this going for Jesse Lyon and, his cause in the battle against cancer. Got a few more donations that have come through. FPS Paul coming in said thanks for the games. T-Humps, of course. Tyler Humphrey coming in with $50 said love you, Jesse. The Dews, another 20 said stay strong. Reed Electric coming in with $250 saying we love you, buddy. Catfish, $50 said don't spend it all on the booze. Good advice. And Jerry with another. Jerry, if this is the same Jerry that donated $18 to make it an even number earlier and you just donated $24.80, I mean, thanks. But what? 80 cents? Like,
maybe he was trying to make
numbers.
it an even number again. Maybe he was looking at it going like, okay, I put the 80
You know
cents
what?
in, and maybe he's the OCD guy that wants to make it all like just super par, like on level in his brain.
You're right. I missed it because FPS Paul donated $4.20. So Jerry evened it back out. You never mind. Jerry, I take it back. I'm sorry. Thank you. You evened it back out. See, I don't have the visual of the actual bar, so I can't see the number, but I take it back, Jerry. You're a blessing. I appreciate you. Yikes. All right, well,
Yeah.
I can backtrack now. Oh. So, after what we've seen so far, what do you think? You think consistency, Ronnie and Phil are going to come away with this? You think
I mean,
they're the favorites?
I feel like we would be fools to say that Ronnie and Phil aren't the favorites here. KO obviously had that pretty big push at the end. It's definitely all about what have you done for me lately. So, maybe, but the way that when every time we checked in on Philly and Ronnie, they were just kind of running the game, looking very fluid with it. They looked, again, you're my expert here, and you had said very good things about what you were seeing about their prowess in those moments. And so I think, you based on their point spread and how they looked, I think you got to give them the favorites here. But, like we always say in the game of paintball, it doesn't really have to do with the names on the back of your jersey and the name on the front of your jersey. It's all about performance. So we are going to come down to this, and it is very much about performance here, as always, as well it should be. That's why I love things like gaming and things like paintball, because it's not about the talk about you getting there. It's about what you actually do when you get there. and that's kind of where we're at right now. So I think we might be taking a quick break here, Trevor. Not sure before we head into this last battle. But yeah, I can't wait to see what happens. And Cowboy Roy told me, he said, one of Jesse's best friends, Roy Richard, to see, he's like, I really think Ronnie and Phil might have, they might win this whole thing. So I don't know. Maybe Roy was right. Maybe they are the best. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, he called his shot a day ago. We're going to find out if his predictions are accurate. We have to get the lobby set up, but we are indeed going to take a short break. The Lion's Den charity event is going to be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Jesse, it's Alex. Just calling to send you some good vibes and some love. Keep fighting as hard as you can, and we're rooting for you, and I hope to see you soon out on that bike and maybe even on the paintball field. Just remember, keep on fighting.
Yo, Jesse, what up, brother? It is Tyler Harmon. Just wanted to say that first and foremost, Happy New Year, and the paintball community has your back 1,000,000%. Thank you so much to the people who have put on this charity event. It's really an outstanding thing that you guys are doing. So on behalf of myself, all of Dynasty, all of Paintball, we're sending you tons of love and going to support you all the way, brother. Stay safe and have a Happy New Year. Peace.
Hey, Jesse, this video I'm just sending to you to wish you well thoughts and pray for you and that you'll be out there with us again. We're missing you, buddy, and hope you're recovering well. Hope to see you soon, bud.
Orale, Casper. Hey, fucker, get better soon, all right? We need you to get healthy, get well, and we love you, dog. All right? Get well. Take care.
Hey, buddy. It's New Year's morning. Just wanted to reach out, tell you how much I love you. I miss you, and I'm hoping to see you really soon. Have a wonderful day, and let me know if you need anything. All right, but I keep looking over at the wrong side of the damn camera.
Hey, Jesse. It's Pat. How you doing, buddy? Happy New Year to you. I hope you're going to get all you want this year and you feel better. We're here to with whatever you need, all right? Get well, buddy.
Hey, Jesse. Just wanted to tell you, Jess and I are thinking about you. We hope that your recovery is going well so that you're 100% and get back to paintballing. That way we can get back up to Oregon and Super Game and have a blast, all those shenanigans. Take care of yourself. Much love for you, brother, and hope to see you soon.
Every PC should be a personal experience, each one unique to the client's likes and needs. At Stinsbuilt, we don't do pre-builds. We hand select each component with a creative vision that gives our end user an amazing machine. We consider every PC we build as a work of art. Whether you're in the market for a home computer, a business PC, something for gaming, or if you're looking for the best system possible to take your content creation to the next level, you can rest assured that we'll build you something amazing here at Stinsbuilt. Visit stinsbuilt.com to get your PC build process started today.
Welcome back here into the Lion's Den, the most dangerous territory known to 2021. It's only January 2nd, but we are here for the playoffs of this charity event in Warzone. My name's Trevor McNeil. Alongside me, the legend, the brains, Matty Marshall. And we are here. We made it.
We made it. Hey,
ready?
Honestly, well, we made it, but let's talk about who actually made it through. I mean,
True.
all you and I did is just kind of sit here and just criticize, condemn, give props to, do all the things that commentators are supposed to do. And, it's kind of why we have jobs. But at the same time, let's talk about the two teams that remain. And I feel like the favorite is obvious here. I feel like Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds kind of just literally laid waste to the competition here. Every time we checked in with them, they looked outstanding. We were kind of going back and forth to the different teams, and and honestly, Trevor, I really appreciate your expertise here, and thank you so much for sitting in with this. You're not a paintball guy. You're doing a paintball guy a solid here by doing this in order to get this charity game thing going on for Jesse Lyon. That's the whole reason we're here. So let's get some contributions here to Jesse in this final match. It looks like they're dropping in here, but Trevor, we got to give the favorites. We got to give a giant shout out to Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds. However, I mean, as far as like come from behind, make yourselves, relevant.
Yeah.
Team KO with Justin and Andrew, they're in the mix too.
I mean, we like an hour before the final games, like we definitely had an idea that it was going to be a close battle for a second. Little did we know what was going to happen from that, because we thought that Nick Laval and Brandon Cornell were in position to have the spot. And then we thought Keith Brown had come in clutch to get himself and his team in the spot. And then we thought it was some other third team. And then we thought, and then Team KO came in and, they really performed. They put up like 39 points, I think, in their final game to secure the second place slot. So definitely well-deserving to make it to this far, but just the consistency that Ronnie and Phil have had all day long is obviously putting themselves in a position to be the favorites. Going into this playoff format, it is, as you see, all four players in the same squad, but best score between your duo is going to be what gets you on into that championship position. So it's only these two teams playing. This is it. These two duos are the last two that are in the mix, and they only get 2 games to put up the best score they possibly can.
Well, Trevor, you're not wrong. It was exactly 39 points that needed to be scored in order for Team KO to make themselves relevant in Game 8. And a lot of it came down to Andrew Corto's 21 kills. They got the 15 for the win, but that 21 kills was just absolutely nasty. I mean, that was ridiculous. I mean, that's the reason why they're in this first and second place game. But as rightfully so, was it going to be just 1 or 2 teams running away with it? Obviously, the first team, sure. But that second team, I mean, that was an involving conversation for the past 2 hours. And it just made those past 2 hours a pleasure of vicious battle here in this Warzone nastiness that we're about to watch right now. So, but talk to me about, like, what do you think is the strategy right now? Because it's a completely different landscape for them strategically.
So what you'll typically see, coming into this, where a lot of this is a popular format for a lot of like professional players to come through, is that you're going to have these guys who just try to buckle down and they just try to get their loadout as fast as possible. And that is unfortunately just staring down the barrel of a gun where a chopper's just coming straight at you to try to get that roadkill. And they get the down, it looks, try to get his teammate picked back up. But, when it does eventually come through, there is a loadout drop that'll come from the gift of the Warzone gods in about 3 to 5 minutes. And once you get that, then it's pretty much golden. But otherwise, you're going to see teams really just try to get as much money as they possibly can to get their loadout. Because when teams split up like this, you see both of them are in completely separate parts of the world. That loadout drop that comes from the game can go to any which direction. It can go towards the other team or it can go to you. It's a complete game of chance. And you just don't want to take that chance. And as I said, every kill is going to count, because even the pros, sometimes they just don't last to get themselves the Warzone victory. So this is absolutely performing under pressure, coming up clutch, and getting every single kill that you possibly can.
I think another big question here, Trevor, is that what is the situation kill-wise here? So we had the points leading into 1 and 2. Does that carry over, or is it a brand new ball game right now?
It should be a clean start. Should be a clean slate where they are both at 0 starting into this one, and it's just going to be a better, whoever gets the better of these 2 games. And you know, seeing that on the other side, Shredder going down, at least the teammate going to be able to pick up a couple of kills himself and get his teammate back up. So, you know, Ron and I mean, they're doing okay on their own rights. So the fact that you're getting a little bit of confidence, and this is also part of a mental warfare type thing, right? Because you see your teammates that you're actually facing up against picking up kills in the kill feed, and you're still sitting at 0. That's not what you want at all. And it starts to get you a little bit, starts to put you under that pressure, and sometimes it's just a little too hard to overcome when you know that you've seen Ronnie and Phil just popping off all day long, and, well, they're just not slowing down.
Do you think that the strategy changes overall, though? So if you're Ronnie or you're Phil and you guys have been kind of hyper aggressive, we were kind of following them a little bit more. We were definitely in with Team KO as well, too.
Yeah.
But do you think that how much does the strategy change in this situation, right?
For them, not at all. And that's, you know, you see already that popping up in the corner where you see Ronnie's on a 5-kill streak. That's already getting something in your head. But now they're going to know, between Ronnie and Phil are going to know that they just called in their loadout. But, I mean, you look, the way that it's been going, you know, they keep going down. They're taking those firefights on the other side. And based off the range of, like, how far away they're at, I think they still ended up dropping into the same place around that scrapyard area. And they're still finding a lot of firefights. There's a lot of players that are around them. They've been able to pick up a handful of kills. But, you know, Team KO, they've done well in what I expect, to get as much money as possible, get your loadout as fast as you can. And now they put themselves in a position because they don't have to worry about buying your teammate back, as, well, Shredder went to the gulag and lost. So now it's just going to be up to his teammate alone to be able to buy him back.
So Shredder and Shredder was the one shredding people before.
Yeah.
So he went to the gulag and he lost. So now it's just Ronnie. So this is a really bad situation to our first place team, at least the first place team coming in.
Long. He bought him back already.
Okay.
That was quick.
All right, well, he's back. And he's back. And he's back. Didn't give us long enough to talk about it, though. Corto, though, with the quick kill there.
Shots. Almost got the nade. Does get the kill confirmed. Teammate coming in to help him out there. But, you know, as you see also at the bottom of the screen, we still have that bar still filling up. Got closer to the point. Saw Hardly Conscious come in with the $100, and that is the Jason Bornstein half of Team Blast coming in with the 100. And then Brandon Pride coming in with the 126. Said, from Brandon and Lacey, stay strong, Stingray. Say that 5 times fast. Love you, brother. So we're getting closer and closer to that $5,000 mark. We're just on the precipice of it in these last couple of games here. And this is, I mean, a huge shout out to everybody that's helped out along the way. And, you know, you give me credit for coming in on this, and expertise in Warzone is generous, and I appreciate that of you. But we couldn't do it without the paintball community coming in. So I got to give you the thanks for that to carry me through this.
Look, honestly, this is one of those, it's like a paintball game, man. It's like, you know, teamwork makes the dream work. And I love that cliche because it's so true. You know, and that's one of the blessings of the game. It's one of the things you do realize about this. And sure, you could, you know, talk shit about how everyone says that all the time. But guess what? Family and teamwork is the most crucial thing you possibly could imagine in this world. And as we're going to see here in this 2v2 format, that's the kind of, with, again, that's a little twisted because, you know, obviously the 4, they're kind of on the same team technically as we head into this big Warzone battle. But yeah, man, it's been awesome. It's really been cool to see a lot of the people and friends of Jesse come together, people that who he's touched their lives because he is such a good person, and he definitely deserves all the help that he's getting. And that's why we're trying to get that bar as far to the right as we possibly can, as you guys can see on the bottom of your screen. So please, we're kind of, you know, we're at the crescendo of this. We're at the last part of it, and we really definitely need your help. Jesse needs your help. So, you know, please, if you can't afford it, I know 2020 has been a hard year, but, you know, if you're still eating, you still got a roof over your head, and you're healthy, you know, please help people that don't have those 3 things. And Jesse's one of those guys, you know, so he deserves it, man. He's a solid gold human being. I've been saying that since the outset because it's true. And yeah, and you know, so please give as much as you can.
Yeah, great cause, great event through and through, and just a ton of awesome people. Just both of those that have donated and those participating in this to put in their time and effort just to, make the time of day for someone that is as good of a guy as Jesse is, and have this. But I gotta say, even with this, color me impressed. I mean, these guys, they're holding their own in 2v4s. I had hesitations going into this. I didn't know if they were going to be able to actually be able to make it through this mid-game. But, I mean, all four of these guys, everything considered, they're still kicking.
Yeah, so we are kind of heading through the midway part. 68 or 78 bodies left alive, 21 teams still out there, and our two teams are still alive here, Trevor.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen Shredder go down once. Ron goes down right there, so he'll be going to the gulag. But Phil doesn't have his gulag anymore. He's going to be able to get the redemption back at least, but he's going to go down, and he's fully out. So now it's going to be completely up to Ronnie. He's got to win his gulag to be able to keep them in this one. Otherwise, this is going to be virtually a free game for Team KO just to pad their lead and try to get as many points as they possibly can.
Yeah, so the favorites go down here. It really so just kind of again talk me through it. What does he need to do right now to save this situation?
So this is a point where, I mean, it really just is going to boil down to you have to survive. And I think, based off of where we're at in the location where I see these firefight now. So this is, we'll be able to catch this because there's a little bit of a delay here between Ronnie's stream and where the other two are. So that is going to be seeing him go down. And we know that Shredder's about ready to drop as well. So now Ronnie's got to win this. This is on his shoulders here.
And this might be it, right? This might be it, too. I mean, you only get two of these, right? So if Ronnie doesn't win the gulag here and get back in it and represent, that could be it depending on what happens to Team KO.
Yeah, and then it would put that much more pressure on Ronnie and Phil in Game 2 to be able to make up whatever lead. Because just because Ronnie and Phil are out in this game, the other two between Andrew and they just, at that point, they can just build a lead. And they can just keep playing and get as many kills as they possibly can. And it's going to be potentially detrimental here for Ronnie if he doesn't get out of this one alive.
So Andrew and Justin kind of sitting in the lead right now with this disappointing situation for our favorites.
And of course he gets melee.
Oh, God, and of course it's melee. All right, so we'll see what Ronnie Dizon can do here in a melee situation in the gulag.
Oh, he missed the knife.
Oh, the knife's coming in.
Oh, he got the first hit, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Okay.
Oh, so Ronnie Dizon able to emerge out of the gulag. He has a chance here. He's going to parachute back into the zone. Where would you go right now, Trevor? What would you do right now if you're?
You gotta. I mean, loadout's brave because you can imagine that there's probably going to be someone just sitting there watching it, especially anyone that's going to get this audio cue now that hey, someone's dropping into the area. See Justin, who we did just see drop down, is in the gulag, and he's going to lose on his side. So
what a turn of events this is, though. So Justin's out. So
they're all dead. This is Andrew.
So they're all dead.
Andrew's the last one.
So Andrew's the last one, and he died. So now Ronnie has a chance to start stacking up some kills for his team, right? In this situation.
Well, no, Ronnie's dead now too. So at some point in the difference between where the streams are in the time code, Ronnie also died. So I'm guessing he dropped down on his loadout, and someone was just sitting there waiting and just picked them off easy. And then on the other side, these two got picked off, but Andrew came back and is able to win his gulag. So now this is just completely up to him, and he can try to, I don't know what the exact score is right now, but he can try to build a lead here heading into game number 2, but for the other duo, that's all she wrote for game number 1.
Wow. So our favorites have fallen in this first game. Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds with early exits, and Andrew was, I feel like he was the guy that was kind of holding the line for them, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, Andrew had the 21 kills to 3 kills for Justin in order to put them on the board, and they got the win in game 8. So let's see what Andrew's made of here. Like, he's the reason they're in this. He's the reason that they took second place. And it's just him. No one's left alive. Could be in a 1-on-4 situation, low body situation, as we say here in the tournament game of paintball. but pressure situation for him right now, Trevor.
Yeah, I mean he gets his loadout at least. So he's got the DMR, and I imagine the DMRs or the MAC-10, whatever secondary. You just peek that top of that rooftop, and you see the glint of a sniper scope on the other side. And no, thank you. That's not going to be a fight that he wants to take right now, as you mentioned. I mean, he's going to be outnumbered.
He's probably going to be playing super conservative at this point. You know, I mean, you're going to be playing as conservative, you know, like kind of running and gunning as much as you possibly can, tactical retreats constantly, never putting yourself in a greedy or bad situation. You always want to be on the defensive with a lot of really thick things in between you and the bullets in this situation.
Yeah, this is, I mean, exactly doing what he needs to do. Just to keep it safe. He's got the DMRs out so he can move a little bit faster. Going to pick up any and all armor that he can find. Every stack of cash is helpful because I think objective right now, keep himself alive, priority number one.
Get his boy back.
Priority number two, get his boy back. I mean, at that point, it's got to be, you know, they want to survive as long as they possibly can here. Unfortunately, this building doesn't have a lot, but the scavenger contract is going to help because every crate, it spawns 3 crates, and every crate you open has at least a small stack of cash. The last one going to have an armor satchel as well, but unfortunately, he's not alone in this area.
No, but he's got 2,400 bucks. How much does he need to get his buddy back right now?
He's got to get 4,000, so at least a couple of stacks. I mean, they typically spawn like 400, 600. Every once in a while, you'll find an 1,100, 1,500. Or if you get really lucky, there's like a stack of like $3,000. So, I mean, he's scouring everything at this point.
I mean, he's going through all the ground loot he possibly can. He's still
close.
sitting now. He's at 3,200.
37 now after that last chest. So he's close. He just doesn't have the armor. And the fact that there are other players here, this whole thing is just dangerous. If he gets that scavenger chest, like he's guaranteed $4,000. He just got to get himself to a buy station safely. And there's a lot of ifs in this scenario.
He's at 4,500 right now. He's got that opportunity to get his boy back.
He's got a buy station pretty close, so as long as he can get there. But as soon as you get your boy back, there's that red flare is going in the air, and the people that were shooting at him before are going to know exactly where he's at. So I would not be surprised at all to see them start to migrate their way towards him. This is just a tough scene here. And at this point, you know, all Ronnie and Phil can do is just watch.
And so if you're in Andrew's situation, you're basically doing exactly the same thing he's doing right now, right? Just try to get ground loot, stack cash, get your boy back, and then start a complete renewed attack from there once you've reestablished your base and you can actually get some decent guns and everything's good to go.
Yeah, I mean, he was able, because when he came back from the Gulag, he was able to get his loadout. So he's got his custom guns. The problem with this now is, this is very brave if he does, your teammate is not going to have his loadout because you just don't want to go drop by yourself as soon as you come back. You want to kind of stick together, strengthen numbers as much as you possibly can. The problem with it is they also know that there's people that are probably going to be tagging from building to building on these streets, or on these ones that they are now coming up into. So this is, you just at this point got to get the best loadout you possibly can for your teammate that is not going to be his weapons, just whatever the ground loot has to offer.
Trevor, he's also avoiding confrontation, and people are dying as this is happening. 31 people left alive, 11 teams left. You know, so just 31 bodies out there, 11 teams left to go. You know, so yeah, he's not killing anyone. He's not getting any points there, but he's also staying alive, and he still has a chance to bring his boy back in. Whereas if you're Ronnie and you're Philly Shreds, you're like, dude, I hope this guy just gets smoked as quick as possible so we can get back to game 2.
I mean, the benefit also of picking up that scavenger contract is eventually, you know, your teammate, you try to share the loot, spread the wealth a little bit, but the fact that you're up here and a cluster strike just came in, you know people are on the rooftop, and this is just easy pickings for him. That's just, somebody helped him out right there. I don't know who called in that cluster strike, but someone else in this lobby just helped them out to pretty much draw out from the roof. And they got one already, now looking to see if they can pick up the second. See, and how many people exactly are on the roof, because that's another thing you have no idea, is how many people are on that rooftop.
Did he get his boy back yet?
Yeah, he's back. They're both back here.
That's what I thought. So Andrew and Justin are both back alive. So this is really, what a clutch performance from Justin, though, right? I mean, he was in a really bad spot.
Yeah, he's definitely stepped up here. There's been a lot of firepower drawn to this rooftop. I mean, munitions box is going to go down so they can get as much ammo as they can. Going to pick up some of these custom weapons. The problem with this is they still don't know if there's people on this rooftop that are, because they've already got 2, but they know there's still attention being drawn to this. So there's another team that was already fighting these players up here. So I imagine this other team also is probably going to show up. And you see the car on the minimap just rolled up as well. And now they're also being hunted. They are targets of a bounty. So this is, I mean,
worst case scenario.
They're certainly making them earn it. That's for sure. Getting armor box, so that helps. They're going to be able to get all their armor back. But unfortunately, I mean, that bounty's on them. They got that 3-bar threat.
Oh, man. I feel like if Team KO can make it through this, though, I know it's going to be tough. There's 21 bodies left alive in 8 teams, but I can't see how many kills they've got so far and how many points they've stacked up. Ronnie and Philly Shreds did not really do very well at all in this game, so I'd be interested to see where they're standing. But if they can find a way to get through this, engagement! Oh,
okay.
If they can find a way to get through,
He got 2. He got 2 down. One of them was self-reviving. I don't know. He didn't get the finish. Oh, and he couldn't get the angle off either. So they end up getting, I think it looked like 9, and it was close to the other ones. See what they end up with. They have 4 and 7. So Ronnie and Phil actually get 11 to the 9.
Between, oh, wow. Okay, so they still have the lead then.
Yeah, so surprisingly, yeah, they actually were able to do enough in the time that they were alive to build a little bit. It's a small lead. It's only 2 kills.
Hey,
but
okay, hold on. So let's set the stage real quick here, Trevor. So they died super early, but they killed enough, so they still have a 2-kill lead, 2-point lead heading into this second game. Only 2 games to go. So even though we just saw a very dramatic run there from Team KO, reviving his boy, surviving, able to make it through some craziness, but not getting a ton of kills, it does look like heading into the last game here, there still is a 2-point lead for Team Transfuse.
Yeah, they have put themselves in a position where, they are right where they want to be. Granted, they probably wanted to be at a bigger lead. They probably wanted to be up like 10 to 15, not just 2. And the fact that, how they started out, maybe they can now, taking notes from what happened, maybe dial it back a little bit. Okay, yeah, we got a lot of kills, but maybe we didn't have to go that aggressive. Maybe we can play a little bit safer, maybe to make sure we hold on to the lead. Because I'm sure the last 10 minutes of them just watching those 2 play is just agonizing. I'm sure they would much rather be out there wreaking havoc on their own.
Yeah, I mean, that must have been a nail biter for them for sure. But somehow, miraculously, they still have a slight bit of a lead. Yeah. So now we're going to be heading into game 2 again, just 2 games that you have to work with. What a good run, though, from Team KO. But with how efficient that both Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shredder have been in their ability to kind of get into, to force confrontation, to get into those gunfights, to get the majority of those kills. That's why they were able to stack up so many of those kills. They had no wins. If you go back and you look at the stats, like they were just getting kills after kill after kill. Yep. The reason why they were the first place team, the top seed heading in here, was just pure slaughter ability, just counting kills like Legolas in Lord of the Rings. Talking about Sylvester Stallone at the last Rambo movie with that belt-fed machine gun sitting on top of that thing, just literally turning people into blood confetti. That's kind of what they've been doing. Whereas opposed, a lot of these other guys are playing a little bit more strategic. So, but now, do you think because they died early, even with those kills? I know we kind of just talked about this, but I feel like it bears repeating. Like, do they continue to do that? Do you continue to go as aggressive as you've been going, knowing it's been working, not getting any victories, but just getting tons of those kills? I don't know. Like Audie Murphy in World War II. What do you think? I don't know.
I got 2 answers to this question. The first answer is no, because of the fact of you want to play at least you have the capability to get the kills and get the job done, but you just want to make sure you want that insurance that I don't want to be left to chance where we die early. Granted, we get 11 kills, but we die early. We have to watch and make sure the other team is able to perform. We don't want to give them the opportunity. My second answer is knowing these guys are competitors and seeing what they did in the regulation, as we're going to call it, dropping 22, 27, 27, and a pair of 24s. Of course they're going to keep being aggressive. I mean, they want to win. They're not going to slow down. They're not going to stop. It's just bragging rights. They absolutely want to keep going. So I expect they probably will, if I had to guess.
Well, it looks like they're dropping in right now. I agree, Trevor. I agree with you 100%. I know, knowing Philly Shreds and knowing Ronnie Dizon, these are two guys that got paintball famous by being aggressive paintball players. They put themselves into the number one seed by being hyper aggressive. I mean, how much can you tone that back? I don't know if they can tone it back that much. Team KO, so they had awesome survivability and some gumption there towards the end of that one. But it's definitely coming down. It's pretty close here. I think we got a couple kills, a couple points in between these two squads. See who's going to win the Lions Den charity tournament again. We got a couple more minutes here to donate to Jesse Lyon, one of the paintball legends here, Southern California, a good friend of ours, a teammate of ours, playing for some amazing squads over the years, and Cat Factory and Avalanche and Excessive. A current member of the Daggers, and playing some rec ball with a bunch of the homies here. So. Yeah, please, if you have a chance, please donate to Jesse's cause. That's why we're here.
Yeah, had a few more along the way. Got 25 from Sass, 5 from Scudda, and then 200 from Matty Marshall fam. Not sure who Matty Marshall might be, but he sounds like a pretty good guy.
If
I had to
that
guess.
was my wife Morgan. We were waiting to kind of close the gap here at the end to make sure, see if we could get to the thing. But she was like, "Yeah, we got to get in here," and I was like, "Yes, I can't talk. I'm talking to Trevor right now, but yes, let's do it. Pull the trigger on it."
Yeah, so, of course, a huge thanks to everybody that has along the way. And I think, by my count, probably like a couple $100 and some change, give or take, to be. The link is down below in the stream if you'd like to click that to donate. Everyone that has already, huge shout out to them for a great cause in this one. And to start this game out, it's something that I just didn't want to interrupt you while you were going. Shredder died before Ronnie even was able to hit the ground in the parachute. Shredder died and went to the gulag. He's back now, but that's not a great start.
So how do you think that's? I mean, again, as my guy here, as my guy in how the hell is that possible? Trevor was feasting on bodies. He was literally eating raw meat off people's femurs. How is he dying so early here in this important game?
Someone just beat him to the ground and he lost a 50-50. He went for a gun, someone beat him to it. That's the only explanation I can come up with, because just of how fast it was. And, on the other side, I mean, these guys, again, they drop to the same area. They get the money. I mean, they have stacks of cash, able to get their loadout. They got armor. They got everything they want. These guys are in a prime position. Team KO are in a perfect position right now. And it does now impact the game on the other side, where, granted, there's an asterisk to it, but you don't have that safety net of going to the gulag anymore, and you potentially would just have to rely on Ronnie to buy you. Like, if you go down and you're out, then you are 100% reliant on Ronnie to get you back, and that is just a little bit of added pressure and added weight to the fact that maybe you can't quite play as aggressive as you want because you just now lack that safety barrier.
Trevor, do you think that it was just a little bit too much aggression from Philly Shreds early on in these two matches that seemed to work out for him before? But just as we talked about, luck's important in this. Luck's important in everything. Luck's important in paintball. It's important in life. It's obviously important in Warzone. So, do you think he just got a little unlucky or just pushed the issue a little bit? Like, why is a guy that as good as he is, when you were seeing him chalk up those kills, again, like Legolas and Lord of the Rings, just like cutting bodies in half, like, how does he die so early, so quick in the clutch situations?
I mean, it just comes down to sometimes the game just doesn't go your way. You lose out on the coin toss, and it's unfortunate in the sense of where it goes, but that's just how it rolls sometimes. I mean, you just don't get the flip that you want, and it's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. On the other side of this, I mean, you look at what these guys are doing. They're picking up these scavenger contracts. The contracts are giving everybody money. So, like, every time that you finish a contract, everyone in the squad that is alive, all 4 of them, are
gets money.
Getting the cash from that. So they're all just picking up $2,000 from that. And another thing you'll see a lot of players do, and I like the confidence of this between Team KO is players will opt out of buying UAVs and calling them in because it gives all 4 members the UAV. And it reveals the people that are around you regardless of where you're at on the map. So it's kind of giving at least a slight advantage also to your teammates that you're actually playing against because you're giving them a free UAV and they don't have to do anything for it. And now you find yourselves in a position, this is Ronnie going in, and Ronnie's going down. And so is Shredder. I don't know if Shredder just got throwing knifed or melee knifed, but that is insulting.
Oh, no.
That is a tough scene. And now Shredder's dead. And now it's back again. Ronnie back against the wall in the gulag. It comes down to this.
Can we cut to that? So Ronnie's in the gulag, like back to the wall, because if they don't make it out, that's it, right?
But at that point, it's pretty much just going to come up to can the other two get like 3 kills. I mean, they had a 2-kill deficit coming into this one. If they get 3 kills, then they should be good. I don't know. Someone in this squad has 1 kill, so it might make it the count 4. But I think it is Shredder. Shredder does have 1, so they would actually need 4 kills.
So, okay, we're looking at the Philly Shreds is on your screen right now.
Yeah, he's spectating.
Yeah, and I know. I'm just.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering overall, what is it going to take for Team Transfuse to try to take this victory here? As we're looking at Philly, so Philly Shreds is.
That's a good start. So yeah, he's right now he's watching between Team KO, and Team KO is just melting these guys they're shooting at. And they got at least 2 downs. I don't know if they got any full kills, but that is right where they won. And then he goes down. They're going to be able to pick him up, but I mean, this is not a not ideal positioning for Transfuse.
Does Transfuse have any chance? Like Ronnie's in the gulag, he just got to get out of there, get alive, and then get. I mean, again, a lot of things that need to happen. But is that the case? I'm just wondering, has the ship sailed? Is it completely KO's victory at this point, and we're just going to be talking about, the icing on their cake and how amazing they are is the question moving forward. So it's up to Ronnie right now, right?
It's up to Ronnie. He's got to get out of this one.
Oh, that's not a good
hit marker.
Ronnie. Come on, Ronnie Dizon. Let's go,
Another
baby.
hit marker. There it is.
Let's go,
All right,
Ronnie.
he's back.
Yes. All right. I was gonna say, just for entertainment's purposes, look, I love Ronnie Dizon. I'm a big Ronnie Dizon fan. But the last thing I wanted to do was spend the next 30 minutes talking. And I'm not saying anything about Team KO, but I'm just saying, like, I don't want to spend the next 30 minutes talking about the finishing touches and the icing on the cake. We need some drama here, so I'm glad Ronnie at least kept it alive.
Oh yeah, definitely will be keeping things interesting and pinging that scavenger contract because it is a good, reliable source of money and relatively safe as long as you're able to stay alive again. But this is just always the question mark of you never know what you're about to drop into.
But I'm glad we're on Ronnie right now because honestly, like this entire game swings on Ronnie Dizon's ability to stay alive and get Philly back in the game. If Philly Shreds can't get back in the game, who was obviously a big killer for them. Now, Ronnie put up a ton of numbers for them to get to where they were, but the both of them going back and forth was just outstanding. So right now it's just all Ronnie Dizon though, as Philly is just Philly Shreds spectating, hoping to little 8-pound, 6-ounce little baby Jesus Christ, hoping that he can deliver them from this abyss that they are in currently.
Yeah, this is interesting turn. He popped the UAV. There is a enemy player that is pretty close to him that picked up the most wanted contract. So he knows that there's someone relatively close, but he's doing exactly what we saw in the last game. We saw Andrew doing, and just going building to building, virtually in the exact same path. I mean, he's going from the same building one to the next to get any armor, any cash that he possibly can. On the other side, you see one down to the gulag as well. So it's going to be see how things go on that side. Because if both of those go down and that's it, then that is ship sailed. That's all she wrote. And that is the benefit right there. That is everything Ronnie could have ever asked for because he just got $4,000 out of that one chest alone. The problem with it is the buy station's across the street, and he has to go towards this enemy player.
This kid has no idea. This guy's lost and exhausted.
So did the other two guys go down? I'm just looking at it right now.
Yes.
Ronnie's trying to make his move. Okay, so this is like best case scenario for Ronnie right now, right?
Yeah, both of the other two are in the gulag, and Ronnie just got his teammate back. And now this is a point of, they also have their loadout relatively close. So they're going to be able to, if Ronnie wants to, he can rotate over to try to provide any level of cover. Because I think that's the next play, is that they want to be able to get their loadout.
Well, this isn't also best case scenario for Ronnie Dizon. This is best case scenario for us, too, because, you know, we want this to be the most dramatic finish we possibly can get. And seeing as how Ronnie and Philly Shreds had a bad first beat on the first game, this is kind of what we wanted to see, because now they're back in the gulag, and now Philly Shreds and Ronnie are back. So now we got like a race for see who's going to win this one.
Yeah, this is now getting more interesting. I mean, he's coming down. They're going to be able to get their loadout. We're going to move on to this point. But, I mean, on the other side, one of the other duo lost the gulag. The other one won. So now it's down to, I'll rinse and repeat, Andrew is in a position where he has to get the money to get his teammate back, while Ronnie and Phil are now trying to get themselves in prime real estate to be able to pick up some more kills and start to build this lead.
Hey, second verse, same as the first. This is exactly what we saw before, just completely different, you know, names included in that verse. But that kind of makes it interesting to me, because I'm watching this happen, and we're looking at Ronnie on his screen going, and he's doing the slides, going back and forth, just trying to present the lowest profile target he possibly can. I'm just wondering. Okay, so he's linked up with Phil. This might be a good time maybe to kind of hear some audio between Phil and Ronnie if they're both alive and they're both kind of together.
This is definitely going to be an interesting time frame because of the fact that now they don't want to finish this contract, because if they do finish the contract, then Andrew gets money. And they don't want to kill the most wanted contract. I mean, the most wanted expired, so they didn't want to kill that either because Andrew gets money. And they want to do everything they can to make sure Andrew doesn't get his teammate back. So I'm on the same page as you. As soon as we get into this end game scenario, let's take a listen in and hear the comms as they start to close this out.
Where this kid's at, bro? Fuck.
Chill.
What we do is we get a bounty. We need to fucking finish the scav.
I say we stick hand in hand with this kid. Oh, getting shot at. Yep.
I see him. Down him.
Nice. Phil.
Over by where you were looting before.
Okay, is he on the ground or where?
Right here. He's on that little fucking track.
Yep. I'm gonna see if I can get a shot on him. Oh, his boy's going to res him.
On top. Right on top of you. He just jumped out. Fuck. He just jumped on top.
Top where?
Fucking dealer.
I'll drive it.
You see any?
In here.
Oh my god, no
He's
way.
one shot. Phil. I broke another one in there. Let's go, Phil.
I need you in here. I'm gonna get close.
I'm with you. You get 2 off that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Using heartbeat real quick.
Yep.
I don't see anything on heartbeat.
Tagging aid station.
Alright. Just keep getting kills, Phil.
Yeah. Okay. We got money for UAV.
Yeah. He's about to res him. Just play slow, man. Slow as we can. Zone's kind of chilling right now.
Go get UAV, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go get UAV, brother. Come on.
Okay. Focus up, Phil.
You're right in front of us, Ronnie. Top of red and in the cubbies. Going across the street.
Yeah, one's across the street.
One's across the street. I'm watching red and the cubby. They're on the bottom floor.
Push rest. Oh, no.
Broken? Is that
One
you?
more? No, yeah, no, we just rest. Which one did you break?
Ronnie, I broke on it right over here. You're right across the street.
Down. I downed him. He was going to his buddy. Top yellow too. They're getting beamed by someone else.
I beam one through the door.
Yep.
Down two in here, Ronnie. In there.
Yep.
Ronnie, you gotta push that.
I am.
There's a guy in yellow too. Go, Ronnie, just go.
Wait, and where?
In here, run.
Right, I'm going.
Good shit, Phil.
Push up with me.
I'm with you. You got the full kill for that?
Yeah, I got two.
I'm checking this.
Come up with you. You inside?
No, somebody here.
Alright, come over with me. Come up
Yeah,
with
I
me.
got stunned. Is that you?
That's me. You got stunned?
No. That was you.
They just rezzed. Hey, they just rezzed to our right.
Hospital. Did you kill the kids in the cubbies on the left here?
No.
You didn't?
I killed. No, they all ran across the street. But there was. I thought there was one more.
Okay.
All right, let's get out of here, dude.
Yeah.
Let's go get a UAV on the way. We'll get a bounty. We'll get a bounty and a UAV.
Yeah, I need self-res too.
Yep. Gotta have money to res.
Yep.
I'll get the UAV. You get the cell. We'll
Yep.
keep one for now. Where's this bounty at? Okay, got it. Okay, they're on the buy, dog.
No, they're in here.
Heading out.
All right.
I got a cluster. Phil, I'm going up. I'm gonna cluster it.
Wait, this kid's.
It might be lower.
No, they're next door. They're in the other one.
Oh, he just mollied?
All right, chill. Okay.
He just put a fucking shield up too. He put a shield up.
I don't have anything to fight this.
Yeah, it's
Go
back up.
around.
Yeah.
Go back down. Listen, I'm gonna get a UAV, and you're gonna get a cell. Wrap right. This way, man.
He has to die, and then we win.
Hit the zone.
Wait, we might want. We might
That's-
want. What's the score?
That looks like the end of the road there for Team KO.
Yeah, in what was, I thought, a very dramatic and fascinating story. Unfortunately, as we were kind of all just watching this break down, something broke down with KO.
Yeah.
You know, they were riding it right on the edge, and it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, this was, I mean, well fought by them. You know, unfortunately, they couldn't build anymore, or at least close the gap, if not to build a lead there into that other game. And, of course, you're going to breach the rooftop, and it's going to be a guy with a riot shield. They're going to be able to take him down, and that's insult to injury right there just to make sure, because riot shield guys are very lovely human beings to interact with. But, I mean, these guys are doing everything that they want and everything that they need to do to make sure they come in and come out on top. So, I mean, just shout out to Ronnie and Phil being able to come in, especially being able to get Phil back, and then Phil just going on a tear.
Well, that's kind of what we were wondering, you know. Trevor, we watched Phil just kind of with this badass gold gun, dripping diamonds, you know, just murdering people, and it just looked outstanding. And he was doing whatever he wanted. Anytime we checked in on Phil, Billy Shreds was just murdering people. But he kind of had a really rough go of it to start things out, and Ronnie had to pick him up a little bit. But after things got kind of reset and they set things up, you see the transfuse.
What a beautiful. Congratulations to Transfuse.
Yes, congratulations to Transfuse and their awesome, badass graphic here that they sent us. But yeah, no, I'm just kind of getting get your last thoughts on it. But hey, a couple things here. One, who cares if you go down, you get revived, and you come back, like be the dominant force that you are. Fortune favors the bold. That saying is about 3,000 years old as far as historians can track it. It's probably more than, I don't know. I feel like that thing's probably been around for longer than that. But fortune definitely favors the bold. Anytime you're talking about Philly Shreds or Ronnie Dizon, I feel like you got to say that statement because that's the truth.
Yeah, they absolutely very brave. I mean, we saw to start the game, Ronnie hadn't even hit the ground, and Shredder was down and in the gulag before. I mean, Ronnie even was able to touch ground. So being able to come through, and then Ronnie stepping up to bring Shredder back, and just what a phenomenal performance from them, and being able to just perform under pressure, get the job done. I mean, probably a little bit closer than they would have liked there in the finals, but whatever gets the job done at the end of the day.
Honestly, I didn't think it was their finals. I really didn't think it was going to go their way because they had early deaths. It looks like they were riding on that aggressive edge. It wasn't working out, even so to the point where I'm like, oh, bro, Trevor, tell me about why being aggressive is gonna bite you in the ass sometimes. And you would said the things that you would say about that, and of course, but somehow, some way, they were able to save the day and able to win this tournament. But honestly, I think it was the teamwork. When you go back and you kind of look at the stats between Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shreds, the reason why they were able to take that victory was because, well, first of all, they were the number 1 seed. Philly Shreds, right out the gate, was just on point and murdering people.
Right.
Just turning bodies into blood confetti. He was doing whatever he wanted to do. After that, Ronnie Dizon, he stepped up and also did what he needed to do too, to kind of secure the fact that, like, all right, we're the number 1 team heading in. But then once they got into the finals, it was not an easy road for them. Trevor, talk to me a little bit about, before we sign off, and before we talk a little bit about this charity, our number 1 team here.
I mean, they came through, and we gave all of the credit to them in the what we call regulation of the 3 hours to qualify for this. I mean, they put up a couple 27s, a couple 24s, and a 22. They started out with the 22, not a single victory on the day. I mean, they were just stacking bodies, and that's all it took. And at the end of the day, they didn't need a victory to get the victory. So the fact that you're able to play consistently enough to get the kills, to get the job done, I mean, you got to give commendation and give credit to where it's due, because of the fact that these guys just, when it came down to it, they were getting the kills, and that's all they needed to.
If you look at everyone else that was able to even be in the mix and be in the conversation, those people had wins.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, every single one of them. They had a couple of them multiple wins. They had 15 points for the win. We're talking about 1 point to kill, 15 points for the win. You get 15 points, and Trevor, I'd ask you, okay, look, what's the metric of greatness here? If you're a good team coming in to a 150-person battle, how many kills is it going to take for you to get on the register here? And you're like, dude, 20 kills is amazing. 25 kills, that would be ridiculous. And obviously, you get that win, then it's going to catapult you up to that. And Ronnie and Phil, they didn't do any of that. They I mean, other than just straight, pure, unadulterated. It was like when you watch a mixed martial arts bout, you're watching some UFC stuff, and it's like, oh, so-and-so by a rear naked choke, so-and-so by TKO. It was Phil and Ronnie by first-degree murder. That's how they got to the finals. That's how they were able to dominate everybody else. Every single other team had to get a victory to even be in their caliber. So heading into that final match, sure, they're definitely the favorites. But at first, it did not look good for them. They had to go to the gulag and fight out of there a couple times, but they ended up making it count in the end, Trevor.
Yeah, I mean, you give them all of the credit because of the fact that they got this. But at the end of the day, we're all winners, right? Because of just what this whole thing was for, the Lions Den charity event in Warzone. I mean, we set a goal, and, I mean, you look at the bar, that whole thing left to right is full. That number's bigger than 5,000. And the last couple of donations that got us there, Rainey with the 10, Bizarro with the 10, and Chris Corcino, I'm sorry if I said it wrong, with 350. So that put us over the top.
Corsino.
Okay, my bad. Reading is hard for me. But, I mean, the shout out to everybody from the beginning of the day to now that started and helped out to hit that goal, because that's huge. That's awesome. I love to see that. I love to be a part of that. And the fact that so many people could get together for an awesome cause to help out Jesse, words can't describe.
Again, Trevor, thank you so much for sitting in here, because I know you look, and I really appreciate everyone behind the scenes. Like this format, the fact that we have online gaming, the fact that we have a Warzone to achieve something like $5,000 that's going to go to Jesse Lyon is, to me, just it gives me chills. Like it's just so cool, the fact that, and I look back 15 years ago, whatever, however long it goes, and we're you know, playing these video games, and then now we can like use a video game to raise money for one of my boys that has cancer. Are you kidding me? Like, this is amazing. And everyone that showed up to do this, that donated their morning/evening, because a lot of people don't know this. Trevor was here, and everyone that was here, they were here hours before we went live in order to make this a reality. So please, everyone, thank you so much for making this a real thing. Thank you so much for donating. Like, this is a real plea to the world. Some last minute donations, anything you can give. Like, I'm so glad we broke that 5,000 mark, but like, this is for a real human being that's actually a badass human being. You know, like, this is a real, this is real. This is not fake. This is not some plea out into the, you know, out into the ether. Like, Jesse Lyon is a real human being, and he needs help. So thank you so much for donating. Trevor, thank you so much for donating your time. Chris and the entire team, thank you so much for donating your time, because I'm really glad that this happened, and it's kind of cool that Ronnie and Phil won, you know, because they were the badass team rolling in. Cowboy Roy called it to start with yesterday, and it's kind of cool how it all worked out.
I think, you know, apart from Jesse, I think Cowboy Roy is the other one that comes away with the crown, because, I mean, it was a whole day ago. He's like, this is the duo that's going to win. And, I mean, you called the shot. That's impressive in and of itself, especially when you're going in blind. You're like, I don't even know. You know, we knew some of these players were putting in the time and the effort to get better at Call of Duty, but we didn't know to what degree. And the fact that, I mean, he called it, and I mean, Ronnie and Phil did not disappoint at all.
No, they definitely didn't. It was funny because, like I said, I was on a feed with Cowboy Roy last night as he was kind of like, you know, we were talking about Warzone, talking about all this different stuff, and he's like, yeah, you know, badass team like Ronnie and Phil, they're gonna roll through here and they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, and I was like, how do you know this? He's like, you know, like, this is just kind of, I enjoy this stuff, and I really feel like that's the team that's gonna win. Vegas should have been taking bets. Cowboy Roy should have put some money on it. Regardless, the kudos do go to Ronnie Dizon and Philly Shredder. Team transfuse as they do take the victory.
I mean, and what a perfect image to end it. You know, giving themselves the medal. Phenomenal imagery from that meme. Thank you so much for that. I mean, at the end of it, I can't give enough thanks. You already have to everyone behind the scenes. There's, you know, it's day 2 of 2021. There are still some people behind the walls that are recovering from the last day of 2020, and you know,
not even behind the walls, brother.
Yeah, they were here even earlier than I was. So, yeah, a shout out to everybody that helped put this on. As we mentioned time and time again, there's so many moving parts to put all of this together, and you know, all of the paintballers, all the community, all of the sponsors coming in to be able to help this and hit this goal at the end of the day for Jesse is a phenomenal thing. Maddie, do you have anything, any final words, any words of wisdom you wish to impart on us before we leave for tonight?
Hey, don't take anything for granted. To be honest, you know, I feel like that's the big lesson for 2020 heading into 2021. You know, seen a lot come, seen a lot go, but in this wild maelstrom that we call the visceral existence of being a human being on planet Earth, don't take anything for granted. Treat everyone with as much respect as you would treat yourself and your family, because you never know what everyone's going through. And again, just a huge shout out to Jesse and everyone's family that's dealing with cancer. Like I said, my family dealt with cancer this year. My mom had cancer, and it was a rough year, and not something that we saw coming. So, you know, if you think you're whole, you're only whole for now. And things moving forward, you know, just take a deep breath and try to you know, be as kind as you can to others, because you really never know what everyone else is going through. That would be the last thing that I had to say, other than I really do feel that everyone that was a part of this, man, you started off 2021 with some really good karma, because, you know, this is for a good person. I've been saying it the whole time because it's true. And, you know, Trevor, you and all the people behind the scenes, you guys deserve a giant hat off. Thank you so much. And all the blessings to you here and your families this new year.
Well, that is much appreciated for myself, alongside Maddie Marshall, everyone else behind the scenes, Trevor McNeil. That is all. We walked into the Lion's Den to start 2021. Most of us made it out alive. Anyone that came across Ronnie and his teammate did not, unfortunately. So Here's to some better Warzone games for them. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you all that did participate and did put money into fundraise for Jesse Lyon. That is all we have for this one. I'm sure there's going to be many more on the horizon. Have a good night.
Hey, Jesse, it's Alex. Just calling to send you some good vibes and some love. Keep fighting as hard as you can, and we're rooting for you, and I hope to see you soon out on that bike and maybe even on the paintball field. Just remember, keep on fighting.
Yo, Jesse, what up, brother? It is Tyler Harmon. Just wanted to say that first and foremost, Happy New Year, and the paintball community has your back 1,000,000%. Thank you so much to the people who have put on this charity event. It's really an outstanding thing that you guys are doing. So on behalf of myself, all of Dynasty, all of Paintball, we're sending you tons of love and going to support you all the way, brother. Stay safe and have a happy new year. Peace.
Hey, Jesse, this video I'm just sending to you to wish you well thoughts and pray for you and that you'll be out there with us again. We're missing you, buddy, and hope you're recovering well. Hope to see you soon, bud.
Orale, Casper. Hey, fucker, get better soon, all right? We need you to get healthy, get well, and we love you, dog. All right? Get well. Take care.
Hey, buddy. It's New Year's morning. Just wanted to reach out, tell you how much I love you. I miss you, and I'm hoping to see you really soon. Have a wonderful day, and let me know if you need anything. All right, but I keep looking over at the wrong side of the damn camera.
Hey, Jesse. It's Pat. How you doing, buddy? Happy New Year to you. I hope you're going to get all you want this year and you feel better. We're here to, with whatever you need, all right? Get well, buddy.
Hey, Jesse. Just wanted to tell you, Jess and I are thinking about you. We hope that your recovery is going well so that you're 100% and get back to paintballing. That way we can get back up to Oregon and Super Game and have a blast, all those shenanigans. Take care of yourself. Much love for you, brother, and hope to see you soon.
Every PC should be a personal experience, each one unique to the client's likes and needs. At Stintsbuild, we don't do pre-builds. We hand select each component with a creative vision that gives our end user an amazing machine. We consider every PC we build as a work of art. Whether you're in the market for a home computer, a business PC, something for gaming, or if you're looking for the best system possible to take your content creation to the next level, you can rest assured that we'll build you something amazing here at Stintsbuild. Visit stintsbuild.com to get your PC build process started today.